Come on, Raheem here. Blessing the covenant. We got 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, we have entered into critical time. Critical. Unprecedented. And as it was told, the Son of Man is the only thing stand between you and total destruction. So this is going to be a continuation. Yesterday, gave a presentation yesterday about the seals. I know it's confusing. Well, use me because you have thorough knowledge of the angel. That was an example. Because what I did yesterday was to show you how confusing, to give you a feeling, confusing that book is, and just we're talking about just seals. If you don't have a thorough knowledge of the angel key. So it's totally confusing. I know it would be because without that, and once you have a thorough knowledge, it's still difficult. You can get through it. Without that key, and before me, you didn't even know there was a key. So they're in there trying to break into the vault without a key. But metal is so strong that no drill can get through it. You have to have a key. So that's what the object of that presentation was yesterday. Show you get all messed up, confused without the key. So now I'm going to go ahead and give you the key and show you how to look at it properly. The key. You see the difference. But even so, most are still not going to understand it anyway. And part of the problem is, not the main problem is, you have no idea what the angel's all about. Those who say they do, they don't. You know, okay. You say you speak Spanish. When I start speaking in Spanish, you're looking at me in a daze. You don't speak Spanish because you understand what I'm talking about. You say you speak Spanish, but you don't have an idea what I'm talking about. Same thing with angel. But those that say they speak an angel, when you talk, they can never get it right because they don't speak angel. You need to speak angel. Angel, I can't say it's clear enough. Angel prepares you for the mind, gives you the mind you're going to need to enter into paradise. That's just a start. They get you to the door. Once you get there, your mind will be upgraded to the next level. If you can't understand this level, if you can't get through the second grade, you're not going to get through this third. You forget about third grade. Did you hold in your back? That's why I say, man, just get the hell out of here, man. You can't pass you to the third grade. You can't get the second grade stuff. Yeah, so that's where you're at. So you know they don't understand, have no one, because every time you talk about it or say something that should be very easy to understand, even if you speak Spanish on a third grade level, they look and stare at you. Now, I'd be a liar if I didn't tell you the truth. I can't tell you that you're going, oh man, it's going to be nice, rosy. No, it's not. It's not going to be nice and rosy. It's exactly like it is. You take the technology today. See, the devil's operating at the highest level capability right now. They can't go any further than this. They can't go any further than this. It's the highest level they can achieve. But our science goes way beyond that. That's why they're going to be stopped right here, stop cold. They can't go any further. And they're not, and what they're up against, they can't up against military power that they have no comprehension of. Let's talk about Master Muhammad's middle plane. No comprehension of whatsoever. And so they deny it. But they know if they come up against it, they know they would lose. They know if they came up against that plane, they know they would lose instantly. It would be no match. You have nothing that could match it, nothing, even close. Same with the angel. And I've only given you a taste of it. I'm going to show you today, right? Now, I keep telling you, I'm going to give you a taste of it because you can't deal with the first grade level. I can't talk seventh grade level with you. I'm going to attempt today to give you a better understanding because I'm going to go into it and show you things that you never even saw before. You never noticed it was there. I keep telling you, there's a lot more to it than you even begin to realize. Let me read this. I've been talking about presenting this here. Finally, go ahead, remember to do it. Let's read this. However, we speak wisdom among those who are mature. Think about that statement. Yet the wisdom of this age, nor the rulers of this age who are coming to nothing. That means the wisdom of this age and the rule, they're coming to nothing because it's nothing. They're going to be totally crushed. All this wisdom of this age says they're going to become totally crushed, are coming to nothing. But we speak the wisdom of God in a mystery, hidden wisdom which God ordained before the ages for our glory. Talking about the angel. The hidden wisdom, it was hidden, the seal, right? But which none of the rulers of this age knew. They had no knowledge of it. For had they known, they would not have crucified the Lord of God glory. Because they crucified him because they didn't understand what he was doing. They feared it, great fear. But as written, eye has not seen nor ear heard. Eye has not seen nor ear heard, nor entered into hearts of man the things which God has prepared for those who love him. That means it's going to be totally way beyond your comprehension right now. Unless you have the angel. Then you have some grip on it. Because that's what gets you to the next level. You have to get to that level because that shows you how powerful, how complex your mind has to be. Because you're in a new world that's totally way beyond this. Do you think you can go there with this basic knowledge? Come out, you go to school, you go to kindergarten and say, man, I'm educated. Then you come out in the world. You can paint pictures and stuff, but right? And you may know the alphabet and you may know how to count, and that's it. You're homeless. The things which God has prepared for those who love him, God has revealed them to us through his spirit. But spirit, what spirit searches all things, yes, the deep things of God. I'm an angel again, for what man knows things of a man except the spirit of a man which is in him. Even so, no one knows the things of God except the spirit of God. Now we have received not the spirit of this world, but the spirit of who is from God. Not spirit of Farrakhan, the spirit of Daniel X, been on it. Except the spirit. Now we see not, but he who is from God, that's the messenger of the covenant. Let me know the things that have been freely given to us by God. I mean, it's freely given to you. Somebody had to pay for it. What are you doing with it? See, you have, I don't want to get distracted here because I want to really get through this. But I was telling you, I was trying to explain to you in the last few days, you have a lot of energy, very wealthy. But I said, where is it? You don't see it. Now I'm going to give you a proof. Now, the Israel nation suffered energy deprivation more than any other nation. Why? Because we're more complex. The Lamborghinis. We say energy deprivation, which the devils don't suffer at all because they Volkswagen Beetles. They don't suffer energy deprivation at all. Okay, you understand that. They don't suffer at all. So, and the crowds about elevated places, those on the elevated places are more complex amongst the original people. They suffer energy deprivation more than even more than the nation does, because they're more complex. They're the brain cells of the nation. Therefore, they suffer even more. Read about the elevated places. But they know all by their marks, because they're wise. And they apply all the energy towards wisdom they do have. That would mean that if you're talking about the messenger of the covenant, he'd be the most complex of all. He should suffer more than anybody, and he should be least wealthy of all of us, at least as far as external wealth, because he used all his energy for knowledge and wisdom and insight, right? So it's internal. Well, his positive energy internalized, why he's able to get to the angel. Understand that. By the same amount of energy. So if you're using 90% of your energy to maintain yourself, then you'd be better maintained than somebody out there is using only 10% to maintain themselves. And they party and everything else. Hope you understand that. So you would think messenger of the covenant be poor, not less wealthy, externally, everybody else. Okay? So assuming, I don't like to use assuming that the messenger of the covenant, when it's revealed in the angel, okay, then as far as external, because in this world life, aside from Elijah Muhammad's teaching and everything else, you're going for this world's life. And if you understand the angel or anything else, you're trying to get the best of this reality. Right? But he would have the least, like you got the devils that got billionaires and everything else, right? He'd be the least wealthy in that sense, obtaining things in this world's life. But if you go to history and assume that person is messenger of the covenant, the one's revealing the angel to you, then he should be, I'm just giving you some understanding here, he should be less wealthy than anybody. But it turned out to be the other way around. Because after Elijah departed, he was becoming very wealthy. Well, how was that? Because you're more wealthy than he is. But the difference is that your wealth is hidden from you because you don't understand how to control it. That's why I was telling you about how you leave out great substance. Where you have it, where is it? You're gonna realize in a minute. What happened was that's why he had to get rid of Elijah Muhammad, because he started making the people realize their wealth, because he wasn't dependent on the devil, and so the devil was controlling it and tell him how much you can do this, what he can do with this, whatever, do that. Elijah Muhammad built a system where we wasn't stuck with that under the influence of under control of that. That's why I had to get rid of them. Life would start ruining their wealth, and then the other part of it was they couldn't steal from you anymore. They're stealing from you with a positive energy, but then again, what you doing with that positive energy? Because now they steal from you. Okay, you got positive energy. But there's nothing wrong with that, right? Unless you don't know how to use it. You have the wrong mind. So instead of investing it in yourself, investing in your future, investing in your nation, you got to invest in the NFL, NBA, whatever stuff you're doing. I show you the guy, he's building all these weights and everything, and I look like the Hulk or something. Because you're mismanaging it. Energy mismanagement. But he came out and he followed Elijah Muhammad's template. He was doing very well. Many mansion, plenty of money, had his own business. He had to work for the devil. Until then he ran across the angel. And then he gave all that up. Because all the energy required. That's the energy required to get into the angel. Not to get into it, but keep developing your mind. Because once you get into it, then you got that's like going to the gym. You go there, first you get the membership, and then you got to go and do something. Learn the machines and all that stuff. You're just getting in, breaking the seals. You got to get in. That's the gym. And after 30 years, I keep practicing, keep going every day, studying, getting stronger and stronger and stronger. Build my brain more and more and more. Build my mind, make my mind stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger and stronger. The stronger gets, the healthier my brain gets, because it feeds it better and better information. I don't know if you understand that or not. What it takes. So if he was able to do that with no education, no degrees, right? Didn't he finish first year high school, didn't get a GED, didn't finish it, right? They didn't go to school to get GED or study. I mean, just took the test. Well, didn't go. I think they make you go to school or something. He didn't have to do that. And but it's just about everything he knows. It would be self-taught. But he was able to do that. And if you had stayed with Elijah's teachings, you'd been wealthy, more wealthy than him. But you didn't do that. That's why Pharaoh was sitting there turning you away from that. But they can still control you because almost all the Farrakhan's people work for the devil. Don't have anything. He rebuilt the nation. He ain't built a goddamn thing. That's why, because they want to keep stealing your wealth. But they have you on this job. They should be paying you because the fulcrum is in your favor now. They be paying you $50 an hour. They paying you $10 an hour. Because according to the scale, that's how much energy they should be giving you. Because that's how much you put. Right? You should keep it twice as much you're putting in. But that's what the fulcrum is because it tells you right there. You double them. That wouldn't be just if the fulcrum wasn't moving that direction. It would be just if you're doing double them they've done to you. Only that's true if you understand the fulcrum. And nobody understood the fulcrum. I mean, I taught about the fulcrum for weeks. Asked a question about it, nobody could have nothing. Zero. That was an easy one. Let me say something about that and I'll move on. The universe, the fundamental nature of the universe is like you have a blanket, like the fabric. Fabric, that's what makes a blanket. That's the fabric. What blanket is takes certain fabric to make a blanket, right? Or, weaving or whatever. But that's the nature of it. How you use it, that's the function of it. And the nature and the function. So the nature of the universe is every action has an opposite equal reaction. But the function is it's open and close forever. That means the fulcrum changes. The justice changes. That's the function. So now we move into a blessed time where you get more back than you put in. The universe is contracting. But expanding, that's why the fire angels didn't want to, don't expand the universe because we're going to start getting less than we put in. That was their point. That was the agenda at the time. Same thing with the ones with the gender wars. You understand? So that's the function. The fabric is every action has opposite action. Period. That's fabric. Function is the universe acts and expands and contracts, and expands and contracts. That means fulcrum changes, which way it's going, in your favor or against us. If it was against us, as universal expanding, now universal cracking, it's in favor. And now 2-to-1 for us. That means we're very blessed. But you got the devils here, and they steal it from you, and they got you a bad mind, so you don't know they steal it from you, and they got you using that positive energy for their benefit. Up and build America. So you have to help build America, building for your enemy. Think America is yours. They got you working against yourself. That's why I said, beating yourself. If you're beating yourself, you're doing it for purpose. The enemy. If you beat yourself, who's benefiting from you beating yourself? The enemy. Move on, brothers and sisters. Okay. And as like I said, as the universe contracts, expands, your mind changes because you have to change your mind software has to adjust to the new condition. Changes, expanding. It means things are changing. So you have to mind to keep up with that, or you lost. Either one way or the other. The Holocaust, we survived it. Most people were destroyed by it. They didn't realize they were being destroyed because, right? and they were destroyed by tension. But we submitted. And we ain't going to submit. So people died of starvation, famine, all kinds of things. Look what Haitians look at they starving everything over there. I don't know what they're doing right now, but it's kind of bad. Look what's going civil wars and all that kind of things. They was having all these, they have all kinds of problems. They're trying to fight against energy deprivation. Trying to hold on to old mindset. Everything's and the devils had control over supply. The devil, but you, you was the demand, but you didn't want to go and submit and get supply from him. You didn't have it. You went to war with him. He was destroyed. When we went successfully in war with him was for a while anyway. Was Genghis Khan, and then he eventually petered out. But it says when God can make God, no one will be able to stand against them. Because that was their time. They had a supply. If you need, and you was the demand. And if you didn't go in, if you got to take supply from them, you wouldn't be able to do it. They had to submit to get it. Otherwise, you went out with it, without. How long can you go without eating? Can you go without? You see, move on. So as this was telling you here, they cannot, right? It says, their wisdom, if they come to nothing, that means they're going to be in division because they cannot figure their way out of this because it's above their. It's like, you see ants and they run around building everything else, right? And you have ant wars, some ants stacked up ants. And here you come with your big foot and you can ready to step in. It's nothing they can figure out to get out of that. I mean, they can't, it's nothing they can do to keep you from just crushing them. Nothing, zero, absolutely nothing. That's what the devil's up against right now. Nothing they can do. So the only thing they can, they would in panic mode and desperation, say, well, get rid of us because they figure we're the cause of pressure that they can't handle. It's not going to work. It says no weapon that they form will prosper against you because if you're on the angel level, you're not, then you'll be caught up. Can't say it enough. This will be some will get it, some won't. Come on, brother. Now we're going to go to the angel skills. I'll do it like I never went before because now it's time to do it. And they revealed that way to do this. Right, when I'm speaking to you, I'm speaking to them. If they knew certain things, they would try to prevent it. I'm not going to, but anyway, you see what I'm talking about. Because the thing is, remember, this book was made. Why was it okay? How was it made in such a way, right? That they couldn't touch it all. I mean, think we just wrote it in clear language that are sealed on us. The devils, then it wouldn't have been on high pressure. Yet they're right on the same level they are. They can figure it out. Now they can figure it out. Still couldn't rise above the level. In other words, hope like the ceiling and everything, that's where the weight is. So if you make a gym, all the weight is 50 pounds or 10 pounds. And anybody going there. So that's the complexity of it is what's trying to get you the brain started get on that complexity level. Why it's written like that. And they cannot get to that level. So if you wrote it straight out, it wouldn't be the same thing. because it be on that level. It's the complexity of it. That's what you're trying to. That's why it's sealed. How it's sealed with complexity. It's not sealed with a stamp on it. Or you put it in a steel box or something. It's sealed with the complexity. That's what I'm getting ready to explain some of that to you now. So now you think they're not paying attention to this, and you're wrong. They are. So they want you to tell them what's happening without the complexity. But they're not going to accept just because I say it, because I could be BSing them. They want to be able to figure this out. They know that's what it's saying. That's what I said. That was always an issue I had. Speaking to you, so I got to be very careful. I be very careful. Anyway, complexity of it. You got to start thinking on a more complex level. Right? I got to be careful when I say mathematical. Some people took that to mean you're not thinking mathematically. I have to be very, even more careful with my words than I anticipated. Everything is mathematics. Everything is mathematics, right? The point is, what level of mathematics are you thinking on? Because the devils have pressure, they got power. So what level of power are we talking about, right? He says the power of the angel is greater than the power they have. It crushes them. Greater power crushes lower power. It's still power, but it crushes. It's not good. It's not strong enough. See? So you have to increase your power greater than theirs. And once that happens, lower power can do nothing against higher power. The only thing it possibly could do, somehow, it could trick higher power into lowering this power. It's you not to have discipline. That's what happened. People are lacking discipline. Now you see the sisters walking around here naked too. That's partly because they're demons, because they think that's their sisters, and they follow their example. And then so-called brothers, look at that, walking around braids and everything else. Earrings in the ear, what do you know that for? Crap for? I mean, you think about it. How long they got to sit down? I don't know. I haven't done so. I don't know how long it takes. How long you think they got to sit down and get them braids done? 2 or 3, 4 hours, whatever? You got time for that? I don't know. I wouldn't do it. So I don't know what it would take to maintain it. Right? Okay. You should be out here. You can control the world, but how you going to control this world? You can't control it. That guy I showed you, the Hulk. Man, just 2 or 3 cops could take his ass down. But what is he doing that for? What if he put that on his mind? What if he spent all that energy on his mind? Think how powerful his mind would be. He'd be taking out millions. You say, no. You got to look, you see signs all over the world. Look on Father Douglas or Napoleon. Look, he took down empires. So-called Alexander the Great. They're empires. Now, look at our people. Look at us, rich people. Look at what Prophet Muhammad did. Took down empires. Look what Elijah did. Pharaoh covered his bull, right? You see what I'm saying? But all that muscle, you know anybody that took an empire down with looking like the Hulk? But he was going there, boom, knocked the White House down. Misdirection. That's what it's all about, misdirection. Christianity, all this stuff is about misdirection, misdirecting your energy. Misdirecting and lack of discipline. 2 things they're doing. Misdirecting, lack of discipline. Oh man, just let that thing how drugs and everything else. And misdirecting. Oh man, don't worry about that, man. Do your thing, man. Don't watch the NFL. Reading that book for, man, that's old school, man. You got Gen X AI, man. You ask it what you want to ask them. You're going to pay a price. There's consequence for everything, brothers and sisters. Consequence for not being prepared. Move on. In 1990, They could change it. This is these are their problem. I think these might be a little better. See? Okay. Now the beginning right here says, I saw the right hand sitting upon the throne, little book. This is getting into the book. But Lamb got the book. For 1990. I just speak on this. It talks about it. One thing it says in there nobody pays attention to, it says, who's were to open the little book and to loose the seals of it. Loose, what do you mean loose? Why speaks that right here? Loose. You open it, see no seals, but loosen, because it tells you when you open the seals, these things begin to happen. Telling you, remember, okay, it's a mental war. It's the angel mind against their mind. Their mind is what you see in the world right now is their mind in action. But you got another mind that's like a vector against their minds. And now their minds are being moved in a certain direction. If you look at it, what direction is moving? And moving in the direction that the angels talk about, it means the angels is having an impact on them. Because you look around and you say some people get it backwards. Well, like I, what's that? I'm away for a day, right? Something came up. And I said, son, she said, but that didn't happen or something. Oh, because it hasn't happened, I mean it won't happen? But let me move on. Why don't you look at it backwards? Because you say, okay, well, these things are happening. But you don't understand vector, so you think, oh, well, it's going to happen anyway. Just talk about something that's going to happen anyway. If that's the case, then what the hell you need National Covenant for? What you need Prophet Muhammad for? We need Jesus for. They would happen anyway. If they wasn't the ones that caused it to happen, then what you need them for? We need Elijah Muhammad for. They got you thinking backwards. So these things are changing, and you see the direction it's changing. You can find out what's pushing in that direction. If it's moving in a certain direction, there's got to be a force that's moving it. Then you can say, oh, I'm moving northward. It means there must be a force that's pushing northward. But if this world is changing, and they get more confused, it means there must be another force there. What's in that? What's the force happening? Anyway, the angel is another mind in the world. And you may not understand this. If you throw a brick in the ocean, you understand the mathematics, 1 over r squared. You throw an ocean, it'd be very small, but it'd be there. The waves that's moving, the impact of it, the reaction felt all the way on the other side of Europe, over there on the other side. Be very minor, but it'd still be there. The way vectors work. But when you notice it, right? That's what they do when they in submarines, sonar. That's what, they can pick up sound of fish and things 1,000 miles away, hundreds of miles away. You can pick it up, but they got very sensitive. They can pick up very low frequency. And I think they said it wrong. Look it up. Yeah, but you don't understand that because you think, oh man, got to be atomic bomb or something. No, there's another force in the world. That's what they're fighting against. You say, well, there's yeah, every action has absolute consequence. But where's the consequence coming from? It's come out of nowhere. That's it, eye for eye, tooth for tooth. So the consequence is the person that their reaction to what you did. Not no mystery God doing it. I explain it to you. It says, Vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Okay, you got that. Oh, say, all right now. Think, think about that one. Oh, don't do nothing. God said He's going to do it. Don't do nothing to them. God said He's going to do it. See, that's what the preacher tell you. And then, but it says, well, that's what it's done to you. But wait a minute, God just said, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. I'm going to do the vengeance. I will repay. But then He tells you, you better do, that's command, do trouble them what they done to you. That's what I'm missing there. That gets back to like, God don't help those help themselves. What am I missing there? That means if you don't help yourself, you're not getting helped. That means you're the God that's going to do the vengeance. You're the Lord that's saying, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Because it ain't going to happen any other way. No mystery God's going to do it. No mystery angel, nothing else. So the consequence they did to us, we're going to return back to them. We're going to turn it back to them. We're going to do it. What they did to us. Brothers and sisters, no. I didn't want this job. One thing is do it unintentionally. I don't know. I thought I was a patient person and certain things, but it takes a great deal of patience to deal with this, brother. Oh, boy. I guess maybe that's part of the injury. I don't know. But it's like the patience, doing this 30 years, and seeing what I'm seeing out there, and over, see, if I didn't know what I know, I would have stopped a long time ago. But I can see the result all around me, but you can't see the result. If I was blind like you, I'd say, man, I ain't getting nothing out of this, man. I ain't getting no money, no followers, man, nothing happening. See, I see the whole world change because of it. Why do you think I'm still doing it? But you don't see that. That's why, and I don't ask you to see it. I'm not trying to press you with it. I'm just putting information out there. You don't see me ask for any followers. You don't see me ask for any money, ask for anything. Like I'd rather no one be around me at all. That's what I prefer, because it's a distraction problem. Can't focus. I want to. But so far, in 30 years, the people that have come around have all been distractions, been anchors. Most push my bills. I've not found one person that take off on their own. Means myself motivated. You have to push. Not one person yet. No one. You want to understand the angel because, like I said, they don't have the angel mind. So therefore, you ask them a question, Spanish, and they look at you. Right? They have expression in angel. If they repeat it, it's like, I thought I asked you this question. They ask a different answer because they don't understand what you're talking about. That's what said the Son of Man would have to deal with. That's something I never did want to deal with. So maybe it's something in there. Maybe they want me to learn something. My issue dealing with people. I want to deal with people. I didn't like people. Even when I was younger. Because it seemed like you gotta do it. It don't make any sense. Thinking person. When I was in the military, just couldn't understand this. Yeah, I'm doing it. I got so afraid of these devils. And I believe in this stuff. It doesn't make any sense to me. Even then. It was easy to just, you gotta believe what God said and everything else. I mean, you just, wait a minute. God made me, He gave me a brain, and told me not to use it? Does it make any sense to you? He gave me a brain, told me not to use it. But then if I don't use it, the way He want me to use it, He's gonna put me in hell. None of that made any sense to me. But they were buying it 100%. And then He get mad at me for. And I'm still going through that today. I know that everybody around me don't understand any of this. They say every time he asks a question, I do his talking. So lucid, no one's in heaven. Okay, this goes back to, I'm not going to repeat it. I want to get to the main point. So when you understand it, this is the angel key. This one fate, this one structure of it, that where Satan's on the throne, he controls the nations. This is an angel. The 24 elders here. 6 times 4 is 24. Not the 24 scientists. A lot of them are wrong about that. But how else can you say he would be, anything he said about the revelation would have to be wrong unless he broke the seals? They can't deal with that kind of logic. Unless he broke the seals, everything he said about it, because he said no one could look at it, nobody could touch it, nothing. Unless he broke the seals, which he's never claimed to have, then everything he said about it had to be wrong. Had to be wrong. Everything Farrakhan said had to be wrong. You go on YouTube and anybody, everything they say, and once you have some idea of it, no one has got anything right. Zero. Not close. Not even close. Because that's what it says. Once this measure of the covenant comes and breaks the seals, then I see how these things fall in place. That's if you can keep up. Anyway, it's this situation. So here's the book. So I'm gonna move past this because I'm gonna get to the main point. But when you understand the angel key, the Son of Man or Suleiman, he can three places he can be an angel. He this place, here, and here, where the inner eye is 1990. He gets this, he goes here. That the book was on his hand. That's Satan's on the throne. Look, anybody, I don't care who it is. Things they know the Revelations, they tell you one set on the throne is God. Yeah, God's world. They tell us God. Once you have some idea of the angel key, and that's how wrong they are. On the throne. But the first question you ask is if that's God's on the throne, he had the book. How come he couldn't understand the book he wrote himself? I did. I shut that down. Camera again. I got to ask questions. Okay, if that's God, he's got the book in his hand. He's in the heavens, he's in earth or someplace. One of those places. How come he can't understand the book? There's no one in heavens, earth, or under the earth. Got me one of those places, right? They said, well, there's no man, so he's not a man or whatever. Like this guy, Rick Wiles, he was talking this thing all the time. They say, God's in heaven. Yeah, look how he said. But where's this heaven at? They're talking about God, he's on another planet. Well, if he's out there, there's heaven. It's got to be on another planet, don't it? Don't it have to be on another planet? But where's this heaven at otherwise? I mean, he don't even know what the hell he's talking about. Got to be on another planet. I explained that in this TikTok thing I did, right? There's got to be on another planet. Kingdom, everything else, right? It was just out in empty space. Makes no sense. Got to be on another planet called heaven. You got thrones and everything out there. I mean, he gets the book. Okay. Now, I know I confused yesterday. I'm trying to, I can't unconfuse. Like I said, I told you yesterday, this was a basic version, whatever. Here's a warning. I'll do it in more detail today, so. Oops. Oh, there. Keep doing it. I didn't release first of the 7 seals. The first of 7 seals, not the seal 1. That's one thing everybody makes right there. He released the first of the seven seals. What was the first seal? Was it number one? Was it number two? Number three? You read the trumpet, the first seal. Actually, is the seventh. Yeah, I know you. I know you didn't catch that one. You thought it's paying attention. You might thought it was the fifth. Actually, read it. I'm gonna show it clearly. It was the seventh. That's the first of the seven seals that was released. So yeah, today I was going to first of seven seals, fifth trumpet, seventh seal. Well, that's the same thing. Go on. Obama. Nobody catch him. He's hidden. They don't realize it. They think Satan and Lucifer the same person. Lucifer is very powerful angel. On the same level as it is very similar to Michael. I mean, some same attributes. Both of them, original fathers, original Muslim fathers, and devil mothers. This. They was competing for the. Actually, Lucifer was competing because he got shut down. God favored Michael, Lucifer. He got mad. He said, "I'm gonna set my throne on the far north." Where's the far north from there? America. See, some of these things are so simple that you can't get around it. I'll set my throne on the far. That's where he is when this happens. Because when you understand angel key, there'll be a African member, not one of us, Levite actually. I said the last president will be a black man, and I got a lot of flack behind it. Anyway, there'll be a black president. In other words, the bottom line, there will be a black president. Now, whether he was the last one. And when you read Daniel, Daniel says he was the last one because he's Belshazzar. But again, I'm not good at this. This gets some very complicated stuff. After you put it all together, it makes sense. And maybe you catch up with this. Maybe when I opened the Lamb, one out of the seven seals. One out of seven seals. He said, "Which one?" People, you're assuming stuff. He said, "Which one?" When I opened up the Lamb, one out of seven seals. Which one was it? Heard one out of the four living saying his voice, and I saw, look, white horse having said it. He said, "Which one it was?" He said, "One out of it. Any one." Right? He said, "Have a bow." When you understand the bow and understand the key, he said, "Have a crown and a bow." Crown is the fifth trumpet. No, excuse me. Because where the position of the crown is, that's where the fifth trumpet would be. The trump has blown, so it's not there anymore. The trumpet. I know you're not. Yesterday was totally confusing, and this is going to be very precise, but you understand angel key for that. And that's Obama. He's the one sitting on a white horse. Who's a white horse? If he's sitting on a white horse, when Farrakhan, the demon, Legion would be on Elijah's throne. 2014, the fifth seal. Witnesses, Syria attacked. Fifth seal. What's the fifth seal? The fifth seal. Then which one, right? That's in the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and right now. First, he said one of them. He didn't tell you which one it was. It's the fifth one he's talking about here, specifically. We look unto. That was during Obama's reign. 2014 was during Obama's reign, when he's the one that attacked Syria first. Now here we go. Now whenever he opened up the seal, the seventh one now, specific, occurs silence, heavens, half an hour. Silence. Where's the silence? When you read the fifth seal in there, it was silence. So it's talking about the fifth seal, and that fifth seal speaks to witnesses being attacked. That's when the angel sat inside the throne was given the 7 trumpets. Okay, hold it. We opened the 7th seal. Then trumpets was given. So the 7th seal is the first thing to happen. 7th seal is the first thing to happen. That's the one that he opened up. One out of 7 seals. The 7th one is the first one open. That's right there. The trumpets and everything didn't blow. Trumpets and seals are the same thing. Okay? It was silence, and the silence refers back to the. So all this starts during Obama's time. During the time he's interfacing with the witnesses. And all this stuff. All this stuff. He said, on the white horse, Pharaoh comes in his mouth. Remember, if you understand Daniel, he's the bear, and the bear had a mouth. They attacked the saints for 42 years. It prevailed against them. The Ancient of Days came. Right there, brothers. I'm giving you very precise stuff now because we're here. We'll blow any time now. He broke the seals, these things begin to happen. They happen to happen fast. The only seal is broken right now. The 7th one. I was in heaven. Then the 7 angels prepare themselves to sound, and their trumpets and seals the same. Okay, let's move on. Here's the 7th seal. Whenever you open the 7th seal, occurs silence in half an hour. Right here, during that time, right? Here's the 5th trumpet down here. It's already blown. Same time. That's the 5th trumpet is where the seal, where the silence occurs. But as a upgrade, or are you going to downgrade 6 feet under? I warned you, brothers and sisters, this gets much more complicated, much more powerful. I've been teaching you basically on first grade level. There's much more to it than you see. I'm going to stuff right now that you should be familiar with. Well, I maybe not know it, but just showing you a whole different. It's been there all the time. There's a lot more. I'm just talking about the key here. Showing you how the key, how to break those seals down related to the key. So there you go. Remember, because when he was sitting on the throne, it tells you. Obama's on the way. He said the crown was there, and what that means that is the situation where he would be sitting on the throne. That's what Angel Key tells you. So that means the 5th one had gone. Crown was up there. That means what time in history, as far as the key is concerned, this is going on. I would say crown. Why I tell you crown and bow? What you care? Tell Angel Key. Okay. This is a time where they're on the foot of the nations. This go do JCOP, JCPOA, and all that kind of stuff, right? I don't know if I'm getting to that or not, but let's see. Yeah, let's look. If we open up the seal, it sounds half an hour. That's what angels. Okay, same thing, right? And it's saying, right, and then talking about what they're doing. Trumpets blowing, right? Okay, but do I say it here? Okay. And the 7 angels are having 7 trumpets prepared themselves in order that they might trumpet. Well, why is it saying that? Because seal and trumpet, same thing. It says when you open up the 7th seal, but it's telling you Seventh trumpet is the first one. But it's telling you seventh trumpet covers the whole thing. But it's telling you the seventh trumpet, or seventh seal, covers the whole thing because there are all the trumpets, right? It says then all blow, so it's happening. So when you read when you read what's going on in the seventh trumpet, seventh seal, it's the whole range of things. It's covering the whole range. Okay, maybe you see it better when we get to the sixth seal. Then it better. Okay, the first seal. You open up the Lamb, one out of the seven seals, heard one out of the four living saying, that's the voice to the right. Okay. Now, when you go back and read that first seal, they're talking about, remember, that's really the seventh seal. When you go read that first seal there, this was telling you. One out of seven seals, and that's the seventh one actually. When you go read the first seal, telling you actually, right, is the seventh seal, the seventh trumpet. That's first. Because he released all the rest of them, right? So here you go right here. And that showed Obama building the throne at the time, okay? African, right? And then the fifth seal, remember? Again, that's part of this because the fifth seal is the silence. I'm not going to get too complicated for you. This is great. And I'm trying to make them simple as I can for you. So he has some feeling for it. When you open up the fifth seal, go under altar, the souls, those happen. So it's telling you this time, during this period of time, when he's on, that's when this captain is silence. That's showing you where the silence is. It's connecting these up together. So you think the seal like, oh, this seal, the A, B, C, no. Maybe A, B, or same line as B, maybe C, A, D, and then to go to the next one. It's not as straightforward as you thought it was, because I'm showing you right here. But here, how you know it's silent? When you open up this field of fifth, I saw underneath the altar the souls that had been slaughtered through the word of God, through the witness they were having, and they cried out voice great, saying, until when the master holy and true, not judging, not avenging the blood us out having upon earth. Now what? Now see, I'm showing the intricate, I'm showing the flow. I'm showing the flow. Right? He was on the throne, he was crowned blood, right? This showing the flow. The key, I'm showing the key all the way from start to finish, no interruptions. We'll come back here for a minute. You here? And I saw he opened up the Lamb out of the seven seals. And I heard. And when you go to all the seals, they always say, I heard. Except for the fifth one. You didn't hear nothing. You don't say anything like that. Right? This silence. The silence represents, right? We're talking about the two witnesses, and one of them had to wait the other one. One was already attacked, and the other one been attacking. That's what's happening right now. It just got finished. It's took out. That's why I'm revealing this right now, because they took out Syria. And then he says, that's when it says avenging, and it says, okay, I'm reading the next stage right here, right? So it's right here. How you know they're right there in this stage? You know that this is the case. The fifth trumpet has blown. It's down here. That's where it's supposed to be. Okay. Bombs on the throne at this point. Just doing Palmer's time. Okay. So, for the nations, and what happened next? Watch next here. How you know that? Because what it says, it was given each robe white. Now we know each one of these is a white robe. The devils, right? Earth, all white robe. So now they're given white robes. That means they're here on here. These are white robes they're given. That means they moved there to that point. I'm showing the key. I'm showing the flow. Next to the seals. Angel flow is, but see, when you look at that, the seals stop taking a different way, man. With the fifth seals here, the sixth seals, then it shows you where the seal's supposed to be. Right? Supposed to be so you understand what they're talking about. But they will look at it, like, man, he says, Assyria and this going, hey, if that's the case, let's put out order. We mess the whole prophecy up. Think they didn't think like that? It says, if the man knew the hour, he would stop or change it. So he look at it and say, oh man, he says, it says this is going to happen at this point. If we take out Syria now, that's going to throw up the whole prophecy. You may not think that way, but they think that way. Because that's why. And I show you, no, it's not that sequence. That sequence. This has already happened. See? It's already happened. When he given white robes, they haven't been attacked. They haven't been. Syria hasn't been taken down yet. He says, until when, he says, and given them each white robes, and was told them in order they will rest time little until it should be filled of fellow slaves. He ain't going to war until that's fulfilled. So they get white robes, so it's not yet. He ain't going to war yet. That's where they are right now. That's where they'll be right now before he goes into action. I know none of you made sort of this. It was just much more complicated than you even think. And you can't deal with it on the level I've given you, which is a basic level, kindergarten level. You definitely can't deal with this. Move on. Told you, I warned you today would be, okay. Then, sixth seal. Now they here, now they moving up. I saw it open up the seal 6. Courage, shaking, great. That's the war. Now, that's when mass problems going into action, which will be any day now. Any day now. Why I'm doing this. Because it's this, it's going to cause that. Because it was going to happen anyway. I could just give me a piece of a beer or something, right? And just hang back. Wait. This caused that. That's what it's telling you here. So something I'm doing right now, something I'm saying right now is going to cause something that's going to push this. Because remember, it tells you in a certain place, right? That they're going to attack Iran. And now they're talking about attacking Iran. Because the king of South pushed against the king of North. So something I said, they're paying attention to this. It may better make our move now. They're paying attention to this. Remember the story about Herod? Herod and Pharaoh both knew the prophecy. They both knew it. They were paying attention to it. They tried to kill the firstborn. They was reacting to the prophecy, acting to a vector. They tried to get as much information they could. So Herod went to the wise men, say, man, come on, give me more precise time. Tell me exactly. But he wasn't sure, so I come kill all the firstborn then. You don't understand these things. That's why I tell you that. They're paying attention. So something I said or whatever, but yes. Who now? Something they're going to do as a result of, but now. Minds affect minds. And it's the greatest mind on the planet right now, the angel mind. Only one person has it. And that's when we open up the seal. Now, that seal right now being released. Open and release, 2 different things. Remember that. Okay, there's 6. Now we're in the 6th seal. And what's 6th seal? 6th seal has a whole bunch of events that goes with it. Remember, follow it. So you have an understanding angel. Follow the key. This is going to be flow. The flow I've been teaching you for 30 years. The flow is not going to be interrupted. It's going to be the same flow. Remember JCP, I explained how they go down, up. Everything is, the crown still there, the blood. And what? And when I opened up the seal, said, okay, that's the war. They're victorious. Any day now. Up here. You got to slow enough so you can see it. the movement here, they're at war. Now, or they kicked America, Britain out, push him out. And Satan goes under siege. And what happened? Remember, that's what the Sixth Seal said. We're still on Sixth Seal is covering this information. That's sort of opened the seal to six, first shake, and the sun became black. That's when Suleiman goes in the eye, and sackcloth here, and the moon hole becomes blood. That's when this goes down here. You okay? I was telling you. Well, instead of the seals control the flow of the engine key, the key is controlling the flow of the seals. Then no, this seal goes here. This seal's talking about this seal goes. That's why you have to have angel key, otherwise you can't do it. Angel key, so they have it the other way around. They don't even know about a key. They have it the other way around and say, well, this here, so they try to make the angel key match with, no, it's the other way around. But see, that's telling you exactly, and that's exactly what happens. I've been telling you that for years. That's when when the war happens, he goes in NOI. Remember, this one is the one, sixth one, that released the first four. 4 winds, so the 4 winds about to blow. But this the ones, now he's here, he was there, here. Know that. They both have the same time. The ones holding back the 4 winds. These are the 4 winds. Like I said, fire. There's 4 winds. So 4 trumpets. He's one holding them back. It means 4 winds about to blow. He's here. American Britain's cast out there, right? Okay, let's move on. Got some other surprises for you, brother and sister. And then the stars fell. That's the 4 winds about to blow. As at the same time that this happens. As a fig tree, remember, Satan also called a fig tree. This figs American Britain. They're cast. So when they're cast out of the Middle East, this winds be blowing right behind it, right? And the stars of heaven fell into the earth. They fell into the earth. These are the earth. Earth is here. These represent the earth, right? Okay. False Israel, right, on the siege. Still there. The winds, the winds. What's happening almost simultaneously? They're the winds. But fire, I didn't change it. They also winds. See? The earth. That's a natural flow. Anybody who's familiar with the angel knows that's the flow. I haven't changed it. There it is. That's speaking to it. Now you compare it to the seals. You see what seals go where. It ain't like seal 1, seal 2, seal. Now 6 seals in play. Six seals in play. That's what it's saying. I know you didn't see any of this. There's much more to it than you know. I can't get you out of kindergarten, so how can I tell you about stuff like this? You never saw seals like this. They're very complicated. You got some more surprises here. You got some more surprises. 6 seals again, right? And heaven was separated from the little book. That means Europeans are isolated. Now, whole world's against them, isolated. Every mountain fell its place, right? That means all of its mountains were the winds also, they're out of their place, right? So forth, so on, right? And now it's talking about wrath. Now comes the wrath of both, right? The day of them, right? And they are saying to the mountains and to the rocks, fall you upon us, hide us, right? So they talking about American Britain because they're the ones that the rock mountains are falling on. Because they praying for death because they're so bad, right? That they saying, because they know, remember it says, man's heart's failing for fear of those things come upon the earth, his powers have been shaken. How about this here? Well, it's saying, listen to it. They're saying to the mountains, and if I fall you upon us and hide us, because they know what's about to happen. It's worse. I have some face upon The one sitting on the throne is from the wrath of the Lamb. Their hearts fell for fear. They said, "Go kill us now." They know it's coming worse. It's doing the same thing there. At us. The rocks not fall on us. Who? American Britain. Remember those fire winds are also the mountains. No, you didn't see anything that's coming. You got more surprises, bro. I put this over here for a reason, but I'm not going to speak it right now. But I would. Okay. Now you get the second seal. Remember? Did the first one. That horse. Get the second one. See who's involved in that. That's why I put on. When I put on the left side here, that means the sequence according to what Daniel says. White horse, fiery red horse, so forth, right? So on the right, it's on the right. That's the ones that seals that falls within that range of that. That's what I'm trying to do. But if you catch that good, I'm not going to take a lot of time explaining that. On the left means it's following the sequence first. So we saw the first. All those things happen under the first white horse. So now we get to the second one. All these things be happen under this one. It shows the seals and everything that corresponds to it. I don't know if you understand that or not. But here it says, look what the second. When you open the seal, the second heard of the second living saying, "Are you coming?" Right? You see, actually talking about the second seal. The other one says one seal. This one actually says second one. But you know that's the second one there, right? And it went out another horse, fiery red. Now, see that's one of the landmines here, because everybody think that horse that's not one of the demons. That's actually one of the trumpets. So when you see this one happen, that means the trumpet is already blown. When it gets to the second one, the trumpet's already blown, because that's what it said. For him to be there, all the four winds have already blown. If you think that's one of the demons, you don't see that. Once you understand it's fire red, that it's actually one of the trumpets, then you know trumpet has blown. The four winds have blown already. So at this point, the four winds have blown already, right? And setting upon it was given him take peace. At that point, once the winds is blown, then it says peace was taken out of the earth. What do it mean take peace out of the earth? That means they fight with each other now. So it says, in order they will slaughter and peace taken out of earth in order one another, they will start fighting with each other. At that point, see, they was fighting with us, fighting with that one attack us. They was fighting with in the Middle East and everything. But now they fight with each other. That's Armageddon. Now they fight with each other. How you know? And the other thing you didn't notice here is right. We'll get to that in a minute. They fighting each other. Armageddon. It's got there yet. That's when four winds blow, and then because they attack, that we're talking about. That four winds blow, they attacking. That's Africans. That's all that, right? And how we've been attacked and everything else. But now, again, they start fighting with each other. It says, okay. It tells you when it happens. Winds are blowing. Now back, these things will happen under that second seal. Right? I put you over to the right. You open up the seal, the fourth. Her voice living, saying, "Be you coming?" I saw a look. Remember? I heard a voice. You don't hear the voice in the fifth. That's why it's silent. I saw, look, horse, greenish yellow. But what it's saying? It's saying that at that time, if you saw, that means all the black folks haven't fled yet. They're still here. They're still here. When the four winds blow, they're still here. Because remember, they don't come together after the four winds blow. See? It falls together, brothers and sisters. So they tell you, because they saw, it means they're still here. The greenish yellow, they're still here. That's the fourth one. They're still here. Blue Mountain still got control of the NOI. The four winds are blown, and they're still here. Haven't fled yet. It says, and set upon his name him death, and Hades was followed with him. This is death and Hades. I didn't change the names of that, right? And was given them authority upon the fourth of the earth. Who's the fourth earth? Earth is in four parts: America, Britain, Russia, and EU. But it said fourth. There's the fourth right here, America. It's under here. right? Says giving him authority upon the fourth earth to kill, see, and sword and famine, I mean the cannibalism, the sword, right? And death, right? And in China, that means death is the ghost coming out. They ain't got here yet, but this was given. All these things going to happen to them, and by the wild beasts of earth. Who's wild beasts of earth? Remember, these are the beasts of earth. Wild beasts of earth means Russia and you. They're going to turn against them. They're going to be fighting America. I should have had this blinking so you can see America is right between the two. Again, I told you, European war. During that time, folks are still not fled yet. Not fled yet. Why? That. Tell you, because they just back over here again, right? And the third seal. Okay. Third seal. Opened up the third seal. I heard living saying, remember, he heard, been on the fifth. I saw what's black. That means it's still here. Still here. And look, horse black and sitting upon it, having yoke in the hand of him. Right? Still here. That's to see the horse. Here, they're still here when this happens. What happens? That's when they flee. You know that. Can't even see anything. We're talking about the separation of the wheat and the chaff. There's first four living shown us one of wheat, demons, and three. So 3-to-1. There's 3 demons and 1 wheat. 3-to-1. That means there it is. These are the demons here. 1, 2, 3. That's the wheat. That's when they flee. So they gather together, right? Get them together, and then it's going. Again, it's going on here. Then they separate out. And the wine, that represents, they're talking about the fear here, but anyway, except they're thrown out. Right out. They're sealed. When that happened, what happened so far? What happened so far as America's on Armageddon, or winds is blown, so that's the resurrection. Right? The resurrection is gathered together the wheat and the chaff's thrown out. I haven't changed the sequence of this, but it's telling you how to organize the seals. If people look at it to try to organize it exactly just the way it is, and see right now it's totally wrong. It's not even close. You have to use the angel key. That's why I said in the beginning, angel key. Without the angel key, you have no idea what that stuff means. That's another complication I explained to you that you didn't know about before. So then you see, I didn't put that down, but you see about the Ark of the Covenant there. And if you notice here, I'm not going to that, but you don't find any Orientals here. I explained that, right? And you got the, these are under, that's the ones that cattle all the nations. Explain, I'm not going into that detail, bro. But anyway, I'm not going, I'll just leave it there. I'll start together. I'm going to close out, brother and sister. One thing they don't talk about in the Revelations, they don't really talk too much about this part. They do talk about this part. Excuse me, the part where the bear comes in. Right? Cover that a lot in Daniel. It's the final war. Back up here. But I fixed it. I didn't anyway. What happened here, brothers and sisters? This is they'll come again. Coming against the ram, and you don't want to be here. They'll say, we're leaving out. After we take everything, Believe it or not, I said, he come in, they can finish you off America. That's RAM. That's what RAM is. I'm gonna leave it there, brothers and sisters. So I was gonna much more detail. You got it or not? Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm gonna leave it there. It went to the angel key like I never did before. Show you how this lines up with the seal. Because it's not the seals in a very elementary way, kindergarten way. That's not the way it is. And I gave you hints of that. And the point is that now you see what that's why I was saying. If you don't understand the angel key, yet you don't understand what those seals are doing. Now you saw, if you paid any attention, if you got any of this, see, the seals dictated by the flow of the angel key. If you follow the angel key, see, everything I said, according to this, what I've been saying for 30 years. But then you found, oh, that's what seals are saying. Telling you this part belongs this seal, this part belongs this seal, part belongs this seal, whatever. Then you found all coming together. But what it's telling you here is that, and because once that sixth one releases the first one, hell breaks loose. All stuff to happen real fast. Bam, 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 bam. Sixth seal. That's what it's waiting for. Wait for Syria to go down. Syria goes down at a time. Then that's from an action. What they do to provoke it. One version, they do provoke it. Now they talking about, yeah, we're gonna definitely take out Iran. See? I'm telling you right now, because I don't come back and say, well, he's a reporter. Preview. Review. Yes, right now. And you probably lost. If yesterday was kind of like off Europe, yes, show you how confusing that could be if you don't angel key. So that was the main purpose yesterday. If you don't have how confusing that could be at the angel key. Once you got angel key, I tell you, was everything in the right place, but still not. You got to figure it out. Think. No matter what you do, it's gonna cause you that you go in that gym, you go in there, you got to do some workout. You can't just go and look at the equipment. I mean, that's what you're doing. Not doing, you help. I say, well, how much is 3 plus 5? Well, 3 plus 5 is 8. How much 5 plus 3? Oh, you don't understand the concept. It's repeating. Can't say enough. Kingdom of coming in is complex, more beautiful than anything, but it takes more complex mind to deal with it. More complex, it's going to be more complex you can ever imagine. And you had a capability because you already went to the Holocaust. You turned to a diamond, and to survive the Holocaust, your brain had to be risen to that level to be able to handle this. You survive. Now, if you been tricked or you whatever, mismanage your enemy, that's up to you. That's the consequence you're going to pay for. You had ability now. I told you right there, you had ability. I told you in the beginning, ability. What you going to do with it? You're going to sit around, you're going to be the Hulk? So you're going to be a monkey when you get home? You're big and everything, but you don't know a goddamn thing? That's why I'm just going to give you a hand in a minute. If I show all this down, what you holding on to? What you holding on to it? You may not realize you're holding on to it. That's why you can't get this stuff. Hold on to it, you don't realize it. You understand, bro? So I'm gonna leave it alone. Assalamu alaikum. Proceed. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, break of 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, this is a very, very special presentation. Today you're going to get the short version. It's taken quite a while to put this together. You'll get the short version. I'll follow with a longer version soon. Either case, I don't think anyone's going to understand it. If you didn't understand the previous, you're not going to understand this. But we're talking to people that's be here soon. For the last 30 years, I've been talking to you from first seal. First seal. 7 seals. 7. Talking primarily from the first seal. Now, if you read that carefully, those you have paying attention at all, I've been telling you there's much more to the angel. You know, there's much more, really. I've been giving you the grammar school version because you're not keeping up with that. The other side of it is, if you read it carefully, I'm going to go into that. There's 7 seals. And I've been telling you, every time a seal is open, things happen. The seals are what's making them happen. That's driving this whole affair. No one ever understood that because I never heard anybody have a question about it because some of the things talked about there hasn't occurred yet. Is that because that seal hasn't been opened yet? See, when you read the 7 seals, talk about 2 things. It's open the seals and releasing the seals. So everybody pay attention to that. You don't say open them and seal them. When you read 7 seals, you open them. When is he releasing them? And I'm going to release the 2nd seal today. You understand, maybe you won't understand. Because the first seal connected to the trumpets. Excuse me, all the seals are connected to the trumpets. So I'm not going to go into explain all detail. I'm going to go in and follow my presentation here. The short version. The seals and trumpets are one. And when you read the trumpets, it tells you a certain sequence that the trumpets go in. I mean, the seals don't follow 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 either, because they're the trumpets. When you read the trumpets, you find out that the first seal actually is the 5th seal. I mean, the first trumpet is actually the 5th one. First trumpet sounds the 5th one. The 6th one is the 2nd one, and the 6th one released the first 4. But I know anyone, I'm sure all of you probably think, oh, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No. And I've said that before. Seals and trumpets are together. So you understand what seals are and trumpets. So anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. I'm definitely, well, usually I'm going to keep it short. I never do. Let's go here. In 1990, that's when the first seal was released. And this is a short version. See what it says here. I saw upon the right hand, sitting upon the throne, a little book have been written, right, from inward and from behind, and have been sealed down to 7 seals. I saw angels strong, heralding ways great, who is worthy to open the little book and loose the seals of it. They open it and loose it. I'm telling you about the opening. Opening is talking about it, but at least releasing, that's when it released the event. Opening is just know, then what's in it? When is it released? Nobody paid attention to that. And when you read the seals, it's talking about open. And no one was able in heaven nor upon the earth nor under earth to open the little book nor look at it. And that gets into where the book is, right? Because you have to have eyes to see it. That's no story. I'm not getting let myself get distracted here. I was weeping much because no one's worthy was found to open the little book nor to be looking at it, and no one out of the older persons saying, and one out of the older persons saying, not be weeping, conquered the lion out of the tribe of Judah. Now I'm going to say something about this lion. Now, we talk about Esau and Jacob being brothers, identical twins. In the angel, both are referred to as lions, right? One, Levites, right? Their first is like a lion, right? And also the lamb is referred to as lion. A little hint right there, right? Both are referred to as lions. They're both brothers. That's another way. That's the way the angel's saying it. And they were singing a song, "Worthy you are to receive the little book and open up the seals of it." So you open up the seals, right? 1990, but you released one. Let's look at it. It's 1990. Now here, you see, the lamb is here. There's only 3 places that the lamb is ever in the angel key. And probably no one ever paid attention to that either. Here, and move myself up. In this place right here, and right here. Right, 3 places. Right? So that's why identifying book. But it says, right, the one sitting on the throne is Satan, not Jesus. Camera problem again. They're trying to give me a stroke bounce. They're trying to make me upset, frustrate me. Not going to work, but can't blame for trying. They want to live. That's really spread to us because it's our creation. They love it. The snowman can't last longer than winter. Period. That's not just not an analogy. That's the way it is. So he's sitting on the throne. So he has to go and take the book because the book is in his right, over his right. So you're going to see that's what the book is. Here's the seals, but he's also the trumpets. Okay? 1990 does this. This was the way the world looked at 1990s. America, we under control of America. Well, I'm not going to. Not today. He goes and gets the book sealed. Up in here. That was. And released the first seal. And the first seal is actually the 5th trumpet, because remember, the 5th trumpet is the first one that actually sounds. And we see that when we look at it. I said, if you don't understand what I've been telling you previously, you're not most likely not going to understand this either. And I saw when he opened up the lamb open up, one out of the 7 seals, heard one of the 4 living saying, as a voice of thunder, be you coming. I saw, look, right? Yeah, so he saw, we opened one out, the first one, okay. And I saw, look, horse white, steady upon having bow, was giving him crown, and went out conquering, and in order he might conquer. Now, when you understand the bow and the crown, Then you understand that was the fifth one, because the ground, that's where the fifth one fell and left. Let me show you a picture. That shows the fifth one that went. Let me move on. And when you open up the fifth seal is tying this also. I saw underneath the altar the souls of having been slaughtered to the word of God and to the witness they were having. They cried with a voice great, saying, until when? This is about Syria being taken down. And they asked Master Muhammad, what you waiting for? How long before you go into action? That's this all about here, right? You tell them they can't until they told me two witnesses, and two witnesses not Farrakhan and Elijah Muhammad. That's just bullshit. Elijah Muhammad, they been saying stupid like, they say a lot of things about Elijah Muhammad that Elijah Muhammad never said about himself. He was eternal leader of the nation of Islam. He never said anything like that. That's bullshit they make up. I was there. Them come to me and tell me I'm lying. I know they lying. Elijah Muhammad never said he was eternal leader of the nation of Islam. Nothing ain't like it. He never said he was one of the two witnesses either. He said Farrakhan be his worst hypocrite. Why don't they repeat that? Farrakhan even says itself. Okay, and so it was told them that they would have to wait until, right, time little, right? And one sister came and told me she thought that was, well, there was 10 years and they told me 10 days and she kind of made a connection there, so maybe, I never looked into it. But the timing seems to be correct, so I got a million things in my mind, brothers and sisters. And you'll understand, if I got Alzheimer's, it'd be all over. Because I got to keep all this stuff in my memory. All this stuff, the whole Bible, all this stuff in my memory. I have to remember, I have to be able to recall it. I have everything else. I probably never thought of that. You don't see me, right, putting no notes and things. If I did get Alzheimer's, I'd be done. Okay, so this is talking about attack on Syria, how long it would last. Okay. Keep in mind, I'm move quick here, keeping it short. Later I tend to go on, this is really take a lot of time, it really is. Because in order to explain this detail, I had to go back and cover all the stuff I've been talking about the last 30 years, pretty much. Those that haven't been paying, if they're paying attention, they be on board. They're not. Can't wait. I can't wait for anybody. Because I said, this is driving the fear. You may not accept that or not, but if you accept what the angel says or the revelation says that these seals are driving the affair. When you open this, these things happen. You release them. You can open them, yeah, see them. It's all of it. But it says when you release. And I saw her one eagle flying in heaven saying, woe, woe to the dwelling upon the earth, left over voice of trumpets of three angels about to be trumpeting. Now, right? Now, when this is, if you go in the chapter, first the four trumpets, then you got they talking about the fifth, sixth, and seventh. But when you read the sixth released the first four. But we know the fifth one's the first one. Another way of doing it. So in that 99, when heaven was invaded, when they moved to the Middle East, after it was late in, it was actually 1991, it was about, I think around summer 1990, when they say Saddam Hussein went into Kuwait. This revealed the beginning of 1990, and then all this stuff started happening. Maybe you accept it, don't matter to me, right? That's your butt on the line, not mine. Take care of mine, you take care of yours. Okay, so that's 2000. That's 1990, right? Okay, 2014. Okay, that's JCOP. Syria's attacked. Oops. Okay, maybe that's what glitch I had before because I missing something here. Okay, maybe I'll say it here. I'm gonna have to back up on this. Okay. But it's 2014, Obama was on the president. Maybe I have something here. Let's see. Let me see if I can find. Oh well. Let's move forward. Let's show that. Let's just go. We got lost here. Okay, here we go. This is out of place, but I'm gonna back up. See when it says, well, this should say blood. It's a blood or so bow. The crown. So those that have any idea what's going on with this, knows this would be where the fifth trumpet was. So the fifth trumpet's down here now. I mean, the fifth trumpet just went, and then when the fifth trumpet blows, this is state. This is the condition the world is in, right? And Obama's on the throne. And Farrakhan is sitting in Elijah's seat. Nation of Islam is dead. That stuff they go over there is not the Nation of Islam. It's a corpse. Farrakhan over there now is a corpse, not Nation of Islam. That's not Elijah Muhammad's teachings. And I'll give him $5,000 if anybody can prove that it is. I had that statement out there forever. $5,000. Anybody can prove that that stuff that Farrakhan's teaching is Elijah Muhammad's teachings. And no one stepped forward to it. Not one person ever. Been out there for years. It's still going. $5,000 to anyone that can prove to me that that's Elijah Muhammad's teachings. No questions asked. $5,000 right on the spot. I don't have a lot of money. I got $5,000 though. And I put $1 million down, but I know that you cannot prove it. And with this condition we'll be in, I'm gonna have to back up. So this should have been in. I don't know, had that glitch. Maybe that's. Anyway, okay, so the thing is that at that time, right, is when Syria was attacked in Obama's term. If you're getting it, that's the fifth one. I must have the fifth, right? Fifth trumpet sounds during that time. That's when I'll be president, sitting on Elijah's seat, right? And Syria be attacked. That's when they was attacked. In that time. And that gets back to the fifth seal. So here it is. When I open up the okay, something got mixed up here. And when I saw open up the Lamb out of 7 seals, I heard one out of the 4 living saying, "Voice, thunder, beauty coming." I saw a little white horse set upon it, having bow, give him a crown, bow and a crown. That we're out conquering the conquer. Let's back up here. Graphic shoot. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I had a glitch. I don't know what happened to it. Give me a second. Here, I don't know what happened there. Okay. I'm giving you the brief, short version, brothers and sisters. So we talked about this. That here's talking about seals begin with. Nothing's open yet. Let's go through it again. Here's when he gets the book. And it's been open yet. all kinds of problems. Anyway, so here's the seven, seven seals, also seven trumpets. Satan sitting on the throne. No, they tell you Jesus on the throne. No, that's Satan. 1990s, that's when the first seal was released. The book. And during that time, fifth trumpet. First was the white horse. Remember, that's Obama. You don't understand. You understand in a minute. Because it'd be an African that's president. You understand? It'd be African that's in authority over a European country in that period. That's the period the fifth seal would kick in, because the fifth seal is the time that Syria would be attacked. And said to be a short time. If that's correct, it's 10 years. Maybe sister's correct. And she made it, I mean, she didn't say directly that, but what she said hinted at that. Anyway, not the important thing to me right now. Anyway, he opened the fifth seal. See, this is when he opened the fifth seal here. During that time, underneath the altar. During that time, that's when the fifth seal was. It says, the witnesses were saying, well, how long are you going to wait? He says, well, I'm not going to do anything until your fellow brother Syria taken down. No, it's just taken down. Now, we talked about 1990, right? I'm not saying it happened. I'm saying 1990, first seal was broken, but that's within that framework. But the first seal was released in 1990. That covers that whole period, right? Of the white horse. That's the point I'm trying to make here. Not that happened in 1990. First seal was released in 1990. Those events that would lead up to, because when you see a second seal, you understand what I'm talking about. That covers a whole range of events until you get to the second seal, where we are here. And this is part of 214. That's part of the releasing, right? Because, see, I'm saying 214, I'm saying release the fifth seal, but I said the fifth seal released part of 1990. I'm just pointing out 2014 as the actual time that Obama actually attacked Syria. So it's really difficult to try to put this in a graphic form. Explain the best way I'm explaining like this here. 1990 covers everything up until what's about to happen now. Because everything happened up to what's happening now. So 2014, right, it was a part of that. Because Obama was on the throne at 2014, and he's the one that attacked Syria. That's part of that first release of the first seal. Only way you can understand that is when you see the second seal. What happens on the second seal? That's very complicated too. Well, anyway, let's move on. Where is that at? Okay, let's get out of here. Now, 2025 here. Sixth seal would be released. Second seal. This is very complicated. There's no way I can explain it easily. So, remember the sequence. First the fifth trumpet, then the sixth trumpet. Six trumpets correspond to the sixth seal. But when you read the sixth seal, it covers all events from the war on. You understand? That war is about to take place. Say it slower. First seal covers all the way up to the war in heaven, not the abomination, desolation part, the part where the mass from heaven goes. Remember, that's what he was waiting for. The witness was say, wait for when you go into action. That covers all the way up to that because that's part of that because he says, you got to wait. But when you read the sixth seal, that's when that war starts. I mean, sixth seal, and when the war starts. That's all sixth trumpet. Fifth trumpet, sixth trumpet. That's when it starts. So, first seal, first trumpet, or first seal rather, covers that whole range up until the war actually starts. We had the sounds in heaven, all that. So Obama come on the throne. He's the one who started the war. It says it would last until, and they would have to wait until that war was over and fear was taken down. Just happened. Now, sixth trumpet, right? And sixth trumpet released the first four. And the first four would be what? Let's see. So four winds, and sixth trumpet heard a voice that loosed the fourth angels, loosed the first four trumpets. I'm not going to read all this, but they said when the sixth one trumpeted, then it released the first four. So it didn't go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It went 5, 6, and the sixth one reached the first four. The sequence. First four, that's the four winds. Okay, here. Right, and sixth trumpet released the first four, that's the four winds, first four trumpets. We opened up the seal, the seventh occurred, silence heavens half an hour. Right? As the silence goes, you look at the fifth seal, right? It was silence there. That means that's occurred, right? And then the angels begin to, right, trumpet. Then the first four goes. Remember, when they said start, then the first four goes after this. Very complicated, Brown says. I know. Right. And the first trumpet occurred here. Okay, that's the first four. Now they're going. Right? Once the sixth trumpet sounds, then the first. Right? So it's telling you the first four right here. Explain the first four. I'm not going to read it. You saw. But I saw Anne Lamb open one of the seven seals, heard one out of four living say, "What's going to be you coming?" But look, white horse. So I'm gonna walk through it. Here's the white horse. Right, we talk about that. Right. Okay. I got this right. And then we see, right, the witness being attacked. And Syria's under attack, right? And we see wars. Right? This is the war. Okay? And then this is sixth seal. The one up here was sixth seal. I don't know if you can follow this, not brothers and sisters. Anyway, but then when the war starts, America and British kicked out of the Middle East. They're about to go down. Now the four winds are about to blow. Okay, here we go, yeah. Now, this is where you need to pit. Got this right. A long time to put this together, bro. I just said, oh, I got it. Four winds, wait a minute. Yeah, right. Second seal. What you need to pay attention to. The first one, I cut a period, and then the second one. And what happens on that second one? You open up this lamb out for what's white. And then you open up the second seal. And the second seal, the first one, right? About this one, sex seal is the next one. The thing about it is, and I explained to people quite a while ago, that this one is not really one of the spirits. It's actually one of the four winds, fiery red. Most people, well, they don't, I can't say most people, they don't even understand intricate at all. What it's telling you is that if this is one of the four winds, that means the four winds are blowing now. We open up the second one. You understand? So he said, open the second one, right? I saw another horse, fiery red. So that means now, at this point in time, when you open the first seal was Obama, all, Syria and the whole thing. Then the second seal was when the four winds blow. So that four winds blow, what? Right after the war starts. After the war starts, second wind blows. This is very complicated, bro. And there's no way I can. You have to understand first, see what I've been talking for the last 30 years. And this, now I've related to this. I never released it. But now, I'm just, because it's about to happen. I said it won't happen until it's released. The second seal. Now you may say, well, it's going to happen anyway. Okay. That's not what the angel says. Now I'm releasing it. 1990 just happened until the first seal was released. Now it's released because four winds about to blow, and the four winds blow after the war. In that period of time. The war is about to take place any time now. In other words, you got Obama, and Obama's time ends and Syria is taken out. Yeah. So then, second seal comes in. He don't come up president 1990. In that sequence. Then the first seal, then talks about first seal, what happens. Then the second seal kicks in. And war starts during the war. Okay? But the point is this is kind of throws you off. Because it got me for a while. Because you had to realize that this one really was one of the winds. It's not the actual demon. And what it says here, it tells you right here. And he went another red, fire red, and setting upon it was given him to take peace out of the earth. And another, they will slaughter each other. See? At that point, that's when hell breaks loose. Peace out of the earth. See right there, second one. Now that's about it. I say it like that, but you say, well, then because no, this is triggering it. I know you don't understand this kind of stuff. This mathematics is much too complicated for you. There's an action reaction, and you say, well, how come what he's saying is making this happen? How come what Prophet Jesus said 2,000 years ago changed the world? That's all this happening. He hadn't showed up, but was happening? Christianity, all that stuff. Prophet Muhammad. He just came out of Christ. We just saying stuff. Just talking. A book. Change the world. If he hadn't come, would the world been like it is right now? If Jesus hadn't come to the world, you don't see things like that. Did they had to come no matter, and the world was going to be like that whether they did or not? If Jesus, you call it Jesus, hadn't came with this scripture, would the world been like it is now? Moses hadn't came, Muhammad hadn't came. Look at Elijah. So did they make things happen, or they were just after effect, afterbirth or something. They make those things happen. They make history. They make things happen. Until the Son of Man, right? See, he make things happen more dramatically because he happen real time. Real time. He be taking on the whole world. Muhammad did take on the whole world. Neither did Jesus. If Superman he make world the beast take on the whole world. So in other words, he causing events happen real time. But whether you said it or not, you got to ask those questions. Why would Muhammad, change the world he's changed the world. I just changed the world. Fucking nation that changed the world. You have atomic bombs and things. So this means, so I know I'm gonna get a question. I know where I'm coming from too. I'm from. Well, but nobody knows the time. I don't know exact day and time that's it. I mean, I don't know the hour and the day and hour, I believe it said. I didn't know the week, the month. Because what's driving this? Just told you. Angel is driving it. These those 7 trumpets, leaving those 7 seals are driving it. Now, right now, just release one, the second one. The second one. The rest will come right quick, right behind it. I'm sure in a minute. That's right. This one's take peace out of earth. That's what's about to happen. We'll take peace out of earth. If you understand, you don't have no peace. You're going to have nothing but fear. Peace is going to be gone in a minute. Told you. That's what it says. This what happens. This one's going to how to do that. There's more to it than that. I'm just leave it there. And the third seal. What's that about? Open the third seal, I heard a third living saying, "Be you coming?" I saw, look, was black, setting upon a yoke in the hand of him. Heard a voice in the midst of the 4 living say, "Yoke of wheat of denarius and 3 yokes of barley." And this separates the wheat from the chaff. That's what it's doing here. That means when you open the third seal, there's going to be a separation between the demons and saints. Look at that. And that's the 5th angel right here, trumpet. And I saw it start of heaven, talking about the demon war, locusts. I'll read it. Give me a brief. Here it is right here. But the third seal I heard, right? Third seal I was just talking about, right? But here we go. Now, this is the time. This is the time of the second seal, right? Remember? At war. What 4 winds is blown. Okay. Archon still on the throne. Is that right? Oh. Should be over here. Eat that. This is the resurrection, because remember, after the 4 winds blow, the resurrection come together. What happens here? Come together. Remember, the first seal took you up to 4. Second seal, war, takes you up to resurrection. And here, because the resurrection, because it has to take place before this happens. Demons created. That seal hasn't been released yet. Released really soon. I was telling you about it. That hasn't been released yet. I say that right. Remember, who caused the second, third, who caused that? Suleiman has to preach to the 4 winds. He's the one that caused the resurrection. My people, boy. That right. Yeah, will release. Hasn't been released yet. Will be released in a minute. First, the war has to go. That's second seal. Then third seal. That's rest goes. How it happens? Scripture tell you. He's got to preach to the four winds. But it don't happen. That's caused the resurrection. Hasn't been released yet. Right now, second seal is to play out. Second seal could not have been released until the first seal played out. First seal played out. He was going. Now the second seal is in, right? About to get into play. It has to be released before it can get into play. So now it's released it. Now you're gonna have. Now you know the war's gonna happen anytime now. Hold it back anymore. Then that will stay in play, right? Until Suleiman finishes preaching to the four winds. And third kicks in, which is this one here. For separation, demon war. Third seal. Great, that's what here, third seal. Then what happens? Fourth seal. Oh, and not released yet. What does that do? Okay. Once that happens, okay, then you have full-fledged Armageddon. Here and almost simultaneously, really. Remember, these seals come close together simultaneously. We're east and west. East and west, okay? Goes out in a minute. Here it is. This place. I guess. Okay, close out in a minute. As I was saying, that fourth one, fourth one, and again, that you go on the fourth one. That's all. Yeah, Armageddon. Armageddon full-fledged. East, Armageddon west. And actually, I should have had my leadership. Oh, I missed that. Have that. We should find that quote. Need to have that. Hmm. I need to show that. So give me for a minute. Think I can get it for you in a minute. See, I'm calling the minute, bro. So just give me a second here, because I think I kind of missed something. Oops. Ooh. No. You're ready to do the wrong thing here. Oh, there it is. No, I missed that. No, I missed that. So let me fix that real quick. The fourth. Okay. Mhm. Take a minute. Finish it. Hmm. Yeah, that's my error. I missed that. Show why. Show that. You got it. Hey, brothers and sisters, deep glasses. Yeah, we have the fourth seal here. Fourth seal's Armageddon. How you know? Everything has happened, right? In the fourth seal, what it says here, open up the fourth seal, where it's saying, "Be you come, I saw a horse, black, green, greenish yellow, rather, on top of him." They get this all wrong, anyways. They that death is the fourth. No, it's not the third. Anyway, and was given authority upon the fourth of the earth. See, we understand the mental key to fourth earth reps in America here. Given authority upon the fourth of earth, killing long sword and famine and death, and wild beasts of earth. Wild beasts of earth is other North European countries. Fourth one about to happen. Sequence. First seal, you have, I'm all the way up to the war. Second one, that's the winds. That's the resurrection. The winds, that's the resurrection. Third one, right? That was the demon war, the separation of demons out and everything. Third one. Fourth one here is Armageddon, east and west. And right here was given authority upon the fourth earth, the long sword, famine, and wild beasts of the earth. This hasn't been released yet. It won't be released. One just released just now about the war. And make a move. Nothing to stop it at this point. Be released. When the angel, it couldn't happen until that seal was released. Two seals released now. First period's over. Now we move to the next. Then fourth seal, then you get to the seventh one. Here, I didn't get that quote in there either. Doing that. I'm sure I had that in. Oh, I did. The way of getting out. You see what? Okay. Yeah. I did put it, but I don't know why it's not showing up. I must put out a sequence or something. I'll put it in there. I'm just going to put it in here like I did the other one real quick. And I'm going to do a follow-up. But it's like I said, sure, it took me a long time to put this together. Got to put it in a way that makes sense to anyone. I know it's difficult. Because the angel is very difficult. And this is how much more complicated level. Right? So we'll try to explain it. So here. I guess I can stay there because I'm out from here. So okay. This is seven seals be released. With seven seal, and woe, second one off, woe, the third is coming quickly, and the seventh angel trumpeted. Seventh one, right? Heard a voice in the great in heaven saying, "Become the kingdom of the world, the Lord of us, and the Christ of him who reigns the age and age." That means we're victorious. The man is victorious, right? The God is victorious. Kingdom of the world, of the Lord of us, and of the Christ of him, right? He's the God, Master Muhammad. When the Christ of him is saying that right, he's the high priest, right? Represents him, the ones that ancient of days anyway. And he will reign the age of ages. And 24 older persons inside of God sitting upon the throne for them, they fell upon the faces of them and worshiped to the God. They worshiped Master Muhammad, the Christ, saying, "Woe, we are giving thanks to you, Lord, the God Almighty, the being who was, because you have taken the power of you, the great, and you reign. The nations were made wrathful and came wrath for you, and the appointed time of the dead to be judged. You the word slaves of you, the prophets, the holy and the fearing name of you, small and great, and corrupt you, is corrupt into the earth." Now listen to this carefully. Pay attention to this. It says, became the kingdom of the world, Lord of us, the Christ, him, he will reign. Remember, he's got the kingdom. Well, wait a minute, this is something missing here, right? Because then it says out here, if we give you, and it says what? It says, and nature made wrathful and came wrath. Well, he got the kingdom. How's the nation gonna get wrath? Right? The wrath, the nations were made wrathful and came to wrath of you. So there's a battle going on here. That's a subtle way of telling you about the bear, Esau and Jacob. There's going to be two kingdoms here. He's got the kingdom. They're going to try to take it. Because remember, Esau will be a whole king. You have all the nations controlled. Another way of saying it, but that's what it's saying here. It's that last battle. Then it says it's sort of the ark. I think it says it there in there. No, I didn't print the whole. Anyway, that's when you see the ark. Now I'm gonna say one thing about this, a couple things about this ark. Whole subject all together, but I'm gonna touch on. Now it talks about those going through the tribulation. The other day I said tribulation primarily for Levites going to tribulation here. You may have took that to mean that was only tribulation. That's tribulation, a special tribulation for them. But when you look at, I'm going to touch on this because I'm trying to do it, I make separately. But it says they washed their robes in the blood of the Lamb. Not talking about NOI there. I can go back quickly and I'll explain to you. Otherwise, I got to go. Let me see if I can. Okay. Anyway. Okay. See here, I said blood. Left there because this is the blood of the Lamb. Because this one and this one goes up here. Yeah, up here go to the top. This one, these two, this one going to tribulation too. Different tribulation. Over there. So are the Arabs. This is the ones they're talking about. In that case, they're washing their robes in the blood of the Lamb. That's what it's talking about. When you look at ark, where this is an ark, and this is an ark. I mean, this is right under the ark. This is special tribulation that's conducted by Ruman, right? The messenger of the covenant. But tribulation is going to encompass the whole planet. Yeah. That's so. I heard someone says, and the way they interpret what I said, I guess they could interpret that way, but anyway, I'm making it clear now. Showing you. And the thing is, and I catch this person themselves. I said, wait a minute. Yeah. But there's other people studying this angels, people that think they're studying it. As well, if you study an angel, didn't you have to tell you? It's right there, the blood of the Lamb. They're the ones that is right there. They're the ones associated with the ark. And we have to keep going back and explaining it. It's right there in your face. So then you should be able to understand that because I've already explained it to you. Right there in the key. Right there in the key. It's obvious right there. Oh, well, yeah. Do I have to go back and show you the graph every time? These are the ones that wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. So these, right, they accept the Lamb. All the Arabs ain't. These will. These will. They have to be in the Lamb's Book of Life. Be in the ark. We got to don't let me boy. That don't mean we go home and take that land. They're going to just fall down. No. Most of them are going to fight. Remember, if all of them are jinn, then how in the world? All of them are jinn. How in the world are they going to get in the hereafter? But remember, that's the new earth. Those are the ones that accept. Those are the ones that wash their blood. I guess I have to say it. These are the ones that accept. How you know accept? Because it says those are the ones that wash their robes in the blood of the Lamb. They accept it, the Lamb. And they will accept it too, through Master Muhammad. That's the ones. But I had to say because some of the way I comment, I got that on. I mean, I have to explain everything all the time. It's right there. Can't you read it? Anyway, that's the one he's talking about. This is a special one here. Like I said before, this is 144,000 because it said in their mouth, these have a mouth. These don't have a mouth. They're the elect. They're not 144,000. And I left that out intentionally, catch some of these fools out there trying to steal. I'm going to leave it there, brothers and sisters. I don't expect anybody to understand any of this. And because they don't understand. You understand? Okay. Let me say this. Goat and the ram. Goat was coming. He's coming. Won't be restrained much longer. And talk about him in presentation. Specifically, he's in there. Won't be restrained. Coming to America. Want to be here when they get here? Because they come in, we leave. I want to talk about it separately because get into a whole nother segment I want to talk about. Thing is they came to the Red Sea. Pharaoh's army was at their back, and the Red Sea was in front of them. Well, the Red Sea is Red China. I wanted to go into more detail, explain that. He parts, and they let him through. They let children of Israel through. It's all the blacks let. Well, let me back up. I'm getting ready to get off. He let them through. That's the why he let them through. Then he closed in on Pharaoh's armies. I said, there's going to be a battle between real Nation of Islam, the resurrected one, not the dead one, corpse that Farrakhan's presiding over. We got battle between two, because you and them double. How you going to do it? You got to be, it's going to be a war. You ain't going to sit around and let you just do doubles to them. It'll be a great war here. part of Armageddon. Between Pharaoh's armies and Trushia Abraham. They're going to do double them as it's done to you. Because all hell going to break loose. And they're moving on the way out. And they're going to take all the wealth. Explained that yesterday. I tried to go in there. Maybe I was too deep for a lot. I'm going to a whole nother. I can't stay behind and keep on kindergarten stuff. And this is a little more advanced. I got some much more advanced than this. I was explaining how, because of the fulcrum, that they actually stealing a lot of our energy. Stealing a lot. Because right now, all of us should be living in mansions and things. All of us should live in mansions, have jet plane, everything else. They stealing that from us. We're still here. But the point is, it's building up. It's dammed up because we going along with it. That dam's about to break. It breaks. You're going to war. And you're going to take all their jewels, all their rubies, all their sapphires, all their diamonds, all their gold. You got billions and trillions of dollars worth of it. And that's what you're going to battle, take all of it. It says, because it says, if you read it, it says, by you doing that, you're going to take, and what's the word they use? That's the word they use. That's the word they use. But it means, right, that you're going to take everything they got. I just had it to my tongue. Plunder. Plunder means you take everything they have. That's why I say eat their flesh and burn down fire. That's what the goat's going to do. They're going to put whatever's left, they're going to take. Ain't going to be much left in that regards. All the gold, all the silver. They're just talking about us. We being the gold and silver. You're going to take all the gold and silver, all the. But when you leave here, you're going to have all that. You're the richest nation on earth. Got trillions of dollars worth of gold. I ain't talking dollars. We don't want that garbage. Gold and silver. All that you're going to. That's the war. They'll try to stop you doing it. The army's chasing you, take you down, or to try to convince you to help them fight. It ain't happening. You understand? So they're gonna be chasing you to the West Coast. You get the West Coast, that's it. Now you was in a rock and hard place because now you at the river in front of you, and behind you, with the river, the Red Army. That's when the ghosts be embarking. That's something you can count. That's right there. Both of them happen simultaneously. When you hit that West Coast, that's when they're going to be embarking. They timed that perfectly. So if you're here, you're going to be attacked too. So now I explained chapter 17 about how I explained that God put the Spirit in them in an agreement that was made. One is they let you move in. And then they do the attack and they wipe out armies. You're going home. Deal with our other brother over there, Ishmael. You understand, brother and sister, but you don't want to be here when the goat comes in here. You want to be, we're going to be on the way out. Anybody's in here? Anybody that's left in here? They're going to be in serious trouble. But I said, that goat, when they come in here, there's going to be with them. They come in here, they said they have no patio on anything. Plus, the place is going to be a mess anyway. They be eating their own children, eating their own flesh and everything else. Then the goat comes and said they have no pity. They're going to totally obliterate this place. Be nothing left. Burn it down with fire. Nothing left. You hiding under the ground, all that kind of stuff. They're going to work. We're going to stand, brother, so I'm going to leave it there. Happen. Graham, that's American Britain. I explained all this. 30 years I've been Suleiman Rahim here. Master of the Covenant. Break of 7 seals. Judge. Brothers and sisters, warning you. Great fear. Unimaginable fear is about to grip America. Going to touch some of you is going to grip also. And you, like when someone startles you, wasn't expecting it. It could be, and people get strokes, heart attacks. Fears come suddenly. Most you're not expecting anything like what you're not expecting anything like. You have no clue. You don't even imagine anything like that could possibly. Right, nuclear war, this is worse than nuclear war might be a blessing. Just eradicate you before you even know it. You hit nuclear weapon, you're within about 5 or 10 miles of it, you'd never know it hit you. You wouldn't even know it happened. So fast. Man, you're there, man, you're not. This is not like that. It says, people's hearts be failing for fear. Those things come upon the earth, the powers of heaven be shaken. Because right now, you think America is firmly fixed. I mean, you think America's invulnerable. Right? Oh, it can't be harmed, can't be touched. The weaknesses. Great Superman, Superman have had a weakness here. Kryptonite, America has no weaknesses. You can't imagine that anything could happen to America. Even though on the internet, they're saying all these things that happen, but still, most of you not even paying attention anyway. So, what happens is going to happen so dramatically, so intensely, so profoundly, so suddenly. Your mind, your brain is not going to be able to calculate that fast. You'll be in confusion. Brain calculates a certain rate. And so fast, brain's trying to absorb all these things going to come down at one instantly, shock it out. Things you thought was fundamental suddenly evaporated. Like you walk on the floor, you're a 10-story building, right? And suddenly the floor just evaporates. The floor evaporates. And you standing there, the floor just evaporating. All you do is see. There's nothing between you and a splatter of blood 10 stories down. This fear will be far greater than that. And the fact is, this fear will come in as phases, frequency. Like, I hit you, and okay. Then hit you, keep on hitting you, and keep hitting you. Feel yourself, it just keep on coming. It don't stop. And death is going to be the result. Dead. That's the way it's coming here. Once they know it starts, once they get beyond the confusion, then the real fear kicks in. Confusion is like, I'm afraid, dark, afraid. So you're confused, man. You suddenly turn dark, man. What I do is turn dark, man. Let me check the circuit breakers. Let me check you're confused and you're afraid because what happened? And so suddenly you check everything, you kind of like, okay. And then you realize a whole lot of howling dogs inside there with you. Usually going now. Usually in the darkness, okay. I went out, circuit breakers go, everything, now you understand the darkness. And threat that's in the darkness. Hope you understand. I don't know if I'm communicating this well enough. Like I said, the first initial darkness going through, hey, then you watch TV, all of a sudden, the lights, everything goes out. What the hell? You're confused. There's a degree of fear there. So you're just thinking about that. Well, let's get the lights back on. You're trying to confuse, trying to get orientated. Then you find the lights not come back on. All of a sudden you hear these howling wolves and stuff all around. And then that's when the real fear kicks in. That was first confusion, and then the actual. Because the whole reality is American dream, all this is about that's going to cause you great confusion. Great confusion. And once confused, then you realize what that means. It means destruction is coming in waves. As a man would run from the wolf, run into the bear, escape the bear and run home, and a snake gets him on the wall. They say, oh man, okay, I got this is coming after something worse come after that, some worse come after that. But you're going to understand that. Because the angel mind, you won't have the angel mind, right? You're going to say it. You're not going to get the angel mind, not the devils anyway. Don't get it, they can't get it, they don't have the ability to get it. Right? You're going to see clearly, based on still scriptures itself, all the things that you thought was coming on somebody else. You're going to see from that point of view, coming on you. Now you're the devil. You're the one that's cursed. All the things you was thinking was coming on enemies, now it's coming on you. So all the information is in the still Bible. Problem is your orientation. That's probably your orientation. Because everything's upside down. Once it turns upside up, that's when the fear really kicks in. Right now, you're sitting back, hey man, the Muslims, they're going to hell. And all. I mean, you're thinking all these things, then you realize that's happening to you. Because the point is, all the pillars of held all this bullshit up was Israel. First, yeah, all stuff was holding this stuff up. The economy, everything was holding up. Perhaps you realize, oh, you're the one God's after. Jesus didn't come to save you, he come to tear your ass up. That's when the real fear kicks in. Because you already know the scriptures, the lying preachers, agents, and everything been telling you, you say, man, going to hell if you do this, and all our enemies, God, Jesus gonna get rid of them and all this stuff. What's going to happen to them and man in Babylon, and he's going to be eternal hell, and he's going to starve them, and all stuff he's going to do to all the people that's not Christians. So you already know what the plan is. You know then what happens is you find out that no, that's what happens. You're headed backwards. Understand what you think that realization is going to happen. You just wishing out on your enemies. Now you found that it's actually you. You know it in clear HD, SD, you know. Because you already know it's still Bible. You thought it was happening to them nigga. They're going to be a slave forever. You found your seed is going to be a slave forever. Ooh, ooh. And you're gonna be burned up. You be taken into captivity. Your country's gonna be destroyed. And you're going to hell. There's no remedy. Because that's what I'm saying. The information's already there. The sealed Bible and it's in the sealed Bible. What do you think the angel was? It was just a sealed Bible. It's all right in there. It's all right there already. It's just your orientation. See? It's already there. All information is right there. It just got to be activated and orientated. And you have a map. You know which way is north, south, east, or west. Well, the map is not doing too much good because the map say I got to go north, but I don't know which way is north. So somebody convince you north is south. You start sounding south direction, think you're going north. After a while, you feel like, hey, man, I've been traveling 2 hours. See, oh, man, I was going the wrong direction. Oh, man, I'm going lost. I'm waiting. Because you're going to find that you're going the wrong, these devils going to find they're going the wrong direction. So it was all fired, everything, because it was all activated and energized, motivated, because they thought they was spiritually Abraham. There was murder and killing and genocide, everything. They thought God was with them. There's a time will come when people do all kinds of evil, what you think you're doing God's will. So you thought, man, so you're supposed to be the head. You're doing all your wicked evil. And they came over here and enslaved us. Yeah, man, because they evil people. They got cursed black. You was motivated and you was nothing but getting your way. There's nothing got in the way of God can make God. He was motivated. Said a ram, nothing could stand against it. He was motivated. Then you find out he was going the wrong direction. That you're the one, the target of God's. All the stuff that you, like what you thought was doing all these other people, all the evil you was doing, coming back to you. It was like a blind man can sit there and wolves and lions coming at him. He don't see them. He won't see them until they actually hit him or they start making noise. What if you can see him coming? Oof, oof. If you see him coming, you nothing you can do about it. At least the blind man, he got, you know, he gonna get eaten. At least he won't know until they got him in his jaws. You're gonna be in fear because you see him come, you know it's about to happen. And the further away they are, the more fear you're gonna be in because they say, man, they're gonna be here by tomorrow. And nothing I can do about it. They're gonna be by next week. So you're gonna be in fear all that time because you know what's coming. You know what's coming. My man, he's comfortable. He's laying back. Won't crack whatever he's doing, right? Laying back, sprinkled olives. Wolves are closing in. You don't know it's too late. You might have time to have fear. You see it coming. You know that's what the end going to be. That's what's going to happen. They'll say this gospel we're preaching all the world. Then they will come telling you you're going to know exactly coming to you. I know. Once that shock hits in, I said, when shock hit in, it started. I was head was shaking. When it kicks in, that's when I start feeling. The man's heart start filled with fear. Those things come upon earth. As a result, what? Because they saw the power taken. America's power broken. I was their defense. Everything. Defense from God, defense from the angels, defense from Russia, defense from everybody. We got nuclear weapons, all this stuff. We got this power military. Nobody can touch it. And all of a sudden, it's on. Now I'm firmly fixed. Turn the card. That fears, and you know all the stuff you've done, and now all of a sudden you realize they're coming after you because you weren't doing God's will. You was actually, well, you were doing God's will, but go there because yeah, mathematics. Let me talk about something else. Let me go ahead and We're not talking about something else, but fear. Management fear. Gonna touch everyone. Me too. How's it gonna touch me? they didn't leave me. They didn't leave me immune. They get me. But I don't know exactly what's gonna come, so it don't come unexpectedly. So initially it'll be a little shock for me too. Only matter from humming nose. I don't know what I'd be doing when it happens. Would I be eating? Would I be in the gym? Would I be asleep? Boom. A little shock for everybody. Like you know it's coming, minimize it. You don't know when. You know what you'll be doing at the time it happens. On. I forgot to change this again. Okay. Doesn't matter. What I'm talking about here. It's about marriage, brothers and sisters. It's about friendship, about family, relationships, emotionalism, about mathematics, period. Very simple. Mathematics. You're not getting that. You're not getting. Here you get examples. And about Noah drowning everybody that wasn't in the ark. It was babies, children, pets, everything. What they do? About mathematics. Because they got you in this emotional trip, Christianity. This was mathematics. Let's discipline mathematics. What's mathematics? That's what emotionalism is mathematics, is discipline. Lightly discipline. Because you can discipline your emotions. Emotions, by definition, there's a discipline element there, lack of discipline element. It's to the extreme, you have no discipline at all, you're emotional. Women are emotional than men. They have less discipline over their emotions. We want that. It makes them who they are. We don't want uncontrolled discipline. That's another issue. Animals have discipline. There's a tiger sneaking up on a prey. He's showing discipline. He just run out there, I'm going to grab something. No. Sneaking up. Throwing himself down. He said, no, man, I got easy. Ease up on this thing. That takes discipline. Hungry, man, but I eat. Holy. So close he can't get away. Discipline. So, angel. See if I can. So, well, let me just say it this way. I don't know how to begin with this, bro, because talking to people don't understand anything. So when I'm talking now, I'm talking at people that's listening, or will be listening soon. Some of them going to be on a different level than listening. They'll understand it. If I think I explained clearly, And we have different seasons. Talking in terms of like 24,000 years, why 6,000 years, John says. Got 4 times 6, 20. That's 20. 6,000 years, 6,000 years, that's 24,000. So each one is a season. We just come to the worst winter season ever. Just into the spring. I explain, your brain calculates. Everybody, even the devil's brain, that's mathematics. But you got different levels of mathematics. Addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, right? Trigonometry, matrices, calculus. You have more beyond that. The devil's only know about. Different levels. And so the scriptures are the mind. Yeah. I know you don't understand this, because I can tell you understand by comments and things I get in the conversation. People with the things they say, understand things. Yes, scripture, that's your mind. Your mind are the scriptures. Devil's been operating on the sealed Bible mind for 500 years. Rudy's was operating on the Quran mind 1,500 years. That's the operating system they was operating on. Seems to me, I don't understand why I understand that, but I can't. That's the mind. We're given minds. Now, animals don't have minds. They have brains. They calculate. We have software. We have minds. We give us software, right? And so that software, I mean, you can give an animal mind by training them. Out in the wild, it's calculate. So without a mind, then you don't know what to do. The mind feeds information to the brain. Without a mind, right, all you got to do is go by what you see around you and try to figure out. And that's how religions come up pretty much. Right? They create a mind. Either create a mind based on trying to figure out what's going on around there. The brain is calculated, so it's can't get information not getting information from the scripture. In other words, it's not getting a operating system Microsoft. You understand? So it's not getting but it still needs a mind information. So start actually creating a mind, because what's going on around me. I ate this and it was good. I ate that, it was poison. So now you start making from experience. So you build up some kind of thing, and some religions have the aspect to it. Other religions are just minds that's out of date. There's types of religions there. Religions that you made up because you didn't have a mind. So you created a mind. Or religions, right, that are out of date. The minds that what do you call it? What do you call it when you need to upgrade Microsoft? Right? Said your operating system is outdated, right? And you need you know what I'm saying? You need to upgrade. So your mind's it's not being supported. It's not being supported anymore, because it's out of phase with times. So you see a lot of those religions like Buddhism, Hinduism, those religions, they didn't create those. What they did was, those are like I said this a long time ago. I'm not gonna get into it now. I said, like, you take horoscopes and now and numerology, that kind of stuff, right? And like horoscopes supposed to tell you about connect to stars and all kind of stuff. But see, that's an old science, but it's been downgraded. But and so now you see like a reflection of it. It's based on old science. It wasn't based on your birthday, it's based on actual conception day. And it's based on cycles. And I gave some a hint about how cycles work. I told you every 50 years, cycles. You don't hear any religion talking about cycles. Well, maybe because there's cycles out in nature. We have basic cycles just in seasons. Day and night cycles. We also got cycles in life. You got 5 cycles that they direct your life every day. You don't know about it. Every year you go through 5 cycles. I don't know if I ever talked about that before or not. I'm not get into it. Every year you go through 5 cycles. That's why take maybe 9 months because you go through 4 cycles. You had the woman last cycle. This is social cycle. Anyway, that's another story. You go through 5 cycles. Each one of it 10 weeks. You got 5 of them. Each one is about 10 weeks long. Don't do that. There's all kinds of cycles. Not something you just make up, it's there. The point is, this is wisdom that was 150,000 years ago that was lost one way or another. One reason was lost because of energy deprivation. Your brain couldn't handle it, that level of wisdom anymore. But when you looked at it, you looked at it in a weaker way. You understand it, so you start downgrading it or upping it or whatever. So you remember it, but you don't understand it anymore. Now you got little reflections of it. Let's look at it in a more dramatic way. Over dramatic, but maybe you might understand this way. Say, for instance, devil's got this technology, right? It's somewhat sophisticated, but it's nothing compared. The Bible tells you the technology we're gonna have in the future, you can't even imagine it now. This technology they couldn't have imagined 100 years ago. In fact, some of it they couldn't imagine 50 years ago. 50 years ago, they didn't have cell phones. They didn't have internet either. 50 years ago? No, they didn't. They didn't have that. A lot of people couldn't even imagine it. Say, for instance, all this technology. Then all of a sudden, you wake up one morning, everybody retarded. Something happened, mental downgrade, some kind of disease caused by. They still got this, but they wouldn't know what to do with it. So nobody could keep it. So they keep it going along as it could, but after a while, it starts breaking down. Nobody can fix it. Well, right, you just have a shadow of it. After a while, it'll be all gone. Memories of it'll talk on this thing. on this thing and playing. So then got a shadow, and people be talking about what's that shadow of what you had, memories, but it's all confused. Therefore, it comes down. That's what horoscope and things like that. Cycles. It was science before. You got the shadows. People lost ability, had it, and they had memories of it. Yeah, man, you could do this if you had this, man. You could do this, and look at the stars, and they try to put the best, make sense of it as best they can. Trying to explain to you. So that kind of religion is based on technology stuff we had in the past. Either people's trying to hold on to hate, or the minds couldn't handle it anymore. It can produce people another way. If, for instance, children you're producing, this is not smart as you are. So you get a situation where you start producing children, and your children become out less smart than you, and keep going wild. Everything fails. But you expect you to be smart, it takes to the next level. They take it from third floor to second floor to first floor. Trying to get in the basement, they have memories of third floor. They have some tokens and things, they don't remember it. They still remember it, memories of it. They have documents and things, but they don't let that type of mind. So that, okay, you got the mind where you make it up because you have no mind at all. Your brain's going to create one. As you so-called human being, right? Your brain needs information, and so you don't know anything. You have a mind, so you start trying to develop one by experience. You can do this, you can do that. This don't work with. That's a religion, and we call it witchcraft. Then you got other kind where your brain got downgraded because of deprivation, so you couldn't keep your brain couldn't handle the level of technology anymore. Then you got the other kind, three actually, the other kind where you're trying to hold on, you want to hold on to your mind. I told you the minds keep changing. Every time a season changes, you got to get a new mind. You're trying to hold on to the old mind. But therefore, that's what Sunnis are doing. They're trying to hold on to a mind 1,500 years old. Out of date, it's not being supported anymore. They say, well, where's Allah? He ain't supporting it anymore. That's why where's Allah? He's not supporting it anymore. You need to upgrade. Then you get the memo. We're not supporting that version anymore. You haven't had an upgrade in 500 years. You haven't had a victory in 500 years. Your system's not working because the operating system doesn't work. Not being able to support it anymore. It fails. You're on your own. You call Allah all you want to. He sent you upgrade. You call Microsoft. Hey, Microsoft. What you calling me for? Is that what version you got? I got version in 1,500 years. We don't support that no more. Click. Click. We don't support that no more. Then you get the memo. You better get the version 500 years ago. That's the version we're supporting. Understand? And now they sent you a memo says we're not supporting that version anymore. We're supporting the angel. That's the new upgrade. That's the one we support. Or you call all the other and you don't get no answer. What grade you? What do you support? What version you got? I got the new Bible version. Click. We don't support that no more. Then you get the upgrade. You get the memo. Upgrade to the angel. That's a new version. That's what we support. It's just simple as that. But see, you never been taught to think that way. But your thing's so convoluted, it's all over the place. Makes no sense. We got people. So because they thought they was getting, they was getting support. They called support. That's 5 years. They got support. But Bruce, they were supporting. Virgin was supported. 5 years. Still Bible, they were getting, yeah. They're my prayers. I'm calling them. They call your prayers, right? You call customer service. Customer service. We need this. We need that. How do I do this? How do I do that? Right? It's just simple as that. Customer service. Yeah, okay. And as soon as God, hey man, customer service. Hey, click. During their time, their 1,000 years, they call customer service. Yeah, man, this is what you do. Make this move. That. This is how you want to accomplish high solve problem. This is what you do. It worked. And all of a sudden, upgrade came in. They called in, how you solve this problem, upgrade you, what version you got? You got the convert, click. You don't support it anymore. Then you get the memo. Your prayers ain't answered. The prayer is on your support. But you ain't getting no answers anymore. And now, still they're getting answers anymore either. That's part of the fear they're going to get. Because their prayers going to be in vain. Because customer support. Click. We don't support that version anymore. See, you call on the new version, and you get all the answers. And you got beautiful customer service. But you got the CEO, he's on the line. You get direct connection to him, Master Rob Muhammad. You got the high priest right on the line. Call up, boom. On the line, you get excellent customer service, angel. But you don't. But you want to hold on to your own versions. Okay, so you're not getting any customer support. Thing ain't working. Have at it. It's just simple as that, brother. I endeavor to make it possible. As Muhammad says, truth be made so simple, even a fool will err. If you err in it, what's that mean to say about you? Okay. So the thing is that we got people still got the old version. They're calling up, telling got the new version. They don't. Once discovered they got they don't click. Don't call until you get the new version. Waste our time. You don't have it. None of our people have it. This conversation goes to people that claim they have some idea what the end or something. Listen, because all you do is fooling yourself. You're just fooling yourself. You're doing. I tell you, it's not about friends, about family, not about relationships, about mama, not about daddy, son or daughter. It's about mathematics. You have to have mathematics or the season that's coming in. The old version will not be supported. Man, come on, man, give me no, man, not supported. Oh man, no, it's not supported. Click. It's my time here. We only support the new version. If you ain't got it, don't call here. Let's block his number. That's as simple as that. But you understand the math, I'm going to try to explain the mathematics to you again. The devils, looking at my stress test. I'm getting ahead of myself here. Stress testing. I told you, thought is pressure. You think that's some analogy or something? No, that is it. Period. They were stress tested to 6,000 years because the pressure increasing. During that time, the pressure was decreased, so it gave more power, but then increasing. So they stress test, and they can only withstand. It's like when you build a building, right? Or stress test it. Just how much weight can be on that floor. Stress test it. Maybe 1,000 pounds per square. You have to stress test that. Otherwise, you could walk in there. Or you're on the floor, and you're on the floor, and you can say you weigh 200 or 300 pounds. Then you lift up your wife, boom, then you go to the floor. but the floor could only handle 300 pounds per square inch. I mean, 200 pounds. Now you put 300 pounds on it. That's a stress test to say how much weight can floor carry. On an elevator, say the same thing. How much weight on an elevator? The pulleys have to, when it's so strong, you know, all the boom. The devils was tested in general. It's not saying in mathematics you got that down, but just basically stress test for 6,000 years. You can't go beyond that. It's impossible. You know, when you build a building, you stress test it. You build a building, it's okay. Now, build it, remember, because the building is just mathematics. Just mathematics. So, you build, how much stress can this structure, this mathematical structure take? How much stress can this mathematical structure take? So you look around the stress that's exposed to, and you want to make sure the structure is greater than the stress that you expect to be exposed to. Otherwise, it's going to fail. Everything is mathematics. That's some things, there are no exceptions. Everything is mathematics. So you can't fake it. Once you understand thought is pressure, understand the pressure you're going to be exposed to, not pressure. Now you got two types of pressure. You got the brain pressure, that's the devils. Their stress, their brain pressure stress will stress out 6,000 years. No matter what mind they get, first of all, they can't lift the mind that's greater than the software, than the hardware they have. Whereas the brain, look at the brain like a muscle. The mind is, so they can only lift up a mind that is, in other words, the mind has so much pressure. So, another way, simplest. Brain can only handle minus, in other words, the mind cannot be greater complexity than the brain itself. That way, the brain has structure. So the mind has to be consistent with that structure. The brain is not going to be able to handle it. The software rides on the hub, things on the motherboard. So here you got this super operating system, and you got a old antiquated motherboard. It's not going to be able to operate the function, not be able to operate with it. Understand? Because you say you got a computer that was made 50 years ago, and you got Windows will not operate on that thing. It could not handle it because it's too complicated for it. And the mind's too complicated. It's too complicated. The brain has to be able to handle complications of the mind. So that's why the devil's mind can only be so. The mind was stretched 6,000 years. The mind cannot be greater than the complexity of the mind cannot be greater than the complexity of the brain. Leave it there. That's simple. The complexity of the mind cannot be greater than the complexity of the brain. So now, to strengthen the brain, in other words, you have a muscle, but you can build the muscle up. But you can't change the DNA in it. You understand what I'm saying? So the point is, you can strengthen the brain so you can handle, right? But I gotta say, okay, it's like go to the gym and you build your muscles up, right? Because you got a limit to how far you can go with it. But like a female, she can go and build muscle too. She can never, oops, never. A man does the same thing. He can never compete with him because a man's structure is greater than hers. Muscle structure is greater than hers. One second, boss. Okay, so I guess I need to get closer to I don't know why. 9%. This. Oops. That's up on my volume. Oh boy, here we go again. One thing and something else goes bad. I need to the microphone. One, two, three. One, two, three. Okay. Okay, maybe I need to hold it. Okay. Hopefully it's louder now. Can I get confirmation? I guess everyone can hear me now. I'll wait a second for confirmation. Yeah, I got confirmation. I guess check one more thing here. One thing. Hmm. Yeah, that's right. One. One, two, three. They show me the right microphone here. Right microphone. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I just have to hold this and figure what's going on here. I don't know if I need to go back, but West. Hold on. There's a message here. Okay. Guess. Okay. Okay, I guess I need to hold this. Oh. Yeah. Fix one thing and fix one thing and something else goes out. Okay. So, see if I can backtrack a little bit. Your brain, like I said, if you look at female male analogy, right? Male has a greater muscle structure than females do. Okay. So if both go to the gym and spend much time, she's never going to catch up with him because he has to have a greater structure. So the thing is that the brain, the mind, the operating system cannot be more complex than the brain. Otherwise, the brain can't use it. It won't be able to use all the functionality of it. So there's no use to it. So the devil's their mind, right? But the other side of it is, like I said, the brain. You can make the brain strong. In other words, muscle. You can leave the muscle weak or make it strong. Same thing. You can make your brain. Your brain has a level. It can be the weakest it can be and the strongest it can be. Put it that way, right? Okay. And so therefore, the mind can accommodate that. So if you get your brain as strong as it can be, then you can handle the strongest mind that your brain can handle with your type of brain structure. Right? If you don't, then you're going to, same mind, but you're going to, like for instance, you see a sealed Bible and your mind's weak, so you're going to see it very little, you're going to see it in a weak way. If your mind's strong, you're going to see it in a strong way, but still you can't go beyond it. I hope you understand that. You can't go beyond it, but you will see it, right? You get a greater grip on it because you got your brain as strong as you can get it. You exercise your brain, you study. And so now you're able to understand everything about the sealed Bible. The other person study also understand the basics. You understand the difference? Same thing with Injil, go to any script, same thing with the Quran. Some people wouldn't understand the Quran better than other people do. They study, they went to a gym, mental gym, right? So understand that concept. So the devil's limited because the sealed Bible is as far as they go. They can't go beyond that because their structure, right, is limited, right? Because like winter people, right, they can survive during the snow, but when spring comes, they melt. They can't go beyond that. Hope you understand that. I don't know how many ways I need to say that. They can't go beyond it. It was stress tested to 6,000 years, right? See? We as a people, we stress test it. We can handle any stress there is, providing we keep upgrading. See, they can't upgrade. Maybe say, for instance, well, maybe it's a better analogy. If you've been around for a while, I've been around. I'm 76 last week, right? And if you're around when they say first computers, right? You get you buy one, and Windows come out. I think before they had Windows, they didn't have Windows. Windows was a knockoff of Apple. Anyway, so they came out with an operating system for that PC you had, or laptop, or desktop, whatever, right? That desktop is limited. I mean, that's the way it was built at that time. But you can use those desktop now. The desktop 30 years ago, it wouldn't work now because it's so. They don't have the power. They don't have all the stuff that they have in now. Right? It wouldn't work because it was stressed. It was made for another time, another season. It couldn't work. It wouldn't happen now. It couldn't work now. Same thing. The devil's brain was limited to 6,000 years. right? And beyond that, they can't go any further because the pressures keep increasing, right? They can't upgrade any further. They upgrade as much as they could. I spoke that in different ways, right? But they upgraded as much as they could. It was up under they upgraded under the pressures of Islam, of Muhammad. They was able to upgrade to where they are right now, right? To seal Bible. They was actually they couldn't even handle the sealed Bible for 1,000 years. Then the pressure to put on was strong enough. They transformed. I should just stop here, bro, because I'm talking to many audiences and I'm mixing stuff up here because it's like you go into a class and you got kindergarten students there, you got second grade student, fifth grade, high school, whatever. And so you try to talk calculus and algebra and trigonometry and add and plus, and so you lose some people, you gain other people, and what the hell these guys, what he's talking about? But we don't know about no calculus and what are you talking about? This add and subtraction stuff. I will. And this is a complicated subject here, but I'm gonna move on with it. A point needs to be made here, right? I'm trying to keep it because a lot of them read them saying that because I'm trying to give you a snapshot of the background I've been talking about for years without the background to support it. And that's complicated, but I got to make a point here. For me to keep up or not, whatever, but I said I'm also talking to people that's going to be hearing this in a few more days. So the point I'm trying to make is the devils, they have a limit. Their structure, their mental structure won't allow them to handle sealed Bible, period. At different levels of, they're going to the gym to get stronger. But the limit, they can't go beyond that. Okay? They can't go beyond it. Now, during the time of the sealed Bible, now, okay, let's put it another way. The Arabs, right? All Sunnis not Arabs, and all Arabs not Sunni. The Arabs, they had the mind of the Quran. And that was the superior mind at the time. There was another mind out there, right? But the devil's brains was too weak to deal with that mind because they went to Catholicism, and their brains too weak to deal with the mind they had. They had a stronger mind. They didn't apply it. In fact, it was forbidden to. Because church said, you can't read that Bible. You can't get into that. Only the monks can get into it, and only the royal people, but the normal people, they couldn't. So they kept you out of it. They kept you away from that mind, and they kept you with a Roman mind. Let me think about that. Now remember, if you study the Roman religion, remember? Now the Roman, okay. Oh, I'm going to be here for a while, brothers and sisters. Because I got to give some background so you understand what I'm talking about here. The Roman religion was the mind. Remember, that was religion. That was the mind they had, and they was very successful with it. And I keep telling people, those things you call mythology now, they were actually minds that was given those people. Those minds was given, you call them theology, because they're going to call Christianity mythology after a while. But they was minds was given to them. See, because you got a lot of features in those minds. Like you had a Christ-like figure in Greek, and that's cool. Called Hercules, he was supposed to be son of God and all that kind of stuff, right? But the point is, those were scripture. Just like the Vikings, they had scripture. And one of the things in there, you probably never noticed this was, and if you go in there, when you said a movie called Thor, the Magnificent, what do they call those? That series, whatever, Thor and all those got old and all that stuff, right? And that was a religion. And you didn't study it, so you didn't know it was religion. Because one of the things in there, and right, Thor and Odin and all that stuff, right? Because Odin. Well, let me move on. Let me move on. But one thing there is that they thought that when they died, they would go to Valhalla. And you know, Valhalla means the hall of Allah. Valhalla. Anyways, move on. But remember, the Roman mind was displaced by the Christian mind. Rome was the empire at the time. They had the strongest mind. That's the mind it was given. But the Christian mind, when Jesus came with the Christian mind that Jesus, you call Jesus, it was great. It was more powerful. And it knocked out the Roman mind. Right? But the problem was, it was on a low level. It was strong, even though it was a low level, right? I mean, it was high. It was low level of Christianity, but was strong enough, right, to overcome the Roman. But what happened is that they had a mixed bag there. It was mixing Romanism with Christianity, and that was Catholicism, right? So therefore, they didn't really have a hybrid mind. They didn't really have a Christian mind. Therefore, they fell out for 1,000 years. And during that brief time, 5 years after that, that Islam came and was able to crush that mind. Because it really was a Catholicism. It wasn't really a sealed Bible mind. It was more of a Roman mind mixed in with some of that stuff. That's why I was able to crush it. But when the sealed Bible came on scene, when it came in, was uploaded and upgraded, whatever you want to call it, right? Then it was stronger than the Quran mind, and it crushed the Quran mind, crushed it. Am I making sense here, brothers and sisters? That's why they fell 1,000 years, because they didn't really have the Christian mind. Because Christianity and Catholicism is two different things. Catholicism, idols, all that kind of stuff is mixed in with Roman, right? But when the sealed Bible came online, to 500 years ago. When it came online, boom. Because that's the greater light. We're talking about Genesis. It crushed the Quran mind, because the Quran mind was outdated. There's new minds, new season came in. Gog and Magog, Adam. So it was crushed that. You understand? Crushed it. And then it got stronger and stronger and stronger, right? And the thing is, that's mathematics. And they took the mathematics, right? Now, some of the mathematics, they didn't have calculus, they had trigonometry, the Arabs, right? But it was a weak level. When the Christians came in, right? Remember, these are mathematics we're talking about. This is mathematics we're talking about. Because what did the Christians destroy Sunnis with? The Sunnis degraded. They went into low level mathematics, spirituality, all this stuff. And so Christians came in and they crushed them up with mathematics. It was mathematics they crushed them with. You know, calculus, algebra, and all these different things would crush them. And they took that, right? And that you see your evidence of the mathematics because what they was able to do with it. Mathematics, everything's mathematics. So the more you control mathematics, the more you control the nature around you. Because every nature is mathematics too. I don't know if you understand, makes sense to you, brothers and sisters. The more mathematics you know, the more, because the nature is math. So now you can control the nature around you because it's mathematics. The more you know, the more control you have. Let me say it that way. The more control of math you have, the more control of nature you have. So you see how much control the Europeans have of nature right now because that's how much mathematics they have. So you see how much mathematics they have because how much control they have of nature. Understand? As soon as they have very little control of nature, they have any technology, anything. Basic. Because their knowledge of mathematics was limited. They had more than the Romans had. See what I'm saying? They had more than they had. And then new mathematics came in because the season came in. A new mathematics came in because new season came in, new scripture, new mind. And they replaced the old one because it was more powerful. And then sealed Bible came in. It was more powerful to replace that one. And those other, the old Roman Empire, can do nothing. Pope Catholicism represents the old, it can't do anything. This Protestant Empire, you understand? It can't do anything to it. And the Sunnis can't do anything to it either. That's why it tells you. It says, all these things will be accomplished when the power of the holy people be broken. That means their ideas told. Remember, if you understand who they are, that's the Arabs. They got Islam right, that's what they say, but they're going to be broken. They're totally broken. They don't see it that way, but it doesn't matter. So, I don't know if I confuse anybody here, but it's hard for me to I can't simplify this. You have to understand how pressure works, how the mind works, to understand anything I'm talking about here. I'm talking about mind. We're talking about, you can understand how powerful the mind is by how much control it has on the world around you, because it's all mathematics. Mind's mathematics, your brain's mathematics, and you can see evidence of how strong it is, how much control you have of your environment around you. They're losing control of it now, but the point is that's where you tell. That's one way to tell. Okay? And pressure is mathematics. Okay? So, I made it, like I'm talking to everybody here. Now, well, let me cut to the chase here. Tribulation is a stress test. Stress test. See, before you take and put something out, you got a stress test before you put it on the market. Make sure it can handle, right, the market stresses. You give a toy to a child, you got to test, make sure that, it ain't going to fall apart. Stress test it. That's why the last thing that they had to go through is this tribulation. That's a stress test. And the only thing that can handle is the angel. Sunni Quran mind can't handle it. Still Bible mind can't handle it. And you can't fake it. You can't fake a stress test. You got people, they faking it, or they think they're faking, or whatever they're doing, they're not helping themselves. Because either you do or you can't. It's not about friendship. It's not about love. It's not about buddy. It's not about family. It's not about mama, daddy. It's not about any of that. It's about whether you can handle that stress test. Okay? That's what that's the tribulation is all about. Whether you can handle the stress or the pressures that you're going to be faced with once you get home. See, some people, they got bad ideas about the hereafter, heaven. Oh, heaven's going to be peaceful. Yeah, it's going to be peaceful. It's going to be beautiful. If you can handle the stress, the pressures of it. If you looked at a person like 1,000 years ago, told them this was heaven they're coming to, and they thought they're going to come here, man, just lay down and they're going to take care of them, they'd been homeless, wouldn't they? And they came with an attitude that thinking like you think, and they came forward at a time now, they'd be destroyed. Because the pressures now are much greater than the pressures were back 1,000 years ago. You're faced with pressures now way greater than you pressure you faced even 50 years ago. All the things, look, the mental pressure you got to deal with. You had to do all these mental pressures, or look, you don't think about it like that. But look at all the mental pressure you have to deal with right now that you didn't have to deal with 50 years ago. If you're in a job, right? Look at all the stuff you got to know. You're under a lot of mental pressures. You got to operate a car. You got to pay bills. You got to mortgage. All this stuff that 50 years ago, that stuff some of it was there, but 100 years ago, even less than that. Understand electricity, understand all these things, you don't even think about it. And you're going to have vehicles that can travel anywhere in the universe. We're living on different planets. Right? You have a whole different, every system totally different from this. There's going to be no comparison. And you got to be able to deal with that. And the angel I keep telling angel is the gym They get your brain strong enough, right? See, in other words, first of all, you got to have a brain that can handle it. Now you got to develop it. The devil's brains can't. They can't do it. It's too much for them. This is about the best they can do. But you can go further. That's if you develop it. If you keep you down the same level they are, you're going to be just crushed with them. I don't know if you understand that or not. That's one of the reasons I'm having a problem here, because I don't think anybody understands anything. That's the deal. You got to be stress tested. So you can't fake it. Okay? Now, I gave a test today to some certain people, and they failed it totally. This is something I had talked about specifically. Specifically, I talked about this a few weeks ago. And this was a test to see if they learned anything from it. Nothing. They had no idea. What does that tell me? More importantly, what it tell them? If it tells them anything. Because they're the ones that be stress tested. And they should have got this one. This is easy. I spoke about this very clearly over several times about a month or so ago. Because this is an important concept here. See? He talked about it not so long ago about blessings and capitalism. And they had no clue. That's the difference between repeating and learning. So repeating is like a mirror. But then the mirror is distorted, so you don't even repeat correctly. Because you get a distorted mirror, right? You only get the image that you're in, you see something else other than what you're looking in the mirror with. And they ain't hurting nobody but themselves. But this was very simple here. I explained a very important concept. I said justice depends on that fulcrum. And in tribulation and in Holocaust, the leverage was against us. But that was justice. That wasn't going to be held accountable for our servitude. It was to be accountable for our affliction. See? Very important concept. Because that change, that's why the Quran says, in the hereafter, right? You put a little bit, you get a lot back out. That's justice. That's blessings. But during the Holocaust, during the intervention, it was the opposite. We put a lot in, got loot out. Slavery was put a whole lot in, got nothing out. That was justice, because that's the fulcrum. The fulcrum was that time. That's where the universe is. That's where it was rolling, so to speak. See? Very important concept. Because you've been taught that justice back equal. No. Every action has opposite reaction. That's the fundamental nature of the universe. Right? But the universe also expands and contracts. So from a human point of view, right, sometimes we have more energy, sometimes we have less energy. So it means the leverage, the fulcrum changes. Now it's changing in our favor. And another way you see that is they're telling you right there. See, these things are right in the scripture, but you don't see them. It says we'll do double to them as done to us. That means the fulcrum is in our favor. It's moved to the point where we get twice as much back than we give. So what does that mean? Well, it means a whole lot. I can expound on that for a few minutes. I think I'm going to spend a few minutes with that. Give me a second, bro. I got something for my throat, but I got something else because I'm losing back. I don't know if I can help my voice or not. Let's see. Okay. Let me just elaborate on that a little bit. Because there's so much to it. And I tell people, I said, so much I haven't told you. They think, oh man, you're just saying, well, no, I'm not just saying that. I'm saying it. Anyway, let's finish this up right quick, right? Here, the question was 55, I'm going to say 5 plus 5, 55. Is that a lie? Mathematics? Well, if everything's mathematics, it must be mathematics, so it's right there, that case closed there. That's true. Well, it's not true right now. Remember? Fine, it's not true right now. It's a truth, not true for right now, but in other words, it's not guidance for right now. That way, it's truth. It's not guidance for right now. At some point in time, as that fulcrum changes, it is. They balance. That's what justice was, a balance. Because, right? You put 10 in and you get 55 back. Promise of the hereafter. At some point, we put 10 in and we get 55 back. That's just at that point. What's that? It's injustice? We're going to rest our eternity, we're going to be unjust? No, that's what justice is based on. You have everything in balance. That's it. In the statute of liberty of justice, that's symbol is balance, scales, balance. What comes like this is in our favor. With 10, that's the crown promise you. So that's wrong. The crown promise you, you're going to put a little in, you're going to get a lot back. Leverage, blessings. This is based on blessings. That word, not capitalism, because capitalism back here. Putting 55 in, get 10 back. Yeah. So the bottom line is here, let me move on to what my main subject I want to get to. But it's really what I was going to say anyway. So it says, "Would do double to them as they done to us." Well, see, that's telling you this again. But you didn't catch it that way. That means at time that when this takes place, right, the fruit could be in our favor 2-1. 2-1. So every one thing they did, we do twice back to them. Because the falcon is telling you, the falcon will have shift. The falcon's been shifting since 1860s. So what does that mean? It's even deeper. Go deeper than that. Because if right now, we're at 2-1 now. We're at 2-1 now. We're at 2-1 phase right now. How long we been 2-1 phase? But look at this here way. See how these things come, I'm going to show how these things connect together. So if we was 2-1, remember, when we was back in the fields, we gave them 55, they gave us 10 back. Say we gave them 100, they gave us 1 back. So we produced $100 worth of gold for them, and they gave us $1 worth of food, which was chitlins and chips and shit, whatever. Right? They gave us a shit. But we gave them gold. That's another way of looking at it. But that was the balance. That was the balance. And that was the profit there. That was capitalism. Because, hey, they gave us 1, gave us a little bit of food, and they got gold back. You know what I'm saying? That's the profit. And that was the balance at that time. Because they was given control, they were given power, and they have it. They had the food, and we had to go ahead and give them 10. We had to give them 10. We had to give them 55, really. Excuse me. We had to give them 55 because that's what they wanted for the food. We need to eat. We had to give them 55. And they said, we'll give you 10 back. $10 worth, to get $10 worth of food back. But you get $55 worth of work. They don't get $10 worth of food back. But you still need the food, so you have to go with that relationship. Otherwise, you don't give them anything, and they don't give you anything, so you starve to death. It's okay, well, we work our ass off. Work 55 hours to give us $10 worth of food or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? But that was the balance, because they control the food. They control the, I talk about supply and demand. They control supply. And we had a demand for it. Supply and demand. But if we wanted it, we had a demand for food, we needed food, so we had to pay the price for it. And that called capitalism. That's a profit. And so we put $55 worth of effort in, and we only got $10 worth of reward. Worse than that, actually. Understand? But now, the fog is in our favor, and so if we give them, if we give them if we give them 10, they got to give us 55 back. It's in our favor, but we ain't getting 55 back. Remember, I keep telling you, I says, we're going to leave out with great wealth, but we don't see it. Where is it? They control it. How do you control it? Because one way of controlling it, right? I always talk about, well, they'll make you buy a shit farm instead of a gold mine, $1 million ship. That's not the only way. You should have caught this one too. I've been speaking on it. Like I said, I got to be careful how I speak about things because I'm speaking them too. And then we got these thieves around here who jump up and say, hey, man, this is my stuff. It ain't. So let me explain this to you. You should have caught it. Because I said, right? I says, they're taking, if you have, I get an analogy. If you make $1,000, I make $1,000 a day, and you taking $700 from me, then you build $700 worth of positive energy for myself. You build $7 worth of negative energy for yourself. $700 negative energy for yourself because you got $700 more than you're supposed to have. I got $700 less supposed to have, so I got $700 worth of positive energy. Now, what form does that take? What if we don't do anything about it? We keep working at it. We continue on that level, keep working for them, right? So, in other words, we go out there and we get them. In other words, we give them 55 worth, and they only give us $10 back. 55 worth of effort, they only give $10 back, right? But they're supposed to be giving us. Right? In this case, we give them $10, they're supposed to give 55 worth of effort, and we give $55 worth of effort, and they only give us $10 back. Right? It's supposed to be 2 to 1. So actually, if we get 55, we're supposed to get $110 back from them. Not $10, $110 back. So they was stealing $100 from us. You get it? They were stealing $100 from us. And it was damming up. That's the great substance. See? It's damming up. They owe it to us. Because we ain't doing, we accepting that. We going along with that. See, that's why it's telling you it's better in that still. It tell you getting double them as it's done to us. Because there had to be a point how to get to that. How to get to the point where we was falling over to where that happens. Because it already happened. I said, well, how you don't see it? Because they ain't paying you, and they get rich off the difference. Because they're calling that profit, but it's stolen from us. And it's dammed up because we going along with it. When the dam breaks, they're going to owe us all that back pay. You get it now? You get it now? See, you got to start thinking, but you ain't thinking. You ain't thinking on A plus 5 plus 5. You ain't thinking on that level because you couldn't figure this out. You had to figure this out to understand what I just told you. That's why I gave you the test. If you couldn't understand this, you can understand what I just told you. Because you have an explanation how in the hell we get 2 to 1. You have an explanation how we get 2 to 1. How are we going to do double them? Because that would be justice. How is that justice? And how we leave out with great substance? Where is that great substance at? You can't explain that unless you understand this. And you understand this, so you don't understand that. You can't tell me to understand other stuff because you understand this, because this idea here is what explains why it's 2 to 1 and why you leave out with great substance. And it's just. But you're only hurting yourself because you're going to stress test and you can fake it, you can bullshit everything you want to, and that goes for sisters too. I told sisters, if you want to go, you're going home. But the point is, you're still walking into, you might not go through tribulation, but you're still walking into a storm. Because if you ain't ready, you're gonna be crushed when you get there because you ain't still be able to do it. But you avoid the tribulation, but you still haven't avoided the point that you got still to deal with the pressures that the tribulation is designed to stress test you for. But when you get there, right, you will have a brief, and I'll make sure it happens, you have a brief period, come to speak. I know they got children and everything else, okay? You might take care of children, and you got brief, get to speed real fast. That's what I mean when I said, if you want to go, we go home. You avoid that if you want to, but you still got to be stress tested because the new world is going to be more complicated than this. And it's going to be on this level, not an emotional level. In that regard, let me show you this. Okay, well, I'm gonna get to. See, I'm gonna show you something in a minute. A picture. See right here. This is being stress tested. It's putting 10,000 pounds per square. See if it can handle 10,000 pounds per square. This is how much. This is the structure it has. But can it handle? It can't. This is what happens. So you're going to go through, it says, unprecedented stress. Why? Because that's the kind of stress you need to survive. To handle stress, that's going to take you all the way through the 72 trillion years of history. Because the stress is going to build and build and build and build. You got to keep up with it. You got to keep up with it. You got to keep on being able to upgrade. Upgrade. What, every 50 years, every 100 years, every whatever, but constantly keep upgrading. It says at the end, only one person will be able to make it all the way. Because the press is going to keep increasing. And so the door to get in there, first is you have to get through into here. That's the door. Because right now we're in the basement. You got to get to the first floor. It means you're above ground level. Then there's an infinite amount of stores. There's floors, second floor, third floor, 10th floor, 1,000 floor, 10,000 floor. You got to keep climbing each floor. Each floor get greater stress. But it's more beautiful, more disciplined, more complex. And at some point, and your brain can handle it, right? Because the original brain can handle it. Right? Most of it, because like I said, only one person can make it to the end, but can handle most of it. That's if you keep developing it. You keep developing it, upgrading it, developing it, move on to higher levels. It says in the Bible, I need to find that quote. It said the people, and it's talking about the Shia actually. It said they said this place too straight for me. I was at some point. Remember, they're going to still rule for the next 6,000 years under Master Muhammad. And we're going to be grafted back in. But there's some of them, they say, this is just too much pressure. That's what I mean. This place too straight for me. It's too much pressure. I can't, they don't go any further. Some people are not going to be able to go any further. They can't handle the mental stress of it. Just too much. And right now, How many people are going to make it into it? A lot of people, that's why people lost for lack of knowledge. A lot of people not going to make it into tribulation, not going to even make it that far. Make it in there. Part of the reason why they make it, lack of knowledge, a lot of it on their own makings. Even though they're going to blame Ben X and all these people, right? And the blood in their hands mostly is not because actually the blood actually people, because they was part of because their mind level was working at a level. Well, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. They doing what they're doing right now because they're already being stress tested. They can't even handle stress of Elijah Muhammad. They can't stress test of Farrakhan, this stuff right here. So they can't even make it to a tribulation. Right? Okay? Those people that's lost for lack of knowledge, they can blame them, but their lack of knowledge, when you break it out, is their fault themselves. Because they couldn't handle the stress this time, as they was American dream, holding on to all this stuff. It's too complicated because they couldn't get beyond this. In other words, if this is too complicated for you, how the hell are you going to have time to look beyond this to the angel? This got you. You got to overcome this to get to the angel. That's what I call the gravitational vortex. I know I just about lost 99% of everybody because I know nobody knows what I'm talking about here. I have to learn from experience. Let me show you this, brothers and sisters. I think I'm going to close out here because my voice is about to go. It's right here. Now, he's got enough energy to make it hereafter. Enough energy. Look how he managed it. You know what he's going to be like in the hereafter? He's going to be a monkey. Be a monkey in the hereafter. Because he ain't here. See? He'll be a monkey. After that. Because he used the energy the wrong way. He got the I said we got the energy now. Like I said, we have energy now. And so we got the positive energy. What are we doing with it? Are we using it to develop this? Remember, the positive energy is developed because they're stealing from us. They're capitalism. And so now they super rich, but they all this negativity. Oh, that's why all this negativity happened to them. They don't understand it, right? So what are you doing with that positive energy? You're not applying it back against them. So are you using it to develop yourself? Are you using it here? Or using it to build your muscle up? But now you won't be able to handle the stress test. The mental stress test, that's what the tribulation is. If you make it through, and you come through, and you're a monkey. Yeah, you're big, but you're a monkey. Because you have no idea what's going on. But you're strong, you're big. There'll be the new apes. I don't know if you understand this, brothers and sisters. Because they mismanage your energy. That's if he even make it. Everlasting shame and appallment. What do you think falls in that category? They made it. But everlasting shame and appallment, wouldn't that be to him? Look at Paul now. Look, he's an ape. He walking around. He can't do a damn thing. He can't operate anything. He don't understand anything what's going on. But he breathes all. I laugh at him. Look at him. Put him in a cage somewhere. He had the energy, but look how he used it. How you using your energy? You got it. Prove that you got it, because how are you going to be able to do twice different than to you if you didn't have the energy? Like I said, you got it. Where is it? because they're stealing it from you. So you got the positive energy. So what are you doing with that positive energy? What are you doing with it? That's what he's doing with it. So God, he's studying. So now his brain become like a muscle. Our body's like the brain. But his head over here, his head just like a muscle. His body's like a brain. His body like a muscle. His whole body like a brain. His head like a muscle. So your body the muscle. Because that's what it is. The brain power required for them, you have to, is much greater than anything they have. They tell you that, but you understand that. We think, oh man, well, we're going to just lay down and you're going to take care of us. No, that's not it. Not at all. Not even close. You're going to lift the heavens. You're going to live on different planets. You're going to control the universe. You think you can control the universe with this bullshit thinking you got now? This stupid, this bullshit mind you got now? The devils can't even do that. Their best thinkers can't come close to that. They still on theories how things work. And I'm telling them things that they never thought about before. The Suleiman would tell you things that that heard from the foundation of the earth. I'm doing things you never heard anything like I'm telling you from anybody, not even close. So you might think I'm crazy or insane, but whatever it is, you never heard anything like this even close from anyone. Not even close. And with the clarity, even though my voice is bad, with the clarity, you never heard anything like this, nothing. Totally. Elijah Muhammad said you get a new way of thinking, but you can't disprove anything I just said. So Ben X and all those folks, most of them are going to be crushed right here. If they make it through, which I don't think they will. But they're going to pay a heavy price. Heavy price. Because the symptom there with them, most of the, here I go, my camera. Biggest problem with them is they can't handle, they can't handle the stress. They would not handle the stress test of the tribulation. Can you? Will you be able to? I know people say, I can't, I can do it. And his brother a while back to my man, yeah, I can run into why. Yeah, how you know that? And then disappear. So you just say stuff. So I backed into that. I think tricked me into this. I had no idea about doing any of this. I ain't want to do it. Muhammad, the ministers tried to get me to be a minister. Minister's class when the minister was around, I refused to do it. Not that I didn't want. No, I just didn't want to deal with people. I understood about pressure and that kind of stuff in general, not to the degree I know now. But I didn't want to be doing this. I knew even from a child. If you got a brain, you better develop it. I knew that even from a child. That's what I was doing. I was in the library all the time studying all that kind of stuff. People thought I was crazy. I had a lot of fights with people. They said, why you were talking about science stuff all the time, talking about biblical stuff? Interesting. You're going to talk what you're interested in. I was always, man, get out of that stuff, man. I was always studying, because I said, if I'm going to be here, and one of the things that drove me, that inspired me, mother was a hardcore Christian, Baptist church, Reverend Means in Newark, boy. I love my mother, right? She died when she was real young. She's in her early 20s, right? But she was one of those sisters that jump over the chairs and all that stuff, right? And Jesus didn't save her. That's the only time I ever prayed, right? I said, man, my mom about, she was in the hospital, and I love my mama, right? I didn't know what to do. I was afraid for her, and like I said, she was young, early 20s. She had me when she was a teenager. So I said, well, let me call on Jesus. Please save my mama. I was 9 when she passed. I was about 8 years old when I made that prayer, I think. He died. That was the last. Jesus, okay, there it is. You don't like that? Send a cruise missile over here. That's the West where I felt. That there, Jesus. That's a hard lesson I got. That there, Jesus is Satan. He don't give a damn about my mama. Couldn't save my mom anyway. These devils, their technology, everything probably caused them to die anyway. That damn polio shot and all that damn stuff that, you see what I'm saying? It's the only time I ain't never go all that direction anymore. And now people say, hey, I see the devil, man. You don't like Jesus. No, I don't like that, Jesus. Jesus kissed my ass. Oh, you don't hear that kind of stuff. But you need to hear it because you need to be fresh shocks out of this bullshit, that mind they got you in. This Jesus they telling you is the one that cursed you forever. He said, you ain't worth shit. You should be cursed and cursed black and enslaved forever. And I'm supposed to worship that? Love that? His followers, they was raping me and raping my mother and raping my children and raping everybody else hundreds of years. His followers with a cross around their neck. So, I'm here to shock you. So take what you want. Up to you. But the point is, whether you like me or don't, the tribulation is still in your future. You'll be stress tested. And ain't no Jesus and no, not even Allah. No one's going to be you're going to have to be stress tested. No one's going to help you. But they testing you. What say? Okay. What says the Quran says? You think that you will be, say you believe and not be tried? So now, let's do the calculation here. Now, Allah going to try you, but He's going to help you in your trial. What kind of trial is that? He's going to try you if you believe in Him, but He's going to support you in your trial. What kind of trial is that? There ain't no trial. You got to let you out by yourself and see what you do. See? So when you go to tribulation, ain't nobody's going to help you. You're going to get food from Master Muhammad. You're going to get that. That's the only help you're going to get. Or, I mean, yeah, or there's going to be other help in the sense that, because they got all these biological weapons out there, they ain't going to be able to use them on you. Master Muhammad's going to make sure that doesn't happen. But other than that, you got to deal with tribulation on your own. That's a stress test. You already been prepared during the Holocaust. Now you got to be stress tested to make sure, right? You got the full structure, and there ain't no demons around, and all these Benex and all those hanging around, right? Because that's where you want to burn off the impurities. People just hanging in there pretending, and they ain't. I say you can pretend all you want to. You can't survive a stress test that proves it. So if you ain't for real, you ain't gonna make it. If you make it, you're gonna come out as a monkey, or worse. You still have to go to that stress test. That's why I say you're purified. That means if He came to purify you, like that means you got some stuff you ain't supposed to be there, right? You got to purify you. Got some flaws and stuff in there. Got to be burned out. It's going to purify you through fire. It's going to burn it out. See? So those of you who have got the angel, you're going to walk through, it's not going to bother you. But you're going to see people falling by the side of you, falling here, falling there, because they're the impurities. They could handle stress. Stress. Like Elijah Muhammad said, and I agree 100%. He says pressure exposes all flaws. Pressure on something, and the flaw is going to break. They're going to crack. So they put pressure, and the ones that are pretending, they're not going to be able to handle it. You can't pretend. Pretending, they say, well, they studying, they ain't studying. They don't have the right structure. Demons pretend to look like they black, they ain't. They will not be able to handle that pressure. And you can't see it, but you can't see it, but you'll see it when the pressure, you apply the pressure, you'll see, oh, they start, oh man, I can't handle it. Let's go help the devils. Let's go work with the demons. I mean, you're going to hear all kinds of BS. So they pressure on them, they can't feel it, so they're going to try to find ways when you're under pressure and it's too strong for you, you try to find ways to alleviate the pressure. Hey, man, let's do this, let's do that. All kinds of ideas they're going to start popping up with, but they're trying to get that stress off of them. There's no way. The only thing is, you got to get through the tribulation. And, you got to get one way. Can't go back to I'm going to fight for the white folks, I'm going to wait for the devils, I'm going to be with Pharaoh, whatever, no. Because they're trying to get they start being exposed. And the true believers, they're going to be held. They're going to do the 5 pillars. They're going to stay firm. You don't need to have faith. They're already told what to do. You don't need faith. They're just giving you knowledge. That's that Farrakhan's bullshit. He's saying faith because he don't know what the hell to do. You have knowledge, you don't need faith. My job is to make sure you have knowledge, angel. So you know exactly what you're up against, and what you need to do about it, and what you need to look for. When you go to these stuff, you start making excuses and all that kind of stuff right away, you know right away. They flaws. They ain't gonna make it. But they feeling it. Let me put it another way. You went to the Holocaust. And I say when they put maximum pressure on you, and once the diamonds transform, it doesn't feel the pressure anymore. That's why that was under pressure of the Islamic Empire for 1,000 years. And once they could transform, pressure anybody had no power on them anymore. So right now, you shouldn't be feeling the stresses. Yes. But you went to the Holocaust. But you transformed. Only way you be feeling it, right, is that you taking and instead of your energy, you're misusing your energy. You're managing it. But even so, even with that, you shouldn't be feeling as much as other people. Because you went to the Holocaust. You got stronger structure. So if your structure is compromised because you misused your energy, but you still got a strong enough structure to deal with the tribulation. You got strong enough structure to do it. And once you take and apply the 5 pillars, you won't feel any of that pressure. You won't feel any of that pressure of tribulation. You won't feel any of it. That's why no hair, your hair be harmed. You understand? I'm trying to make this stuff understand what's happening here. But the other people, they will be feeling it. The demon, oh man, this is so hard. Start complaining and stuff. That's how you know. They're not you. They're part of your body. See? You should understand that, but I got to tell you. You understand it? Because I already told you, no hair in your hair be harmed. That means you're not going to feel any of that pressure if you follow that. But if they are hairs on their hairs are being harmed and they feel the pressure, they're complaining, that means the pressure is too great for them. You're being crushed by it. That shows they're not one of us. They're a demon. Or if they original, they misuse their energy so much, or they got a weak structure. Some of our structure was weakened by, we got some little devil in us. Right? Okay. But still, no, that's not enough. If your father's original, that should be enough. Okay? If I was original, it should be enough. We can just apply that. I mean, it's like, let me put it another way. You can either walk through the rain with an umbrella or you can walk without an umbrella. It ain't going to kill you either way, but you're going to get wet if you don't use an umbrella. You see what I'm saying? So if you don't apply the 5 pillars, right, then you're going to make it through, right? But you're going to be wet. You're going to have some burns, bruises. You have some hair on your hair, it's going to be harmed. But you make it because you already stress tested what the heart costs. Understand that. See? But now you got to go through tribulation, and you're going to be stress tested, right? Burn off all other stuff. But then you still got to survive that, because if you don't survive that, you ain't going to make it to hereafter. If you do survive it, right, like I said, you can survive it in two categories, right? One category is like, right? They say appallment, shame and appallment, or come out of God and goddess. It's up to you. You can't fake it. I'm telling you now. But either get, I don't think you understand, but you'll understand in a minute. See? You come out wet. I'm not driving your umbrella. Come out wet. What's that all about? But you come out wet. And then you apply the 5. You got another problem. You were strong to make it. Remember I said about going to the gym? Go my camera again. Close out in a minute. All right, just without getting too complicated here, Brown says. Let me put this way and close. He made this distinction because I see right now it's going to. I said there's different levels. They come out with the angel mind. How strong will it be? That clear enough for you? How strong will it be? You got that. You turn it on. How strong would it be? How would it be? Weak? Barely made it? Strong. Your wish is strong enough to get you through. When you get on the other side, what position you going to be in? You want to be a cripple? Your hair on your head be harmed to those that's found at the angel, at the 7 pillars, and find them. You ain't applying them, you're going to get wet. And then you come out right. Burns, cripple, iron. That one man over here, monkey. You gotta be careful when they say, because you think about it, you say, well, how can some come out? Aiming a pause. I mean, but they had to survive. Revelation didn't even come out. There's another two groups coming out. 2 groups coming out. So what's the other group like? I really talk about that in detail because I'm hoping that you don't even fall in that category. Because it basically says you got to have the angel mind, period, even to make it. That's the case. If that's what you look at, if that's the case, it means even the people that's got the angel, some of them be without shame that they had enough, brain enough strong to get it. Remember I said, our people that's lost for lack of knowledge, they have the brain that's strong enough to handle it in tribulation. They still have the angel mind to do it. You got to have the angel mind. For those people that had the brain but didn't have up angel mind, so they lost. Yeah. Ones that are there, they're the ones that get the angel mind. And you got 2 categories. If you take that idea, only ones can survive, right? tribulation of our people. Because let me remember, we ain't just talking about everybody in the world. Because remember, after tribulation, the goat comes in here. They ain't got to deal with the tribulation. They're still going to be destroyed because they can't handle the apocalypse. After tribulation, they come in America and they battle. The devil's destroyed in that period of time. But what does that mean? To get to tribulation, we're talking about our people. That these came out of the great tribulation. People that goes in tribulation. Tribulation is designed primarily for us. That's where it says who? That's the baptism that the Son of, that's the baptism that a messenger of the covenant gives. They baptize with fire. That's a tribulation. Because it's not applying to the goat. And that ain't part of the devils, because after you leave, then they're finally destroyed. Not destroyed during tribulation, they're broken. They messed up, but their point is they still survive after you're gone to be destroyed by the goat that comes in. So it's primarily towards you, the tribulation, and that's a purification stage, a stress test for you. But when you look at it from that point of view, right, what happens? Then everybody that comes out from amongst our people that survive it, got the angel mind. Some of them are everlasting shame and torment. Having an angel mind don't mean you apply the 5 pillars. It just means that you got your brain strong enough to handle an angel. On the first floor level, maybe. Maybe the angel takes you, it handles the first floor to the 7th floor. Some people come through on the first floor, some people come through on the 7th floor. You come to the first floor, right? But if the flood came, you got some parts of that. Remember. Because remember, the angel, tribulation is above the waters. It's that period right there. Just below the ark. You go to the, so some people everlasting shame and torment. But who are they? If you understand, if you take it to the point that only our people that survived the tribulation, that you had to have angel mind to do it, then what level of angel mind they have from that category? Real low level? They get there, they still could keep up. There's enough to get there. We're in a very low level. So what are the levels? So you got 7 levels of our people. So where's the lowest level? What kind of people are they? Should they be on this everlasting shame and appalment? Shame and appalment. What's the shame and appalment? When you're ashamed, right? It means that you couldn't make the grade. You're ashamed. You're appalled because, look, man, that guy's slow. He's retarded. You know what I'm saying? I look at that shame and appalment. I don't want to go too deep in that kind of stuff, bro. Says, God, I didn't even want to go there. I didn't want to go there. That's a whole area I don't even want to touch. Kind of gloss over that all the time. I don't even want to worry about those people that fall in that category. I'm trying to get you top level, 7th grade, top level angel. I don't want to go because that gets kind of messy down there. I don't want to deal around there. I mean, you want to go there and be a monkey or whatever. I don't want to go there. That's love, shame, and appalment. That's their problem. Not my job. Right? Because remember, it says they're going to go there, they're going to survive it too. But if you take the category that only way you can survive is 5 people, you have to go to, you have to upload the angel. That means, what does that mean? So I don't even want to talk about that anymore. Point is, can't fake it. I'm going to close out. Can't fake it. Fake it. And at this point right now, I don't see anybody has uploaded the angel. I mean, what not? I'm loaded. So I'm already uploaded. It's activated. Like I said, this little thing right here, these are people supposed to be studying it. Years. Well, but it's a lot in the last few weeks. No idea. Not even close. It's fundamental. Explains double, you know, explains why we have great substance. You don't understand this, you understand that. It's the key to it. That's why I put it as a test. See if there's some things I can't say until I say it. They understand that. They understand this. I actually gave this analogy. Give this basic analogy in different ways. Talked about the fulcrum, how the justice changes. You understand those basic concepts, you ain't going nowhere. Because this concept right here, totally alien to the sealed Bible people. Their sense of justice, even though they practice capitalism and everything else, like it has to be equal. They don't understand the fulcrum. Understand that. You never heard anything like that before in your life. Never, not even close. Then when you understand but you say, well, if you don't understand this, you say, well, why God doing them double what they did? That wouldn't be just. If God is just, that don't make any sense. You know what I'm saying? If you think it through, but then when you understand, hey, that is justice. But why would Adam be considered just? God pick him. So when you understand this, you understand Adam was the man. He was just this day. He was just in this day. That day is past. And when you understand that, the fulcrum, you also understand why the scriptures change. How fundamental this principle is, why the system changes every season. Balance changes every season. That's why the Quran doesn't work anymore. Recite it, but that's why it was called recital anyway. It was given to Suleiman for reciting. It's part of 5 pillars that we're supposed to use. Recital. See how important this concept is right here? After all this stuff I'm telling you, and we should have got that one because that's fundamental to all that stuff. It opens the door to all that. Explains all of that. Nobody got it. Even came in close. Can't fake it. But what would a person like me do? Would you waste any time with people like that? You got that. Fundamental. That's paradise. Leverage. It gets better and better and better. It's always hell when the leverage goes the other way. That's justice. That's what justice is really based on. The universe opens and closes, opens and closes. Energy changes. The more energy you have, the better it is. Find that you managing it properly. Discipline. It's like you asking a kid, how much is 3 plus 5? 8. How much is 5 plus 3? Well, they remembered it was 3 plus 5. They didn't understand it because otherwise they were sort of 5 plus 3 the same thing. They're reflecting, feeding. I talk about this specifically, distinctly, about this fulcrum and attention. Repeating. Now get your tribulation. Get through there. Level 1. You want to show up? That's the shame and the Paul. What would that be like? You don't want to know. I don't want to know. They don't be on that level. Whatever it is, you're going to be ashamed. You're going to be ashamed of you, and you're going to be ashamed of yourself. You're going to be appalled at you and be appalled at yourself. Appalled. Even if something's you're appalled at something. Why would you be appalled at something? Because they could have done something, they didn't do it. Look at, man, shame on you, man. You could have. I got a family member. What a waste of time. Do anything for that person. Do anything for them. All we do is live off other people. They could do better, they don't. Other people would help them, they'd be homeless. You tell me, what happens if nobody helps you anymore? What happens then? But look up appallment. Is that what you want to be in that stage? But it says everlasting. Once you get there, you ain't gonna be able to cut out of it. That Muhammad talked about that too. He called about the tyrant. He didn't explain. He said you be in. He said our people be under control of the tyrant. He said they never come out. It says they have children. Children be allowed to come out, but they be checked, vented, and also tattooed. Everybody know they're children of these people that was everlasting in the public. They would carry that on. That'd be their heritage. That they're the seed of those who are ashamed and appallment. And then that see forever. So, let me think about this and let me and them little close sisters. Why my father and mother, right? Could be they'd be both in there. I'm ashamed of them. That's why I appalled them. What the hell did they do? They made it out, the tribulation. What the hell did they do? Be an everlasting shame and appallment. I gotta wear a tattoo. The hell did they do? So shameful, they're so shameful about it. Everybody appalled at them. Leave it there, brothers and sisters. Let me show you this last thing. I showed it. I don't know if you understand anything I said, brothers and sisters, but you will eventually. Hope you're on the right side of this thing. Here. Pretty. This is nothing compared to this is going to look when they get. Why I told you that? This beauty. Beauty. They would darker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Man, ooh. Beauty. Man, she got her own mind. Beauty. This. Imitation. Makeup. You put a crown on her head, whatever you want to. Never competed. Never will compete with it. He came out of this. But imitation can never be better than the original. This came out this. Which is inferior. B. Xerox. And we're told this is going to get, can't imagine how it get beautiful as I just can't imagine. That's what we're told. Would you want this? Right here, bro. What would you want? at this. Invitation never great. Right now, they walk around with the ass hanging out, doing everything, back of the ass and everything else. Why? But they're competing with these. They show everything. Look, see, look, I got this, man. Look at my butt. They're trying to compete with it. Harder. You think, understand what I told you today, you understand exactly what's going on in the world today. Because capitalism not working anymore. But that's what they got to do. He's just this false savior. Because in this system now, capitalism fails. Remember, to maintain capitalism, they got to create ever more negative energies. You think about that one? Let me say as a close. The math here. They're supposed to be paying me 2 times. Okay, it said $55, right? Twice. But I put 10 in, they're supposed to give me double that. They only give me 10, say. Capitalism, they got to make a. Let me put another one. Got to make a. Put in 55. Supposed to give me 55. 55. Give me 55. Only give me 10. Equal, right? Put 55. You reach the point of equal. At point 2 now. Give me. Keeping it. Stealing 45 from me. Supposed to give me 10. Stealing 40. And it goes to double. Give me the 55 in. You give me 110. What was it 2? So I got my advance. But they only, I'm supposed to be putting 55. They're supposed to give me double that. And 10. But they only give me 10. $100 from me. A week. And then $100 they stealing from me. That means that's hard as a museum bill. And because it's damned up. I got great substance in the form of energy. And it's going to stay that way until the dam breaks. Dam breaks, that means they got to give me all that back they took. So you say they went a year. Or never. $100 a week, right? Now they were stealing from me. 100 times 52 was what? $100. You just say it went like that means I got that much energy amped up. Which I'm out. It's damped up. They understand. And that damn breaks all that consequence back. It Apologize, brothers and sisters. That was a family emergency. That those things do happen. Let me finish up. I was saying they taken trying to make a point here that they're not. In other words, you got that energy building up because stealing from you was doing anything about it. So damned. I talked about it earlier. So it's dammed up. Now you got all this energy building up for you. Damn breaks all that. What's what you gonna do with it? Angels there. Tribulation. That's part of the tribulation itself. So if you know you have to manage your energy. Energy management is very important about the whole thing. You need to hear after energy management. That's what part of the problem why a lot of people can be lost here. Energy management, because we have enough energy right now to overcome. Because I've done it. He'll be the first one born amongst the dead ones. Energy management, because it took energy management, break the keys, because you had to have enough. I'm gonna say you had to have the brain to do it, but you had the energy, a lot of energy, strength the brain enough. Get the angel. Devils don't have a brain strong enough for that. Get that mind. Their brain's not strong to carry that mind, handle that mind. Therefore, once you get in there, then you have to have wasn't able energy deprivation. We have enough energy, strength now. Let me have. I don't know. It's just so many things. I'm gonna close out. You need energy, everything. We didn't have enough energy. So our mental ability declined. Everything could decline. Now energy, we get enough energy for these things, but are we using it in a proper way? That one person, he used all energy to build all his muscle up. He got enough energy, but he couldn't use it. But he went to the library and studied, and he had look all that energy, look all that discipline he put there. He put a lot of discipline in that. What if he did it there? Because that's not helping hereafter. I said, I look at man, they laugh at him. You won't be able to. You won't be able to relate. You won't be able to control his environment. You wouldn't know how to operate things. It's going to be much more complicated there than here. But you have more power. Remember, more energy you have. Okay, gotta go. More mind. You have to have the mind for the environment. Sunnis or the Quran, they had a mind 1,500 years ago. Okay, it's out of date. Still Bible's out of date now. Fading fast. But remember, say the mind, everything's mathematics. So the more mathematics you have, the more mathematical control, I think that's the best way of saying it, mathematical control you have over your environment. Do we see how much mathematical control they have over their environment? Bombs, computers, all that kind of stuff. See? But that shows the math of their mind. That's how much control you have. Because everything is mathematics. The more mathematics your mind is, remember, the more mathematics your mind is, your brain is mathematics, mathematics your mind is, the more it's going to reflect in the control you have over the mathematics around you. Hope you understand that. So you move to a higher level, but when you get to the hereafter, right, if you on the lower level, then you'll be operating this stuff here. But you won't be able to go. Okay, right here, right now, you got people that can't handle computers, they can't handle cell phones. But they can handle the Bible, they can handle the Bible. They can't handle it on a low level here. So they had to work a real job where they just wash floors or something. You see what I'm saying? But it's still on the level, a seal Bible level, but on the low level of it. I think that's the best way to understand this. So what level are you going to be on when you get there? So they look down on those people. We're not going to look down on our people. Well, I just bit my tongue, right? Our people is part of the body, separate part of the body. Nobody's going to look down on you. If you want to be a painter, well, I guess whatever profession we have there. I say if you're a foot cell, you're a toe cell, whatever, I just look down on you because we need all those things. But for some reason, those people have everlasting apartment. Something about them that we're not going to consider part of our body, even though they will be a part of our body. Something about them that's going to encourage shame and appallment. That's the interesting part, right? They're going to be part of our body if they make it through with the angel mind, but it could be at such low level that they're going to hinder shame and appallment. That's why I never thought, I don't think that was true because I don't want to even work with that. I'm going to talk about that too. That there'll be our people that they will get hybrid with it, and it. But what kind of system we have that would happen? Because they do look down on certain people here. Like I said, I don't really get that. Just don't be in that level. But I'm not going. I don't want to deal with that because it says it's there. It says so. You have to think through. Well, you don't have to really think about it unless you're in that level. That's why I don't pay attention to it. I know I'm not on that level. But some people are going to be on that level and be part of our body. For some reason, we're going to look down on them, be appalled at them. The rest of the body, okay, we're going to have people that love farming, have foot cells, brain cells, blood cells, all stuff needed. All that going to be respected, totally respected. There'll be a hierarchy. Some people, like the brain cell, right, is a little more respected than the foot cell. The brain cell's got to monitor the whole body. But everybody will be respected. But for some reason, that group right there won't be. I'm not going to try to do no analysis. I'm not planning to be in that group. I hope the group says that group will be there. And so if you end up in that group because you put yourself in that position, you put yourself in that position. I tell you, God didn't put you in that position. Jesus didn't put you in that position. Allah didn't put you in that position. Look in the mirror. You put yourself in that position. I tell you. I'm not sure if I got it off I got distracted with that family issue. I'm not sure if I got to my main point there, but understand that. That's the way it is, brother and sister. About mathematics. About mathematics. It's not about friendship, buddy, mother, father. It's about mathematics. There will be a group that will be in that category. And it be, of course it is. Energy mismanagement. That's the way I look at it. Energy mismanagement. So you're only fooling yourself, brothers and sisters. Now you got one last opportunity. Is that when the agents cast out? Suleiman take over the Nation of Islam? It's going to be a brief period. Last opportunity you get. You be prepared for the tribulation. That's opportunity. Ain't gonna be no 4 or 5 years, I can tell you that. I don't think it'll be no 4 or 5 months. That's the opportunity you're gonna get. Right? Then everything be told exactly what to do. 5 pillars, right? And that's why I'm gonna give you food a certain day, a certain time. About in Exodus, that they receive manna, I think, early in the morning. Get up from heaven every early in the morning, sometime, whatever. Everything be laid out for you. It's all yours. Man will not be here with you. I will not be with you personally, logistically, as far as food and things of that nature. Make sure they can't have to do some biological stuff or whatever. I don't think they'll be able to do it anyway. That's it. Cover. That's it. You got to go through. No one can help you. And how you come out depends on you. I had small stuff. Like I said, I spent 2 hours. That's it, brothers and sisters. And I talk about small things tomorrow. Wanted to get that out. As a good example. Want to bring that example home in your mind. How all this fits together. That little symbol I gave you right there, right? That everybody missed it. Yet it's central. Explains just about everything. Nobody got close. That's it. I try to bring everything together. That brings it right there. Look how much you explained. One more thing I even talked about. It throws away your idea of how things work totally. You think everything's the fulcrum's at zero. That's what sealed Bible tells. No practice capitalism, which is what it was that season. New season's coming in. Snow is melting. Anything that the snowman was melting, controlled. Now, and they have no power. That's right there. No, you understand? That's fundamental. As every action has an opposite reaction. Most fundamental of the universe. But now, in our experience, that's fundamental because that relates to how the universe works. Nature of the universe, every action has it's a nature universe. Excellence how it works. Opens and closes, and that's fundamental right there to that. But that's why we have deprivation. But we're going to have power. Hell, we have decline, then we have to grow. Yeah. Leave it there, bosses. Assalamu alaikum. Human Rahim here, Confession of Covenant, break our 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, I had to talk earlier, and I'm going to take about a few minutes to follow up. Talked about fear, great fear, about the grip of America. It's already gripping some people. They're getting nervous right now. It's going to grip America. A heart attack. That's what we call massive heart attacks. 2 days, maybe in a few minutes. Massive heart attacks. That's an anticipation about to happen. Fear, unimaginable fear. Some of you are going to be caught up in it. Fortunately. Let me explain something to you, boss. Not just talking to the person listening right now. Some of this information, a lot of this information will be available. In a few more days, demon is gone. I suggest, and as forward thinking and have the ability to do that, they record these presentations on a device, battery you operate it, they can play back on, they can access these information, especially the ones that particularly talks about tribulation and what you should be doing and what you should expect. Everyone's going to need to have information. I will not be here. Another thing, tell everyone to study practice. I don't believe anyone's doing it, but they may. You have to understand something. You don't have to understand, but you do have to understand if you want to survive. Anyone that hears information, whether they lack it or not, is going to be affected by it. If they listen and hear it, it's going to affect them. Positive or negative, it's still going to affect them. Oh man, we're talking about, right? Or still affect them. Because before they can denounce something, they have to know about it. Can't denounce something you don't know anything about. They have to take the information in, then you have to make a decision. Well, I don't want to bother with this, but you took it in. What's in there? Because that already affected your thinking because, right? You was thinking about something else and you think about this. So it affects, no matter what degree it affects your thinking, maybe it affected 1 degree, maybe 2 degrees, maybe 3 degrees, 180 degrees, maybe 360 degrees. But it affects your way of thinking. But it affects only 3 degrees. The next time you meet someone, your thinking will be 3 degrees off than what it was before you heard this information. 3 degrees off. 3 degrees off. What's that mean? If you talk to them, that means you have made. That means that you communicated. Communication you're communicating, and throw them 3 degrees off from what they're. Even though you don't even talk about what I'm talking about. Whatever you talk about is going to have a 3 degrees difference than it would have. Yeah, you never heard that. So you say, maybe you want to talk about NFL. Or maybe you're going to talk about, oh man, yeah, man, that guy, he scored. You might say, this guy's, hey, man, he was marrying these devils. Why he was marrying, why? It'd be something a little off different than what you would have said had you not heard this. Because that's going to affect that person's when they talk to someone else. So you're affecting everybody. Everybody's affected to some degree. Because if they hear any of this, it's going to affect the way they think. That's where vectors work. That's what you can't get around. So you do it day by day, right? And 1 degree, maybe 1 degree a day, meaningless. What happens after here? 60 degrees. Maybe not that individual. He's affected 360 people. They have things off 1 degree. I mean, next year everything will be off 2 degrees. Because right now, I don't know what you're getting on YouTube. How much is YouTube? Somebody, Israel ain't Israel. We're the true Israel. Even with the so-called Hebrew Israelites out there, you wouldn't hear that kind of talk on the internet. I wouldn't hear it. But recently, all of a sudden, we the true seed of Abraham. Where's that coming from? Oh, it's recent. If it's not there all the time, then I just we should start hearing talk. People downplaying forces, so forth and so on. So that's what happens. Every action has a reaction. It means there's going to be a reaction to whatever I say. I'm producing an action. There'll be a reaction to it. But how much of actions have I produced in 30 some years? You know what I'm saying? How much action have I produced in 30 some years? That means that much reaction is out there. How powerful is that reaction? The angel is very powerful. It's not just like if I take and I'm resting this, right? I'm tapping on this table. So 100 times, right? What about? Well, depends on how hard I'm tapping. You know, I'm tapping. The frequency is the same. Amplitude is high. I increase the frequency. The frequency is the same. Maybe one tap in a minute. The amplitude is increased. So if you can hear this, that's a low amplitude. That's high amplitude. Frequency remains the same. So angel, they tell you high amplitude. So when it hits you, it has a dramatic effect, whether you accept it or not. So if they reject me in a hostile way, very, very strongly. See, because they're hit with something hard, and they can accept it or reject it. Reject it more violently than they would if someone else said something. That nigga, yeah. He don't know what he's talking. You know what I'm saying? It's two different ways they reject it. Another person, they get on board. Another person, man, kind of interesting. Oh, yeah, I'm going to check it out later. You understand what I'm saying? They told the angel is the most powerful victor at the time because it's the season for it. Man does not have that power because the season's passed. The season was 1,500 years ago, 500 years. They haven't had victory for 1,000 years, rather. They haven't victory. It's not having any power anymore. They don't have any victory. They haven't had a victory in 500 years. The Bible people have been able to overcome them and neutralize them because that vector is out of season. And now, demons vector, there's devil's vectors, their season when I see because now they're loud all the time, meaning everything because they're desperately trying to keep it strong, but they can't. They're desperately trying to hold on to the winter. Spring is here. Spring is coming. So if you say angel is the time, that means remember if it is, that means every day it gets stronger and stronger and stronger because spring comes in. First spring comes in. By the time you get mid spring, man, it gets stronger, stronger, stronger until it gets summer. Let's get hotter. So it means the vector gets stronger and stronger every day. Let's start out strong. The angel seeds was broke. Angel seals broke in 1990. The world changed. They invade the Middle East. But that's how powerful. And he says vector every day, years. If you think of it like that, you see, man, look all the stuff happening in the world today. It's happening according to what the angel says, not what the Seal Bible says, not what Farrakhan says, not what the Quran says, not what the Bhagavad Gita says. It's happening exactly like the angel says. Exactly. So I always tell you, you don't have to look at the action. You can tell what the action is by the reaction. If you see something blowing northward, that means the wind was southward. Excuse me, I said backward. If you see something blowing in a northward direction, that means the wind is coming from the north. That's how you know. So the windmills forward. Weather vane. Look at the reaction. You look at the world right now, you see react to something. Something's causing the world to be like this. It ain't like that by itself. If reaction had to be an action to cause it to be like it is. So what's the action and where's it going? If it continues going like this, that means the action is still acting on it, and you see the direction it's going. Because it's not going away from the way the angel says, it's going closer and closer to what the angel says. That tells you, when you look around and say, and you see all these people talking, before I got to, he's not even using the vector anymore. Yeah, shut up. And you look around and say, is anybody, the winds, these are blowing in north direction. I see anybody blowing north? I see anybody blowing north. They couldn't be the wind. They couldn't be it. So-called son of man over there, American, I work together. That couldn't be it. American, we ain't going nowhere, and you want to make up the angel, some master child. That doesn't reflect what's happening in the world right now, does it? Farrakhan is saying for the last 40 years, are you seeing the results seeing that in the world as it's today? Does the world look anything like he was talking about? Does it? Because according to him, he's supposed to be saving the whole world, remember? You're going to say all humanity. You're going to say he's going to cause America to repent. We're going to get 6 states in reparations. You see, it look like that's happening? Any close to happening? We're moving in that direction? No. That shows that he's not the one causing it. Only thing causing it is what the angel's saying. Because when he broke the seal, something happened. It didn't happen until he broke the seal. The angel's causing this. The angel mind, understand? Bring one minute in a minute. Of my, I got to get something with my voice. I'm only gonna be a minute. A minute. Here goes. Voice. So, and the bottom line is, it doesn't matter whether you see this, understand or not. It's happening. Happening. The mathematics of it. It's changing. The whole world is changing in direction of the entire world. Wasn't like this in 1990. Every day it's getting closer and closer and closer. Bring it totally into focus. Actually, the focus on angel. We see all these things, witnesses. He try to tell you today, oh man, the witnesses, Elijah and Farrakhan. Bullshit. All you got to just read it. They depend on people being stupid, ignorant, and not reading and checking for themselves. Everything he said was just bullshit. ACPOA, Mama, hey, President, hey, cut short, hey, born heaven, patient, notice to my angels staying right on time, see it going down, on time, in a proper sequence. Now the whole world's waiting for man to make a move. That if it was global, which we know that's what they will win. These things wrong. Jesus, mystery God, what's behind it? Master Muhammad's not, he's going to be a key to it. It's the angel that's causing it. He's called the high priest. The priest ministers. I'm going to call God. He takes administrator, but he's a kick asser. Whoa. You understand? That's why it was ancient days got control of the kingdom. Gave to master. What is that? Days. He's the one that's doing it. Angel. The only one that could do it. Because he's released, he's getting it. Right? He has the fuel. The fuel. What's the fuel to this? Energy. Yeah. Oh, increasing energy, but he's focusing energy in a specific way. Here. There's enough. Break no seal on the angel. So he's using his fuel, release those vectors, arrows, vectors like arrows. These those arrows, these those arrows. Boom, 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 boom. Some people hitting, just knock it down, just killing. Unfin standing up, bro. But that's what's happening. Not a goddamn thing you do to stop it. It doesn't matter, like I said, it doesn't matter you understand that because without any fault. Because that's not the way it works. That's why they don't send one person in. They try to allude to that today on the broadcast. Don't send an army to send one person in. Send them in with a vector force. Changes is greater in strength, amplitude, that the vector force is out there, because it has a vector force. His amplitude is low. And amplitude means like the strength. In that sense. The amplitude is getting lower and lower because discipline is getting lower. Amplitude is getting stronger and stronger and stronger. So a greater force will overcome a lesser force. Understand, brothers and sisters? What's going on? Master Muhammad's going to give up an open hand here. He's going to destroy the source of that vector, the oil. He's going to destroy the source of it. Okay. Engine needs, yes. Engines boost power. Breaking the pride of their power. Understand, brothers and sisters? Move on. Keep this short, but I'm going to just reiterate. Talked about earlier. What I was trying to explain was Jacob. You understand energy deprivation, deprivation. They pronounce it energy deprivation, but it's the same thing. It's just where you say it. You're deprived energy deprivation. So we became deprived of energy deficit, because all the energy that used to be here is out there now. Look out there, universities, all energy. Even the devil recognized that all here, because they said Big Bang. All the energy, they said all the energy was the size of an atom. Wow. All the energy, the whole universe, the atoms, the stars, and everything was all inside of one atom. Wow. All the energy. They acknowledged that. Brian says, didn't you know the heaven and earth was one and we separated, we split it out? So it says, tell you else. But energy is out there now. Barely. But we have less energy here. To the point where energy got so low, we get an energy deprivation state. long anyway. Well, life. Oof. I understand it. With the pit and deprivation, yeah, each stage in our life, every phase requires a mindset for that stage. Be successful. So on the energy deprivation, what mindset do you need? You can't operate the mindset when we was out from making building stars and things like that. Because got less energy. And we know if we continue like that, so we said, okay, but if we had not produced Adam, then we'd have been each other's throat because we didn't have enough energy to maintain civilization, not enough energy to maintain farms and things like that. So what, be eating each other? We'd have been in bad shape. But we had not enough energy, and we needed food. We'd be at each other's throats. I know you don't like to hear it, you might not hear that, but that's the fact. Because there wasn't enough energy, so we'd turn savage, basically. Because there's not enough energy for everybody. So everybody could compete each other for energy. Couldn't maintain a government. Those things, right? They said, well, let's find somebody that could do that. So we came down, stripped down version of Lamborghinis, the devil. It requires nothing. So they didn't suffer energy deprivation. They had an abundance of energy, basically. What it would use it would say overflow. At a reservoir had extra disposable income sources for people if they want to. Enough to maintain so it was stripped down version, right? Everything is gone. You had our form. We couldn't give apes the rule because they had to tell us to do it. There'd be somebody intelligent enough to do it, but it requires much energy. Yeah. And power. But they had the power to maintain a nation, the power to supply, produce food and produce things. We wouldn't be able to do anymore because we'd be at each other's throat, whatever. We wasn't doing those things. They tried to say we was doing things. We wasn't eating each other, Campbell's. But they say that we hadn't got that stage because we produced them to keep getting to that stage. We produced them so they could maintain civilization, maintain farming and everything else. We still had to eat. Therefore, instead of eating each other, right, we say, okay, we go to Massa and they get food from him, but we had on his terms. So okay, you gotta work for me if you want. See? And to stream, right, that means he give us minimum he could give us, get the most work out of us. That's called slavery. And that was acceptable in the Steel Bible because that was the guidance they was given for the season they were in. That was the season and the deprivation. So he said, what kind of economic system would you have to have doing that? What kind of social system would you have to have? What kind of ideological system would you have to have? What kind of political system you have to have for that period of time? That's it. So democracy, capitalism, Christianity was the triangle that would be successful through that time. Exploitation, that's capitalism. Justification of it, Christianity, Steel Bible, justifies all that stuff. Then full cooperation, you had to have that. The people, democracy. Understand? That's the system you had to have in that period of time. And we'd be the ones exploited. Yeah, that's the system. But now when that energy starts coming back, then your deficit becomes less and less and less. Deprivation comes less until you're not deprived anymore. If you're not deprived anymore, then you don't need to submit to them. because you can produce your own food, your own supply. All the nations start producing their own supply, or, 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 or collaborate with other nations to do it. So therefore, Adam's power was declining because he was able to find the man. So the man was gone. The man for what he has is gone. He ain't the only one make cars anymore. When that he's the only one make cars, he don't want to make trucks. He's the only one to produce computers anymore. He's not the only one to produce farm stuff anymore. He doesn't even do these things anymore. So that means so people they don't have demand for his products down, which is the downfall of capitalism. Crumbling. They can't tell you like that's why you got it. All these other countries say, well, we have other things. We're gonna do ain't gonna deal with the dollar anymore. We deal with all this stuff. We're gonna deal with America. Adam's rule starts crumbling. Because now people being energized, they can produce their own stuff. China was a basket case in the 1950s. Now they're producing like crazy. Have enough energy to produce themselves. We don't need. You want something, you can get it from China now. Or other countries. So you don't have supply. Nobody's demanding. They could go someplace else, or they produce at home themselves. You know what I'm saying? For that. Then the false Israel was a lie. But for this system is right because we would be the ones enslaved. So if we was enslaved, they could exploit us, but they need justification for it. So that's the opposite. Oh, well, no, it's justified. Because they Ham, they was cursed black. So they, we deserve, like Pharaoh said, we safe for wicked. So the worms in our ass. That was just justify what they was doing. That was the guidance. They were God. That's what that is it. God gave it to them. Told you that in Genesis, he gave. That's the guidance. That's proper guidance. Well, yeah, but see, do it that way. It's bad news. You can do bad news two ways. You can either fight it or you can go with the flow. So it says, okay, we submit, but we still need the food. They had the food. They had to go in for it. Workers are dead for it. Slavery. But we still survive. By then they persecute us. So okay, they're persecuted. They had the food. Have to go to the food. Yeah, but they persecute us too. We go get the food and they gonna persecute us. Because we gonna get the food from them. But because who they are, they're gonna persecute us too. Afflict us. Well, that's their nature. If we're gonna be afflicted, so okay. We take advantage of that, okay. Well, submit. You submit to their servitude was one thing. So submit to their servitude. That means go ahead and work for them and be exploited. You're also supposed to submit to their affliction. All together. Certain afflicted. We benefit from that. If we benefit from a certain submitting to their servitude, we was able to eat. Submit to their affliction, that will cause us to reorganize. Pressure reduces the organization. So organize, but we organize from coal to diamonds. Submit to their affliction. So that's how you use self-advantage. Don't fight the affliction. Don't fight the servitude. Fight the affliction. So now, so you eat, survive, and you transform. Affliction. Yeah. But we still submit to that because that's the doorway. In other words, on the first floor, go to the second floor. If you want to get the third floor, second floor. That news on the second floor. If you can get to the second floor, you get to the third. I ain't going to that second floor, man. I'm on the first floor. I'm gonna stay on the first. Really? Yeah, there's plenty of the man. Stay on the first floor. I ain't going to that second floor, man. Hell with that. I ain't there. Stay on the first floor. Come on. Stay on the first floor, man. I got a gray hair. By they're putting so much pressure on it, they put pressure on the devil. Of course, it'll transform shit into coal that way. That was enough. Once they transform, there's no power anymore. So Christians who had the sealed Bible, he had the mind for the last 5 years. That was the mind for the 5 years. The Arabs, the Sunni, had the mind for the 1,000 years before that. And they were successful, undeterred, unbeaten. They had some conflicts with the Mongols, but they said unbeaten. 25 years. They had the mind for that. That was the mind to prevail. And then the sealed Bible, remember, that was only the moon. The sealed Bible was the sun. So when it rose, they put the moon in the background. And the moon couldn't do anything because that sun rose. Arabs haven't been doing anything to them. They've had a victory for 5 years. That's what understand that, brothers and sisters? So that was because that was mine. That's 5 years. We submit to that. That mind, am eating shit, in servitude, working their ass off, not slavery. Our cause was a bit afflicted. Our submission, right, was to survive and transform. Other people use some cases they didn't eat. Did it? And they didn't transform. Remember, universe is kind of getting greater and greater and greater. It means you got to be turned to steel to speak right. What's the third floor? First will go on the third floor. Only thing you can it. Steel, but like a diamond. They call that. We'll be able to go to the third floor. There's a flood coming, flood everything on the first floor and the second floor. You got to get to the third floor. You can't withstand it. Devils can't withstand it because remember, they now Lamborghinis, they fall Volkswagen Beetles. They can't stand a lot of pressure. You got a conflict. If you get a crash between a Lamborghini, Volkswagen Beetle, who could you think is going to survive? I understand. I think Lamborghinis made of styles. Or the Beetles were plastics. I'm not saying for sure. I'm just thinking that may be the case. The point is, they can't withstand that kind of pressure. No one can. So the point is, you have to make a new man that could, a new man or woman that could. The affliction. Once affliction on us, we structure it. Now we can go to the third floor. No one else can. So they go try to keep us from going to the third floor. We went to the second floor. We were on the first floor. They get totally wiped out. Let's see, go to the second floor. No power against them. Jews haven't had a victory against the Christians in 5 years. 0, none. They got the Quran, they got the law, got an angel, they got all, So did the Sunnis, so did the Christians. Because they had on their side, so to speak, it was in sync with the season. They were successful. You not be successful unless you're in sync with the season. I think that's still Bible. And us, this was not. This was in transformation from the sea, naked eye. Now it's time. What's coming? It's going to take out the first floor, and it's time to move to the third floor. And okay, we don't want to get there because we went to the interpretation. It's a hard. We can withstand that power to the third floor, the fourth, what's it for? No one else can. They forced to go to this third floor. Force rise and drowning them. When they go, they can't get there. What they do is try to stop us from going there. We can't get there. Understand the analogy here, brothers and sisters? Yes. We're going to no one else, so no one else going to come. Everybody. Not going to take everybody. Let's keep it. We keep on rising the word, keep things high. We can do it. Because we use it for it's everything for our advantage. Explain that to you. Let me explain another way. Now, I explained it earlier, right? Because on energy, earlier this morning, energy level. Energy, he's talking the same thing. It's demand again. They had enough energy to control us. We had to go to him for some. Demand. There was demand for their product. We didn't have it. Other people didn't have it either. They had demand. So when they had demand, people wanted it, and they had supply to give. They don't always had it. So they demanded, so I was capitalist, they demanded you give them something, the food they gave you. They exploited you. They say, okay, you got 100 calories worth of food. I want to give you enough money for 10 calories, whatever. Slavery. You get enough to eat, you got to work your ass off, gold and everything for them. That's the system. That was an appropriate system, correct system that sonification, everything to keep us from turning Sabbath. We suffered. We suffered in a controlled, civilized way. Put that away. Out there in the jungle, that's what it's been. I mean, you might want to hear, but you can't blame people for trying to survive. But then we have a more organized, civilized way of you. It was hard cost. We still were some hard cost way. We were preying on each other. So no one else spoke to that. So the Sunnis, they stayed 1,000 years, 500 years into the past. And hold on to the past law. That season's over. Here it is winter, and they want to try to hold on to it summer. It ain't going to work. They're trying to hold on to that. They're still trying to hold on. And time came for Christians, their time. But it was powerful. And the Quran tells you that when God and God make loose, that loose, no one could destroy them but God. It was their season. So there was power. And the thing is, we had served them because we wanted food. You want food? Okay, you got to do that. You got me. For my food, you got to work. Servitude. That was justice for interpretation. Fiction was not justice. Injustice. You apply injustice on a person. It's like taking something that you're not supposed to take. So it means you create positive energy to a person when you treat unjustly to them. When they treat unjustly, it was creating positive energy for us. Only 400 positive energy you could take see, because they couldn't buy houses, we couldn't buy cars, we couldn't buy anything. They control all our energy. Only thing they couldn't control is our biology. They control it in the sense of working as hard, works to death. But in the gene structure, they couldn't control. So that's the only way it could manifest. Just better and better genes. Always made the genes the best they could be, put it that way. Beat gene. That's transformation from that female. Ultimate affliction, just energy, transform. And then each individual, each one of us, some of us are brain cells, some cells, some blood cells, foot cells. We're one body. We're not in a state of hush. Never state of hush. One body. And we got cancer. There's demons in us. Disease, the devil's all over us. But we got cancer inside of us. The demon. We can see the disease outside. We can't see it. So then you got the demons. Wish we're in. Yeah. To transform. 50 years we get another burst of energy. Every virtuous in heaven. Get energized. Transformed. They build more positive energy. Positive energy what? So now we could hold ourselves. Yeah, to make it improve ourselves the best. You know, we feel something low energy, we get and we get enough energy to control cells. Brain cells, they're going to focus on thinking stuff. Butt cells going to think on, but what butt cells will think on, foot cells work on walking. Leg cells, because that's butt cells. That's what they like to do. As long as they're doing it, they're happy doing it. I still ain't gonna say, I wish I was a home cell. That's what a real body, not just democratic democracy. No. Real quick. Somebody, huh? What's this? And you got enough energy. Brain cells, these folks are all this energy towards thinking. The primary brain cell, only folks are thinking. Other ones, they might have a little, check on the heart every now. Check on the lung. This is totally focused. Thinking. So it's able to create the power, thinking power, create those seals. As it does that, start spreading that information all through the body. It's going to transform the whole body to the same level it is on, all God. It'd be a hot cell, that's a hot cell. Unhot cell. Best hot cell on the planet. Hot cell on the planet was part. But still part of it. Once that happens, right, in the body, enough energy come together, a seemingly great army. Once that happens, forces cancer cells out. I'm going, brothers and sisters. And what happened? Now you got two different natures here in the same place, two different armies. One going clockwise, one going counterclockwise. Clash. This reality goes the summer reality against the spring reality. It's at the beginning, it's equal. Winter and spring. Then winter gets warmer. Spring starts getting warmer, cold, then it gets warmer and warmer. One is clashing. The winter is weaker and weaker and weaker, cannot win. But spring gets stronger, stronger, stronger as every day goes. There's a big clash. The winter, the spring is down up the winter, melting. And eventually, it will happen. Remember, all this positive energy causes affliction. So what it says they will plunder Egypt. all the wealth, gold, silver, gold, everything they got. They're gonna leave with that. That's the it's not gonna leave with better health. We're gonna have better health. They say great substance. That means actual wealth. All the gold, silver, and all that stuff they got stored up. We're gonna take it all out of here. We're out here with great riches. That's it, brothers. And no one else able to do it but us. Try to break through Israel because they didn't go to the heart. They will get transformed to God's faith and go to the heart. Those are things that the scriptures tell you what happens. It's going to be a transformation. Angels are gods. There's going to get a new mind. Those powerful minds. That's exactly what I'm telling you. That to you. You don't count great wealth. Another way, but I got to understand. That's the mathematics of it. See, the thing is, no one else can get to the third floor. They had to go to Harvard. Strong enough to survive pressures to go to the next level. No one else can. Remember, there's a action, reaction, impact on that level, second floor level. So, who was the most afflicted on the second floor level? Esau, our brothers. They go to Harvard. They're going to be the strongest. They got to get revenge for what happened to them. That was the worst. They come to Orientals, then the Asians after them. You know what I'm saying? So that's what happened. You got who takes them out? Consequence of what they did to the Chinese, wiped them out. Not only that, they remember they nuked them and everything else they did to the Japanese. Then what happened? Then you get, they don't speak specifically, and then India, and then China go after it. It was all allied together when they got rid of the devil. Now they clashed each other. And they said the Asians going to take out the Orientals. They got conflict between each other. That consequence has to be resolved. And then what happened then? Then it says, you got Esau. He was the most damaged after us. He was our twin brother, but he didn't go to the heart. Takes them out. Consequences on head against that. It was all Gandhi down in Africa. Everybody was reverse movie. That's exactly what Israel's saying, what I've been saying. They take them out. They can't get to the third floor, second floor. They want to, they can't. They sold their birthright because they refused to. They had took and went to. Remember, he said, "I'm hungry, man. I'll let you have a bowl of soup." See, he wasn't going to suffer anything. He sold his birthright for a bowl of soup. But Jacob said, "No, man, I'm gonna take it all. I suffer anything. I'm gonna get this birthright." Went to empty. Esau hates his brother. Right. Esau also takes out Arabs. Takes them out. Understand? Remember, they was a slave on the west east coast. And all of a sudden, Esau is the most powerful one on the second floor. We're on the third floor. Home in Arabia. He's most powerful. What is coming? What happened? He's got to come to the third floor. Third floor is rising. But he cannot handle the third floor. You know that pressure, we're going to put on his ass. He come to the third floor, we're going to crush him. This is all. They should be gone. Never existed. Everybody left is Jacob. Make it simple for you, brothers and sisters. They get the mathematics. Simple as well. It's happening. Third floor, because he went to submit to Holocaust. The rest of them didn't. And the devil's fault, they was the one afflicted. Everything had to come. That's what it played out in that order. That order the angel says, and that's the actual order happened. And Remember, they can't get third floor. No weapon prosper can work. No weapon prosper against you. No hit your heart. They can't get their cut. They can't touch you on the third floor. They can't touch you. But you with the hard cause. You on the third floor. They cannot touch you. They come after you get squashed and get crushed. That analogy help you, brother and sister? I hope it did. Okay. So, the divorce court Monday. Lincoln, brother and sister. Suleiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaking the 7 seals. Brothers and sisters, I want to do a little critique of the shit show we had this morning. Okay. And some other things I want to discuss. Hopefully I'll keep it brief. I know I never do, but I'm going to try. First of all, brothers and sisters, I want to make a couple comments on something. You know, the role of the woman and the man, and we got to get away from that woman stuff. Woman, men, female, ladies, laddies. See, that's because that sealed Bible mentality put the man in front and the woman behind, in the back. Because we've been governed by the sealed Bible for the last 500 years. Before that, right, the Quran, which actually, it's a moon, the sealed Bible was even before that, but it didn't become effective until the last 500 years because they descended into Catholicism. But the moon was there, reflecting in the absence of the sun, and the sun was a sealed Bible. And we're going to talk about that a little more in a minute. But we use the analogy of the womb and the sperm, right, and the egg. See, the home, the house, right, that's the womb. That belongs to the woman. See, that's the womb. That prepares you for a life outside the womb, outside the home. That's hers. That's her domain. She controls the womb, right? But the man, he's responsible for the development. See, that's the sperm. See, that's what's developing. That's the life. It's developing. So she lets him do that. You know, the guiding, the developing, right? See? And the man secure, you know, he has to, because the man is responsible to secure the womb, to make sure that, right, she's protected, secure, fed, and everything else. So he takes care of all that, the logistics of it, right? But the womb belongs to her. The home belongs to her. Period. But the man, right? The womb is nothing if it doesn't have life in it. See, but the man brings the life in it, and he gives the guidance. That's what the DNA does, gives the guidance to the growth. But the womb, the control of the womb belongs to the woman. Hope you understand that, if that makes sense to you or not. See, because we talk, that's my house. No, that's her house. You may pay for it, but that's her house. See, you may put something in the womb, but that's her womb. You may put sperm in the womb, but that's her womb. That's her house. That's her home. She's a goddess there. And you step out the way and leave her alone. That's hers. But you are responsible for the guidance, right? Cultivating, right? That's you, because that's the DNA is what controls the growth process. And that comes from the sperm. Understand? Now, the egg contributes in that process because the egg and the sperm mix. But the sperm is alive, the egg is not. So it participates. But it's the sperm that dictates, if you want to use that word, it's the, right? It's the guide. The egg just supports it. See? So the man provides the guidance and the woman supports him. She's supposed to support him. Right? But that's her home. And she's control of that. And you make sure, I don't care, you pay for whatever, you make sure that she's comfortable, secure, protected. Because that's her, that's the womb. Understand that. So let's move on. A couple of things too, you know. People say things like, let's make America great again. Okay. Let's examine that. So I keep telling you, the angel, if anything, try to get you to start thinking. You don't just list stuff and analyze everything. That's what your brain does, but you're in a state of mental suspension where you just accept things. And remember, your brain calculates that stuff. So you accept it. You're not conscious of the calculation. I put it that way. Because your brain is calculating. You're not conscious of it because your mind is distracted. But your brain's still calculating this stuff. And so therefore you be making moves that you don't understand why you're making, doing things that don't make any sense. Because your brain's still calculating, and your brain's what motivates stuff. Let me stick something here right quick. So they say something like, well, let's make America great again, right? Okay. But that means it's not great now then, right? If you're gonna make great again, it's not great now then, right? And if then on the same token tell you, well, America is the greatest country on the planet, greatest ever. Nobody's ever been greater than America. Okay, well, if right now it's the best ever been, but it's not great, because you just said you're making great again, that means it's not great now. That means it was never great. That's what they're saying, but it sounds good. Make America great again. Sounds good. Like somebody said, man, that pork is bad for me, but it tastes good. Or that crack, man, it's bad for me, but it makes me feel good. See what I'm saying? It's bullshit. And you got to stop. That's part of the process. See, you've been taught, in the lessons, it's talking about eating the wrong food. They're not talking about physical food. They're talking about knowledge. And so you eating pork, mental pork, and you don't realize it. See, because they so stupid, they don't understand what they're talking about over there. They say stuff they have no idea what they're talking about. I'm going to teach that in a minute. That's what they're talking about. So how much pork are you mentally eating? Remember I told you, the brain needs food, knowledge. That's the food of the brain. So what kind of knowledge you taking in there? You taking pork knowledge? That shit you get from Farrakhan? See? Yeah, you said, I don't eat pork. But you and this is the worst pork. The mental pork, that's the worst. That's worse than physical. Because it's the mental pork that you're going to be judged on, not the physical one. Because this determines what's happened elsewhere. Just make America great again. In fact, even if you take it halfway, what they're saying, when was it ever great? Oh boy, I tell you. Okay, there's a couple more things here, brothers and sisters. We'll get into that. What was the other thing here? Oh, all right. Democracy is great. Well, if democracy is great, what you're saying is that slavery is great, because that's what, in fact, if you read the history, all slavery was all about capitalism. It was about. It was the whole capitalism adventure to get people work for nothing. That's the essence of capitalism. The profit is the more you can get by paying the less. And that's what getting everything out from the slave by paying them anything. It's pure simple. There's no complication there. They say, oh, you got these niggas, hey man, capitalism, yeah. Do you understand? You're saying the slavery was great because it was a capitalist project. That's what slavery was, capitalism at its best. Get them people work for nothing. Like Christianity. If you say Christianity is great, then you have to say, right, that what the Christians is great. Because they're the ones that follow it, they don't want to promote it. And what are they doing? So he's saying murder, disease, rape, enslavement, all that's great. That's what Christians been doing for the last 500 years. That's what they've been doing. Murder, rape, terrorizing people, stealing, genocide. And you're saying that God is great, that they worship the same one that curse you black and doom you to eternal enslavement? That's what you're saying? Because that's what Christianity is. That's what they're saying. You ham. You cursed the eternal enslavement because you made a mistake and looked at Noah when he was drunk. What was Noah doing being drunk anyway? And I didn't know you was looking if they wasn't looking too. You know, this is all bullshit. And you got people worshiping this stuff. What do you think they mean? And Mark says, man was beating himself. He's worshiping stuff that's against him. He's practicing stuff that's against him. That's what he's talking about. You think he was just punching himself? No, Christianity is totally against you. Totally. That God said, you was cursed black. You ham. They said Jesus did all this stuff, right? He enslaved you. He said you should be enslaved here. And his followers was the one to enslave you because of what he said. His followers was raping you with a cross around their neck and burning you alive, right, on the cross. That's what his followers is doing. And so you say, that's your religion? So it means, then you accept that. You say, so you accept that. You say, yeah, we should be burned on the cross. We should be raped. We should be terrorized. Because that's God's will. So I'm going to be a good Christian. I'm going to follow God's will. Because that's what you're saying. See the madness? The madness there? So we're going to talk about a few of those things later. Right? And one more thing. I had made some notes this morning, so I might as well just speak to them right now. I was saying, and that's part of the critique, but I just speak to it right now. Right? See, you know the difference between faith and knowledge? Faith kicks in when you don't have knowledge. It means, I can't see anything. So I have faith everything's going to be all right. So if you see, you don't need faith. If you have knowledge, you need faith. Faith is absent knowledge. You have faith that this may happen. But if you have knowledge, you don't need faith. Faith is a substitute after when we don't have knowledge. When you can't see, you got a faith that, you walk around with a cane, you got faith. But if you see, you don't need a cane anymore. That's what faith is. Absent knowledge. So you result to faith. Well, you need faith for if you have knowledge of what's going to happen. And that clown this morning opened up. Oh man, all these things happening in the world today was prophesied down. You said, yeah, okay, well, how come you didn't see it? I mean, the way it came across, like, all this stuff happening now. Well, you didn't see any of it. Yeah, it was prophesied 1,000 years ago, but you didn't see any of it. Pharaoh couldn't see it either. And then they was talking about faith. And the thing is, they tell me, he ain't there. We don't get into that. But I don't want to jump the gun here. But faith, right? See, Farrakhan, he's having problems over there. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. So whereas people wasn't buying that God told me to be quiet stuff, I guess it wasn't selling that well. You selling a product, you want a product that sells well, right? Don't sell it well. You say, well, I might try a different strategy here. I mean, I'm trying to sell it, nobody's buying, so let me put some sugar on it or something, or let me put a beautiful girl out there, neck girl out there, something to sell this thing. So I guess that wasn't selling too well. So then they backwards all thing. Well, you gotta have faith. See, because before the thing he was saying was, God told him to shut up. God told him to shut up. Oh, what? But you're the watchman. He said, you're the watchman. You're supposed to tell people it's dark now. When it's dark, you're not supposed to turn the light out. You're supposed to turn the light on. He said, God told him to turn the light out, so you make it more dark. You're supposed to be the light. So he said, God told him, shut me, turn the light out. So now you leave everybody in darkness who are paying a bill for 42 years, paying your bill, electric bill. Now you say, well, I'm going to cut the lights out. What the hell? We're paying you a bill for 42 years. And now, when darkness comes, it's like, we're paying you the bill all summer. And now when winter comes, you're going to turn the damn electricity off. We need the heat. We need the heat. We need electricity. We're paying you. And now, all of a sudden, you say, oh, man, we got to close the plant down. We're paying you all for the winter. So told me a show. We've been paying 42 years to get across the river. Now it's time to get across the river, and the boat sinks. God told you to sink the boat. What the hell is that? What the hell is that? So God told me to be silent. In time, turn the light out. When the night comes. Turn the light out. What the hell, you're supposed to turn the light on. So I guess that wasn't selling too well. So now they come up, have faith. Well, what do you need faith for? We got you. You're talking to God. You say, God just told you to shut up. I mean, you're talking to God. What do you need faith for? We got you. We got a God. You're talking to you directly. What do we need faith for? Because you don't know a goddamn thing. See, it's the same thing, because that's all shut, because you don't know. So now you say, well, have faith. But you're supposed to tell us what to do. Get to the river. You're supposed to get across the river. We're supposed to get to the river and say, well, I can't get you across. I'm leaving. Wait a minute, you're supposed to get across the river. Well, the boat sank. We just have faith. Well, how are we going to get across the river? We're paying you to get us across the river, and just have faith. How are we going to get faith? Won't get us across that river. They said God said He's going to get you across the river. So then when you come to the river bank, right? He's supposed to use a boat to get you across the river. So the boat sinks. He said, God told me to sink the boat, so the boat sinks. So I said, wait a minute, what's going on? We need to get across the river, right? Man, what are you talking about the boats? Why do you sink the boat for? God told you to sink the boat. That don't make no damn sense. We still got to get across the river. Oh, no. Well, that wouldn't work too well, man. You better do something. Okay. We just have faith. Just have faith. You get across. You have faith. See? Because he can't get you across the damn river. Because he's a goddamn liar. He doesn't know what's happening right now. See? He's not a light. He's probably a light in the darkness. You don't turn light when it comes dark. The only one giving you light, a true light, is the angel. It's the light in the darkness. Anybody's familiar with it, know it's the light, because it's lighting up everything. Because before you had this, you had no idea. You was in the darkness. You had no idea what was going on. You had no idea who was who or what was what. If you tell the truth about it, you had no idea who was who, what was what, and what time we in. You had no idea, none, zero. And after you've been studying it, then all of a sudden you got all this light, and you see clearly. Those of you that really pay attention, you see 2020, you see clearly. More than you expected to ever see. Because you're still around all the darkness all your life. And all of a sudden, bam, I was blind all my life, and now, damn, man, I can see everything, see everybody. Now, whether you appreciate it or not, it's up to you. But you better do something about it, because you just got received a lot of energy. Did you deserve it? Say somebody, like I said, if I was a billionaire, I could kill people. See, just find somebody I don't like and give them $1 million. I know it's going to be $1 million he ain't supposed to have. I know he ain't going to do nothing with it. He going to get that $1 million. So have $1 million, just gave $1 million worth of negative energy. Probably kill his dumb ass. See? Because they don't see things that way. But that's the way it is. And so you taking this knowledge, that's wealth. Right? So if I give you $1 million, that's what anybody will have. But turn around and get $1 million to somebody else. Right? So saying, hey, it's all for you, it's on them. They try to get somebody else, right? See what I'm saying? So you take just a little bit, but see yourself, enough, right? But keep passing on. You understand? Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I guess that's a little too deep for some people. Okay, let's go into my main. I really intend to keep this brief, but like I said, I'm a big liar when it comes to that. I can't help it. I didn't realize it. I meant to be a half an hour. I was 2 hours. And I keep telling my wife, she said the same thing. She said, damn, you go in there and see me, you got 15, 20 minutes. Next thing you look, it's 2 hours. And where did time go? You don't realize it. No, I think I said that much. Right? But again, fear. Great fear. It's about to grip America. And when you really understand it, and that's what I'm going to talk about, probably going to expound on some of this, right? But fear, see, fear is part of imbalance. You know, if you lose your balance, you fear falling. See, fear comes in many forms. Imbalance is one. Doubt. And that's imbalance. Doubt itself is an imbalance. So it comes fear. When we look at it, maybe fear, that's all about imbalance. You know, I'm thinking about that as I go, right? See, fear of darkness, where you can't, right? When you can't see anything. You see, the unknown. See, darkness is the unknown. We don't know what's going on. See? So, our people have been constant fear since been over here. See? But now the fear is about to happen. So, what happens, because America's walking a certain way, and so what happens when they get upset? They lose their balance. Because they have a certain idea. All of a sudden, their whole idea, their life, everything is based on an idea. Then all of a sudden, the rug is snatched out from under them. And then in an old world, in darkness, they don't know what to do. Because that fear can be profound. What do I mean? Okay. I'm trying to bring things together, but I'm see right now, this might take an hour or two. I'm not going to do it. To pull these things together. See? Okay. Right now, I talked about justification. That's balance. See? So their justification for what they was doing, they gave them a sense of balance, was the sealed Bible. See? Because the sealed Bible justifies all the stuff they're doing. Us being Ham, we cursed, enslaved. Right? See what I'm saying? Them being the spirits of Abraham, right? The fact that they attacked the Jews, right? Because what? They killed Jesus. She said, they got justification on this. Hey, we're not attacking people that killed my God, my Lord. See? So it was about to wipe. They was going to wipe out the Jews in the 30s based on the sealed Bible. Because they said it was Christ killers. They were justified, and they didn't feel no conscience to that. Because yeah, man, you Christ killers. You understand? So when you see all these different things that happen, you don't understand why they're happening. Because you don't understand how mind works, how things work. And so the sealed Bible is the mind for this time. And most of you, I just can't get you to understand that. It's the mind for this. The mind is software. It's not the hardware. Your brain's the hardware. And you have a different, when you're summer, you have a different mind, you have to winter. Your brain doesn't change, but your mind has to change because now you're in a whole different situation. And in the summertime, you're trying to stay cool. In the wintertime, you're trying to stay warm. It's two different paradigms. So you have two different mindsets. And you got to adjust your mind, otherwise you're going to die. You can't go in the winter, tell me I'm going to try to stay cold. Try to stay cool, because you're going to freeze your ass off. No, you want to try to stay warm. Same thing in the summer. I'm going to try to stay hot. Or you're going to get burned, you get your ass burned up. You have a different mindset. She said, so your mindset has to correspond to the time, and then you'll be successful. And that's what scriptures are. They're the mindset you need for any particular time. Period. And if you had that mindset, you'll be successful. If you reject that mindset, you're a disbeliever, and you killed yourself. Allah didn't do a goddamn thing to you. You did to yourself. See, when they talk about Allah, that's talking about consequence. And consequence is something that you cause. Not God caused it. You caused it. It's by your action. You understand? Because what it tells you, in the judgment, what? You're going to pay for your action. So who's driving the judgment? You. Is God driving the judgment? No. It's you driving it. Because you're paying for your action, not his action, yours. So you don't want judging yourself. Because the judgment says whatever happens to you is a reaction to decisions you made, to what you did. So you did it to yourself. Now you're just paying off. See? So their judgment is the day when all the dams break. Because sometimes some judgment is instantaneous. But if it's dammed up, it's right? That's the day all the dams break. So all the consequences are resolved. See, some consequences, all the consequences, some are immediate. But it's delayed. That's why a judgment day, when there's no delay anymore. All the dams break. And there's no delay. The consequences, everything is settled. That's why, because it's judgment day. Then when everything is settled, when all the dams are broken, see? And the consequence, no consequence, right? So full force, bam. And that's in the process happening now. Because you can hear this carefully and watch carefully. You see the cracks and start hearing the cracking sounds of the dams. So that's consequence. See? So this fear, right, is a consequence. Is that dam breaks. And they wouldn't expect that constant. They weren't expecting. See? So all they did also come on them. See? Because the thing is, they weren't expecting, let me just say clearly, they weren't expecting a consequence. Because they thought they were doing God's will. So they wasn't expecting a negative consequence, put it that way. Because they were expecting a positive consequence. They thought they were doing God's will. So they were getting paid for doing God's work. Well, they was doing God's will, Satan God. Because they God's, see, it's hard to explain these things, but also because your mindset is so limited. Because they are worshiping God. But what God? They tell you what God they're worshiping. They say Satan is God as well. See, you're going to pull these things together. You got to see the whole picture. You got a puzzle, you put a little piece together and say, no, you put the whole picture together. So they are worshiping God. They're worshiping Satan. That's why they don't give him a name. You know, the Europeans don't give God a name. You ever thought about that one? Everybody else give him a name. The Buddhists give him a name. Hindus give him a name. Muslims give him a name. But they don't give him a name. Because they tell you what the name is. It's Satan. Because Jesus said Satan is God as well. That's the God, because what the works they're doing, we're doing Satan's works. And the angel tells you that Satan is the one in control. And they even tell you right now, if bosses, they control America, what they do. You understand what I'm saying, brothers and sisters? So the thing is that you go along and you're in the winter and you're doing all kinds of winter stuff. And that's what you're supposed to do in the winter. You're doing winter stuff. But that don't play in the spring. And so when spring comes, if you didn't know there's a spring coming, and you thought it was going to be a perpetual winter, you're going to be shocked. You'll be in shock. Oh, what's that? Sun coming, and you're going to be in great fear because all your power is melting before your eyes. Every day your fear is going to increase because all your power is melting. Nothing, goddamn thing you can do about it. All your power is melting right before your eyes. You see? All that great power you had, you weren't expecting that. Because you thought that was going to be forever. So you think, this is what they're doing, it's going to be forever. But they was created for a season. We told 6,000 years. Even the Genesis tell you that. Adam only had 6 days. 6,000 years. But they think it's going to be perpetual. So the shock is when they find out that no, they was actually working for Satan. That was their God. And everything they was doing, right, was against, right, God, the real God, right? But see, you said, well, wait a minute, didn't you just say Satan was the God? Yeah, but who put Satan in charge? See? God put Satan in charge. Okay, it's your time. You rule now. So you could not have ruled without God's permission, according to Sunni says anyway, right? So it was Satan's time. He was God's will because God gave, right? We gave him, Satan, and his people 6,000 years. We gave it to him. And with that 6,000 years, right? They were just. Oh, yeah, they was just because what they was doing was consistent with the season. Capitalism, Christianity, sealed Bible, that was consistent. That was the mindset. Because it was energy deprivation. So that's the mindset you need to survive to energy deprivation. And we was told to submit to that because it was bad for us, but the point is that to survive it, you had to submit to it. If you're from Africa and a cold spell comes, you got to go ahead. You can't say, well, I'm going to keep running around. Well, let's say if you live in the jungles that we know, I don't want to say it like that because they say, yeah, we were all in the jungle. But say you was living in the jungle and a cold spell comes through there, Arctic wind. You're going to say, I'm going to keep running around with no clothes and stuff on. You're going to die. So you got to submit to it. And when the winter people come in, you got to go along with the winter people because they know how to deal with the winter. And you're going to need to cook clothes and stuff from them. And they're going to make you pay for it. They're in control. Every time they hug you, it's going to be freezing, man. You know, because they're cold people. And it's going to be hard getting along with them because everything talking about is cold. They preaching cold, and you don't want that. It's against your nature. You want some warm. You know, I was telling people, when I was living in Chicago, right? And I used to live on the lake on Martin Luther King Drive, right? Just before you get to the loop. Right? McCormick, not half a mile from McCormick, I think. Martin Luther King Drive, I think just before you get to 47th Street. I think that was 47th Street. I can't remember. It's a long time ago. And wintertime, it gets, oh boy, it gets cold in Chicago. And so I would jog. How cool it was, I wouldn't think about it because I said, man, right? I was in my 20s at the time, right? Maybe early 30s. I left him when I was about 32, something like that. right? And this was after Elijah Muhammad departed. I was living along the lake, right? And I used to go out jogging, and I'd be like a polar bear, man. I got 3 layers of coats on everything. I mean, I tell you, man, I look like a bear because I got all these clothes and stuff on. Because it was cold as hell. But I was out there, I'm going to do my 5 miles. I'm running out there, man, all this clothes on, and here come a devil running down there with nothing but a pair of shorts on and not even a shirt. Yeah, I'm not exaggerating. It's 20 degrees, 10 degrees, 5 degrees, this cloud walking. You know what I'm saying? Whole different. We're different people. And for your little science here, right? You know, black means, when you see something black, that means the sun, the black is absorbing all the light from the sun, all of it. That's why what you see is darkness. Because no light was reflecting, because it's absorbing all the light. So there's no light, so you don't see any light coming back. So to you, you think that that's dark or black, because you don't see any light coming back, because it's absorbing all of it. And sunlight is vitamins. I don't know if you understand that. Sunlight is vitamins to us. So you're absorbing all of it. That's good. That's good. We're absorbing all of it. But see, devils, they don't absorb none of it. Because white is when all the light comes back. Let me see green, that means all the colors are being absorbed except green. That's why we look at vegetables, you say, they can tell you what vegetables are good, bad, based on the color. Because it's based on light. That's how you know vitamins are connected with light. So the thing is, you go in there and you see, if so you see a vegetable, right, and it's green, that means it's absorbing all the light except green. So you might say, well, that tell you what vitamins has in it. Because it's reflecting green, that's not absorbing, that vitamin's not going to be in there. Whatever vitamin is associated with green. Or if it's red, like a tomato, it's absorbing everything except red. So you know red is reflected back to you, that's why you see red. So you say, well, it doesn't have that vitamin. Right, okay. But when you see white, that means it's not absorbing any of it. It's all light's coming back. When all light come back, you see it as white. When all the lights, all the colors are blended together, you see it as white. See, because it's bright. That's why it's all white. You see all the light. That's why it's so bright. So it comes to you as, you think you consider it being white. What's the other about white? It's just bright. So it's different between bright and darkness. Right? All the light together, see, that's bright. Or no light, it's dark. You don't see any light. You understand? So what happens with the devils, when it hits them, because it reflects all back, that's why you get sunburned. Because at the skin, on the skin level, the light is bouncing back. That means that's the heat that's burning it, because you absorbed it. So therefore, it gets in your body, and you don't feel no heat because you absorbed it. But if you reflects it at the surface right there, it burns because you're not reflecting it. That's why you get sunburned. I thought I'd explain that to you. Okay. So that's good because we absorbed all that. Okay. So let me get back to my story here. So, in the case of fear here, it's a change in season. So, like I said, if the winter people, then all of a sudden, they don't expect the spring, and all their powers melt. They get fear, and the fear gets greater. And all of a sudden, the people that they had under control, that was freezing, that couldn't do anything. It was immobile because it was freezing, man. Oh, always crying. Oh, man, it's cold, man. You know, all of a sudden they start getting strong and standing up, and they know what they did to these people, and they can't do anything because their power is fading because all the ice is melting, and the sun's getting hotter and hotter and hotter. And the hotter the sun gets, the more energized the people they had under control gets. And the weaker they become. And the fear comes greater and greater and greater. Because they know it's going to be retaliation for what they did. That's just one way of looking at it. So this reality is coming to a screeching halt. Because we're going to make America great. For their mind, this thing's going to continue like this forever. Because they don't understand seasons Why? Why couldn't they understand seasons? Well, okay. You think a daffodil understands seasons? It comes what, in the spring, and then it's gone. What comes? I guess it starts growing in the spring and then blossoms in the summer or something like that. Right? It's dead in the fall. You know, never know fall. It's all it knows. It fears fall because fall destroys it, and never sees winter. So they don't know about all the seasons. You have to go through all the seasons, know about them. Right? And so they weren't even around when the spring came. That's when they was giving birth to. So they never saw the winter. So the point is, like I said, the devils, they never seen any other season but this season. And they ain't know about any other season. They don't know, they don't know about the seasons. We do, because we've been through all the seasons. We go through them all every 24,000 years. We go through all 4 seasons every 6,000 years. 6,000 years, 6,000 years. That's 4 of them, that's 24,000. And we've been going for 72 trillion years. So we know all the seasons. See? And we got the mind with a mind developed each season. It's like going to the grocery store and say, oh, I need this, needs. Well, we say, okay, this season coming on. So you're going, hey, give me this mind. That's the mind I need. You know, hey, give me this, you know, scientists say, okay, hey, man, we're going to new season. Okay, here's the mind you need for that season. That's the scripture. You need for that season. And we understand that. See? And so it says, we're told, right? Hey, here's a real bad season coming up, man. It's really cold. It's really cold, man. It's a real cold season. So the best thing you do, man, is, look, go over there. Where those people, those winter people is, right? Because they're gonna be powerful. Be over them and do whatever they tell you to do. Just do whatever they tell you to do. Don't fight them. Don't do whatever they tell you to do. Right? Because it's going to be real cold, man. It's going to be really cold. And they know. See? They know about the cold. They know how to deal with the cold. Just do what they tell you to do. Submit to the master. Do what the master tells you to do. Because it's really cold. They know how to hunt in the cold. So you know how to get the polar bears and got the fish in Iceland. You know how to do all this stuff. And you don't. And you still got to eat. So you got to go in there. They say, hey, man, I want you to go do this here, man. We got to go fishing. I want you to come here and this is what I want you to do for me to get this fish. And I'll give you a fish. You understand, brothers and sisters? But the cold people don't realize, right? Because they came to existence during the cold, so they think it's going to be cold forever. They think they're going to control all the hotness, the greater people, right? Forever. Because they think they've never seen other seasons. They came into existence during the cold. But they know how. They adopted the cold. They was built for the cold. But they want to say, and then when seasons change, spring, what the hell's going on here? What is this? I see it's coming. And then, oh man, we're in trouble. Right? And it seems to be this winter, the spring, this season coming in, it seems to be helping these people that we had under control here. They seem to be invigorated by it, but man, us, we lose the power. All our icebergs and all the stuff we had, man, all the stuff is melting. We're losing our power fast. And they seem to be energized. What the hell's going on here? You see? Fear, confusion. And that's what it is, brothers and sisters, because they don't have no idea what the spring is like. They've never seen it. This new age coming in, they've never seen it. They have no idea what it's like. They have no idea what it's like to be blessed, so to speak. You understand? Because in the next one, the Quran tells, and the Bible tells, you put $100, you get $1,000 back. You know, what's it, 1 grain of corn, and you get a whole ear of corn back. See, what kind of economic system is that? That's ain't capitalism. Capitalism is just the opposite. You see? You do a little bit of work, get a whole lot back. Now, they got something like that on their end, but they had to exploit us to do it. But you ain't got to exploit anybody to do it. It's just that's the way nature universe. A little bit of effort gets you a lot of bit of, you got the fulcrum. A little bit of effort gets you a lot of reward. Okay? And we got to be careful with that one because, like I said, that's why Suleiman has to make sure he has to validate every person that gets in there. Because if you let devils in there, then you won't be able to get rid of them. Because that's a time of grace and mercy, so to speak, right? So they do a bad thing, but instead of, they get a good consequence. See what I'm saying? Because like I said, if you understand it, you give $100, you get $1,000 back. Right? So it says that's the equation, right? So you go and take $100 from somebody, right? You're supposed to get, but you're not gonna get that kind of consequence. Otherwise, you only get $900 back. So you go, wait. So they'd be like flies in the kingdom, causing all this mischief and blood. We don't want that. We don't want any flies and insects. That's what you see. That gets what it says. The Son of Man will send anything that iniquity or offense has to be clean. Otherwise, we have insects, have people like that. Can't get rid of them. Because, I mean, if you got 900 units with positive energy, what you going to do? He just don't have as much as you because he's stealing from other people. That's his nature. But he still got positive energy. He still got a defense. That's if he can handle the pressures of it, but you understand what I'm saying? We don't create, but that's what, I don't want to, let me move on. But Caesar's changing, they don't understand it. It's confusing for them. See? So, anyway, and that's the beginning of the fear. The beginning of the fear is the sensing that the season is changing. That's the beginning of it. That says men's hearts be filled for fear of those things, anticipation, because they see it. A new season is changing. See, the season hasn't changed yet, but they see it's beginning to change. They see the sun start coming over the rise. Oh, what's that? No, say it was a night, put it like that. And you was creating the night. So you never know anything about any day. You never seen a day. You don't know what a day is. All of a sudden, you never seen the sun before. All you see is the moon. You thought that's the creation. You thought that was the creation. The night, the moon, that was it. All of a sudden, you see some light come on the horizon. What the hell is that, Lou Dawn? You get fear in you. What's going on with that? Because you're accustomed to the dark. You like darkness. You love it. And all of a sudden, your darkness disappearing. And Lord, what the hell is that? And exposing you too. Because you're undercover dark, nobody can really see who you are or anything. All of a sudden, what the hell? And as it gets brighter and brighter, you get more fearful. What the hell? And the lightness killing you, destroying you, exposing you and everything else. So put that away. That's what's happening, brothers and sisters. New season coming in. And they've never seen before. It destroys their mind, because what their mind is based on is going, right? This winter season, right? Mischief, shed blood, genocide, enslavement. That was the mind for this season. They were successful at it because that was the mind for this season of 6,000 years. But now all of a sudden, that mind doesn't work anymore. I had to have a new mind. And I'm going to go into that more detail in a minute. And so fear comes upon them because they don't know what to do. Confusion. See what's going on. See? Because suddenly, was cursing, was blessing Israel, and was cursing Ham. And then we find out that Ham is really Israel. Israel is really Ham. And because that's what Nehemiah says. And so therefore, you're off balance now. And so you want to hold on. What happens when you slip and fall? You try to grab anything you can grab onto to stay balanced. So there's no way, hell, that can't be right. We're losing balance. We're going to fall. So try to hold on to balance. Hold on to false Israel with all you can. Even though it looks, you see right away how evil they're proving that they ain't real. Look how they're menacide, they doing all this stuff, but you got to hold on to them because you got to hold on your balance. Look all the stuff they doing, but you hold on. Everybody sees it. You're losing balance, but you hold on, grabbing it because you want to fall. So you hold on to false Israel, dressed. You're desperate. You get the feel, brothers and sisters? You feel me? You get the feel of it? This is not just an analogy. This is exactly what's happening. So you just get fear because when you get fear, you feel you falling. First thing you do, you start slipping, you fear. Fear's the first thing hits you. When you feel like you slip and fall, the first thing hits you, fear. So fear, because all of a sudden everything's coming out of balance. And so you're trying to hold on to something to keep from falling. But everything you hold on is slipping. You hold on, hold on, you hold this rope and that rope breaks. You're trying to grab on anything. You hold on that and it falls. And you still can't break nothing. You can't find anything to break your fall. I mean, it slows it down, but you still can't stop from falling. But you're desperate to keep from falling. That's what's happening. So fear increases because they see the whole world is changing around them. You're talking about supply and demand. They're losing supply. So there's no demand. Because without supply and demand, capitalism won't work anymore. It's the whole system. And then the justification, sealed Bible, that doesn't work anymore because they found that they was cursing the wrong one and blessing the wrong one. So the justification of what they was doing was wrong because they were saying what they was doing wasn't good. It was good for Satan, but it wasn't good for the God they claimed they were believing in. So you see, that's destroyed. The justification of what they was doing is destroyed. The economic system is destroyed. See? And then the democracy is destroyed because now everybody's fighting with each other. See, there's no Hajj or anything there. See, the whole thing is collapsing, which creates more fear. Because when everything collapses, it means there's nothing to hold on to. And so here you done fell for a 10-story building. What you think? You fall for the Empire State Building. What you think you're feeling if you hit the ground? You're in a state of fear. Will it take 2 or 3 seconds, 5 seconds, whatever, hit the ground? Your fear just increases. You're in a total state of fear. That's the only thing. There's nothing else in your mind. You think about your mother, your father, your grandfather, your bills. You're in a total state of fear until you hit that ground, and that's over. Your fear just increases. And that's what's happening. They're in free fall. They can't find anything. They're grabbing, but everything they grab is falling apart. They grab hold and fall Israel wall, and the whole world turned against them. Because everybody can see that's not Israel. See? The capitalist system is falling apart. They got bricks and all these other people that say, hey man, we don't need you no more. We got more supply. So now they're desperate on that count. They hold on to false Israel and everything else, and now they're desperate. Now, let's see, because they say, well, capitalism work. Why, if capitalism worked so well, it was such a good thing, why you got to take Panama Canal now? Why you got to take Mexico? Why you got to take Canada? Why you got to take Greenland? You see what I'm saying? Everything's collapsed because they're desperate. Okay? And then the political system, everybody's against each other. You got to understand and read the signs, brothers and sisters, right in front of your face. That's all the signs of total collapse and balance. Fear. And the more worse it gets, the greater the fear becomes. The fear is already starting, right? See? But how long before they recognize it, when it comes totally recognized? Say, doing everything to keep people from recognizing, oh, you're falling. Oh, don't worry about it, man, it's a cushion. It's a cushion, don't worry if you fall. It's a cushion there for you. We're going to make America great again. See? We're gonna have a religious revival. See, we're gonna unite everybody. We're gonna have a united political system. See, everything they keep telling you. Listen to things they tell you. See, because they're trying to. They can't break your fall. They're trying to tell, well, don't worry about it, because we got a cushion. You ain't gonna crash and burn. We got a cushion for you. That's why they're doing this. I'm trying to get you to start understanding what you, to recognize what you're seeing. See, sometimes you can see things, but you can't recognize what you're seeing. Like the other day, boy, I felt so stupid, right? And my tablet, I had it on the couch, right? And the couch is black, and the tablet's black. So I left a tablet on the couch, right? And I'm looking at my tablet, man, I'm getting upset. My tablet. I went in the living room, look, I ain't seen no tablet. Right, come on, man, my tablet, man. So somebody took my tablet, my son's here, and I'm trying to get him out of here. I said, man, he must have took it. The tablet was on the couch, black on black, and that's why I didn't see it, but it was there all the time. And so I went and told my wife, I said, I apologize. I said, because you ain't gonna believe what happened. Because she said I was getting upset about it, right? And I said, well, I went to her. I said, yeah, well, I was stupid. I went in there. I didn't pay close attention. I left it on the couch, and it's black, and it was black, and I didn't notice it because it was black on black. But you understand the thing is that you got to learn to understand what you're seeing. And they're trying to get you to think, to divert your attention, to make you don't believe your lying eyes. See, what you're seeing is not what you're seeing. They're trying to tell you what you're seeing. I'm trying to get you to see clearly what you're seeing. What you're seeing is they're free fall, and fear is gripping. And I'm trying to give you a good analogy. So what happens when you're in fear? The one thing you want to do is you want to people remove the sense of fear. So they say, oh, you got a cushion. Because if you see you're about to fall, then you find there's a cushion on you don't feel so bad about it. Go, hey man, I just fall on the cushion, I just get back up. Right? But when you realize there's no cushion, only thing you want to do is remove that fear. And what's the fear? The fear is, what was they practicing capitalism on? They're getting the profit of us. What was the justification about? Justifying the exploitation of us. And what was the democracy about? The unification for them to all work together on it. It was all about us. So therefore, we're the cause of the fear. So the point is, right? Because false Israel goes, remember, they was cursing us. And now we trying to be Israel, and false Israel coming here. So we're the cause of the fear. Because the whole world is flipping around. And so, get rid of the fear. You want to get rid of the fear. If you're in fear, the only thing you think of is getting rid of that fear. You understand? I'm trying to put this in a way so that you can understand it clearly what's happening. So you're the cause of the fear, so then they got to get rid of you. That's their first reaction. Once they realize the cushion is not there. See? And there's nothing to hold on to anymore. Nothing to hold on, and there's no cushion. Right? False Israel's gone. Economy collapsed. Right? They got political turmoil. They can't, right, work together. All that. And there's no cushion. And you're the one that's the cause of all this. Because you, the one, is where the consequence is coming from. Doing them as it done to you. You're the consequence, right? You're going to be the consequence of the action. You're the one that's right? And so they don't want that consequence. They don't want that pain. They don't want the suffering. They don't want to pay for what they did. So they got to get rid of you. That's impossible, but that's what they're going. That's their last resort. You see, and if you look at that, exactly what I've been saying, I just put it in a very simple way for you. Everything we say is consistent. That's exactly what the Scripture's saying. The fear increases, they have to get rid of you. They want to get rid of that fear. But they can't, because spring is coming in. So hold on there for a second. I'm gonna switch gears a little bit here. Give me a second, wrong sisters. Okay, brothers and sisters, I'm switching gears, but not totally. Right. This will be consistent. Just, oh, here we go, this camera stuff again, boy. Let's see what I can do about this. I tell you. Well, let's deal with this for a little more. Now, the fear is going to be increased to the point where they have nothing to hold on to anymore. They're free fall. They know there's no cushion. Got crash and burn. One thing says, let's get rid of causes of fear. Let's get rid of gravity. Right? Well, no gravity, when they wouldn't crash and burn. They use the gravity, so to speak. But what happens? Now remember, that fear is intense. Off the page at that point. Then what happens? When they go and try to eliminate you, that's what they said, that's the way we're going to absolve this fear. Remove it, right? And they find they can't. And then the full consequence hits them, bam! When they're trying to stop the consequence. The flood. The dam breaks. Flood hits them. Then what happens then? And it's already at maximum fear. It means it goes beyond astronomical at that point. See? It doesn't kill them. See? But now they know everything's, they're in free fall. They can't stop it. There's no way they can stop it. Okay. So it knows nothing but destruction. It still got a little way more falling to do. Still falling. So it fears me off the page. So actually, it gets to the point where they try to stop the reason for the fear. They can't do that, and then it just nothing but fear upon fear, astronomical, exponential. I said the fear is about to grip, and it's going to grip this country, and it's going to grip it, and it's not going to let go until it's totally wiped, destroyed. The fear. I'm trying to get a point of what I'm just trying to get some feel for what this fear is going to be like, right? And some of you are going to taste some of this fear because of lack of knowledge. Okay, switch gears a little bit here. Okay. I'm going to try to explain this in another way, brothers and sisters, what I'm going to talk about now. Gather my thoughts here. Let's start with Adam. Now, Adam, they're talking about the Quran is God can make God coming out of dark ages 500 years ago. Now, what is the period of energy deprivation? That means energy deprivation is total. You don't have enough energy to maintain yourself. Energy deprivation. That means you can't think properly, right? And all your other facilities may be limited because you need energy to see, you need energy to talk. So maybe eyesight becomes dim. Because your body, what happens to your body, it manages energy. So what happens is, it looks at the critical functions which keep you alive. So if the energy gets real low, there's going only the function that's going to keep your heart going, make your lungs going. No, that's critical functions because both those those are two most critical functions you got. Maybe you might lose your kidney function. Now you're on dialysis. You may go blind. You may go deaf. Those are all aspects of energy deprivation. But your heart and lungs, so you're still alive, but everything else has failed because you don't have the energy to maintain those things anymore. And a lot of us suffer some of those things during the Holocaust. Right? But devils, they didn't, because if we're Lamborghini, it takes a lot of energy to maintain us. A Volkswagen Beetle don't take much. So they can see good, right? All the functions, their kidneys working, everything's working for them, right? They control their land, they control their government, right? Because they got all this exposable energy, so to speak. Disposable energy, if you want to call it that. That's the idea behind Yaqub. Said, let's make, okay, everybody's Lamborghinis here, but we can't afford to maintain this anymore. So we're going to have to park these Lamborghinis in the garage. We can't afford the gas, we can't afford the insurance, can't afford anything to operate these things anymore. So they set them in the garage somewhere, rotting away. But let's go and make a cheaper version. Let's make a Volkswagen Beetle that don't have don't have automatic transmission, don't have power windows, don't have radio, none of that stuff, right? See, just turn on the engine, and now you don't take nothing for insurance, right? Cheap tires, cheap gas. I mean, you can throw 1,000 miles over tank of gas on it. So now, man, they moving and grooving. While Lamborghinis, man, they can't do anything. They riding away. That's the idea behind Yaku. That's why they devoid of melanin. Don't have. See, being white means you don't have those things. It means that, right? You know, means you don't have them. Blue eyes. That means you don't have all the color. You lose all that stuff. So you strip down version. Before I go there, I want to show you this stuff before I forget. That reminds me of something before I forget. I want to show you this, brothers and sisters. No, I'm not that one. I'll get to that in a minute. See it right there? See that? That's beauty. That's beginning of beauty, because I was just, they're going to be much more beautiful than that. I mean, how can you be more beautiful than that? How can you be more beautiful than that? That is beauty. Black beauty. Boy, that's beautiful. Boy, she is beautiful, ain't she? See? They sent me something on YouTube, you know, but there was this old they show you about trying to talk about Madonna was the most beautiful woman in the world. What's that, Ray Charles or government? I ain't Ray Charles, I can see too better than that. But see, that's what I want to show you here. Imitation is never as good as the original. Imitation is never as good as the original. Imitation is never good as the original, never. They tell you that's it? No. No, that's it. This is the beauty here. That's the imitation. The imitation is always a stripped down version, ain't it? This don't have anything this don't have. This is missing stuff. This is made up. They have to make up on this one. This can become this. This can never become that. A black person can't become white, right? Because that's where they came out of us. She might have a crown, but she can never be complete with this. See? Like I said, they had what's the way they say it? They had an image of godliness, right? Denying the substance of it. They don't have the substance. They might look. But they don't have shame, they don't have conscience, they don't have any of those things. Stripped down version. That's why they walk around naked. They don't see themselves. They walk around naked, and everybody's pretty proud to be how naked they are. They walk around naked now, and they talk about how we was naked. They walk around naked now with the pants off, their crack of the ass and everything else, and they think that's good. One of the reasons why they do it because they lose control of their men. The men is referring this always did, even during Holocaust. And they're desperate to keep the men attracted to them, so they're showing them everything. And they got sisters following in footsteps. No, that's beauty right there. That's the imitation. See, got the form of godliness, the form. Don't have the substance, and just the form. You know. See. It's like a coloring book, right? You get this version, then you got to color it up. You got to add more to it to get this. You understand? You don't get a coloring book like this, and then you take from it to get this. No, you get this, and you have to add to it to get this, because this is more. I always show that, so I don't want to forget. Boy. And about once we get home and everything else, this sister might consider being ugly. Because it's going to be so much more beautiful than this. You can't say, how can that be? Well, that's what it's going to be. The Quran tells you that too. Right? And it's beautiful. When you get home, they're going to be much more beautiful than this. That's the sisters that's here now, right now. They're going to be, Quran said they're going to be made like virgins again. So that means they're going to be, right? Their beauty is going to be more profound. Let's move on, brothers and sisters. I wanted to get to that. Right, so as I was saying, Lamborghinis, so we sub mental incident, right? Okay. So we was told how to deal with. We got the mind. Well, we say, okay, this is the mind you need to deal with this winter situation you're about to go into, right? That's a sealed Bible. So you submit to that, because according to that, you're supposed to be slaves, and they're going to abuse you and afflict you, right? Submit to it, right? So Jacob said, okay. Angel said, okay. But Esau, he wasn't going to submit to it, and neither was Ishmael. Okay? Iblis says to Ishmael, I ain't going to do it. So, what happens? Oh, I can't believe this. Okay, I'm going to have to cut it short. Just hold on a second. Oh, man, I can't, it's been over an hour and a half already. Okay, hold on, brothers and sisters. Hold on. I just had to finish this later on today or tomorrow. Okay, brothers and sisters, my bad. I got a 3 o'clock appointment. I didn't realize it. And I saw them keep down to half an hour the most. I can't believe I'm going about 2 hours already. Unbelievable. So let me close this out real quick. And I'll probably finish up later on today or maybe tomorrow. So I'll get this point across. They refuse. Right? So the point is that they didn't understand. He said, God told me, I know what you know not. See? So they didn't go to the Holocaust. And we did. But they didn't understand the function of it. But the function of the Holocaust, right, puts on intense pressure because the affliction of it, right? The servitude, that goes into deprivation. But the affliction was beyond, but that was the nature of Adam to do that. So affliction caused us, and I'm moving quickly through this, caused us to be transformed. Right? The pressure, the affliction, right? Because that's their nature against ours, caused us to be transformed. See? So it transformed us, male and female, because both of us went through it. So both get rewarded. Okay, in addition to that, I'm trying to understand what this whole thing, in addition to that, right? Okay, by doing this to us, taking something from us, right? Part of this transformation, and also part of it was the positive energy that was generated. Because you take something from someone, it's affliction with a butt board. They took something from us because it's transformed, but also took some. See, servitude was loud. That was part of energy deprivation. That was in tune with the season. But energy, but the affliction, that was beyond. So it was like you taking $1,000 from somebody, you stole it from them, right? So now you're creating negative energy for yourself, positive for them. So all this positive energy they created for us, right? Now, I said the transformation is an affliction because of two natures conflicting, and because they did this, right? They created positive energy for us, right? Okay. But they didn't go through that. And see, that pressure the pressure was great enough because that's the pressure you need to go to the next season. See, you need to be able to handle that structure to go to the next season. See, spring, that's the structure. But no one else did with but us. That's why Scripture said all of them be wiped out. All of them. Because they didn't go through that. So they all working together to try to stop us before the season comes in. They see it coming in to try to stop us. They can't, but they're going to try. You understand what I'm saying? So the whole thing is that I started to my hush. We're a body. We're going to recognize we're a body. We're going to come together. We have cancer cells, and that's the demons. Cancer cells in right now. We're going to remove them because we energize our body, start healing, get rid of the demons, right? But the whole thing is like we're a body. So you got brain cells, you got heart cells, you got leg cells, whatever. But it says, Son of Man, he would go through that with you because it said he would eat shit. It says in the Bible, he would go through it too. He's part of it because he's the brain cell of the body. He's the primary brain cell of the body. So as a brain cell, he focused on mental things. So the energy he has, the positive energy he has, he used all that positive energy for all that positive energy he gets. We all get it. But if you're a heart cell, you're going to use it to develop your heart to be a better heart cell. If you a lung cell, you're going to use it because that's your nature. But if you're a brain cell, you're going to be it's more smaller. You're going to use your energy that way. So the Son of Man, he's the main brain cell, so he's going to use all the energy, and that's the energy you need. That much energy you need to break the angel. See where I'm going? So once it does that, then he's not upload, but to transfer that mind cell, that mind to the whole body. He has to do it. He was the only one because no one else could do it because he didn't have that much. And it took that transformation. When he transformed, now he's the brain cell. So he's the one that has all his energy is focused on that. So that's enough energy to break those seals and then transfer that mindset to the whole body. So I'm giving you a short version, right? So now the body is transformed. It's got a new mind, right? It's all this positive energy. It's got its nature, right? It's confirmed. Right, it's hard now. So when it comes to seeing the great army, you see I'm putting it together for you. See? Seeing the great army, right? With all this positive energy. So now you got this nature. Remember this nature was dominated, that nature was dominating our nature. But now our nature, our nature is intact. So now it's your nature colliding. Now you got a serious war. This terrible war going here in America, the two natures colliding, right? And this one got this mind, right? Because it's the Son of Man, right? Right? They're colliding. You understand? And then on top of that, right? Remember, the two natures collide, but now you got all this positive energy, right? So we do that positive energy. You take all the wealth they have, all of it, and leave out here with great substance. Assalamu alaikum. Sulaiman Rahim here, Master of the Covenant, breaker of 7 seals. The only breaker of the 7 seals. If anyone is coming to you claiming they're this or that, just ask one question. Are you the Lamb? That's the one who we should be listening to, the Master of the Covenant in the last days, the one is seeking. Ask them one question. Other than that, have you broke the 7 seals? Do you understand what the angel of the book of Revelations is saying? Do you understand that book? Have you broken the seals? If they say no, then bye. There's nothing, nothing here, right? Waste my time over. They say yes, then prove it. See? And then they'd be discovered as a liar because they don't know. They're guessing. Elijah Muhammad himself did not know, and Master Muhammad himself did not know either. That doesn't change the fact they are the God and the messenger. But they didn't know it either, so they're not the Lamb. There's only one person in the entire universe able to do that. Just one. See? That should tell you something in and of itself. It says no one in heavens or earth, under the earth. Now, if you say it's the spiritual God you're talking about, he's got to be one of those places in heaven, earth, on the earth. There's no God, no man, or no devil, because, you know, they tell you the devil's under the earth, right? No one but the Lamb. They couldn't even look at it. What does it mean they couldn't look at it? Right? Couldn't even guess and get it right. Even the guessers, no guesser has gotten it right. Nothing Elijah Muhammad said about the revelation is correct. Nothing. He thought the 24 elders there was the 24 scientists. Incorrect. And we can prove everything we say here. But one of the problems you have is, and that's your personal problem in a way, because someone says the problem is that once, if you do find the person's broke the seals, how would you know they broke the seals? Because you have to understand what they're showing you. And most of you will not be able to do that. Almost all of you would not be able to do that. That's a problem for you yourself, because how can you prove it? You know, how can you prove an equation someone doesn't know mathematics? So much, brothers and sisters. But the good news is, you're going to snap out of it. Make your own agreement planet with God and the universe. You're going to snap out of it. Male and female, you're going to snap out of it. Be forced to snap out of it. Then you have a choice. Then you were given a choice. No one's going to force you. Do you want to return home or you want to stay with the devils? I don't see that's an easy, that don't seem like, I think that's an easy choice, but I don't know. Some of you so mesmerized by them, right? So let's move on, brothers and sisters. Anyway, great fear. Great fear is about to grip America. Great fear. I can't emphasize that enough. Great fear, and you're going to be caught up in it too. Because even if you had some idea what's going on, you've been thrown out, you're still not going to be ready for what you're about to see. How can you be? Unprecedented. You're not going to be, right? And when I say fear going to grip America, it's going to grip America from coast to coast. North to south. Coast to coast. Right? Great fear. You know, people in fear, what they do? They resort to violence. When people in great fear, they don't fall in love. They resort to violence because they want to remove that fear. Fear is the worst emotional. It's even stronger than love. Anything is the worst emotional state anyone can be in. Fear. because it demands action. Fear demands action. And sometimes the action is so demanding that you result to inaction. You say, is that a contradiction? Yes. It's not really a contradiction, because the fear is so great, it demands action, but you're so confused by the fear that you don't know what action to take. And so you're paralyzed like a deer in headlights. You see the truck coming at him, and they know it's about to destroy him, right? And it's happening so fast, and they can't think. They get confused, and so they don't do anything, because they got so many choices, and they can't decide which choice to take. Their brain can't move fast enough to say, which choice should I take before that truck hits them? You see? So that's what happens. This fear will come so fast and so furious, right? See? Well, I mean, you're going to get your stages of fear. That first stage, fear is going to come to you suddenly. Bam! It says, men's hearts are failing for fear of those things coming. If haven't got it yet. So if you in great fear, that's causing you heart attacks based on something that has not gotten here yet, but you perceive is on the way. What you think will happen when it gets here? Your heart is failing already in anticipation. And so when it gets here, right? And in the case of a deer in headlights, he does have a choice. He can move out of the way of it. But this one, you're not going to be able to move out of the way of it. You're like the deer. He's in a cage and he can't move, and you see it coming. Oh. Okay. And even if he was able to take it, he couldn't take an action. Even if he, right, could think, there's no action to take because he's locked into this cage. And no death is coming. You know, maybe he's dead by the time he gets there. Because it's telling you, by the time the fear gets here, many people will be dead when the fear actually gets here. If they had heart attacks, the hearts are failing, many people, maybe perhaps millions of people, be dead before it even got here. In other words, when false Israel goes down, that's going to cause heart attacks. Universal heart attacks in America, because you don't understand the impact of that idea on people's minds. That was a justification of all the stuff they're doing. So they may feel good about themselves. All who was raping and beating those children, feeding their children to alligators stuff. Hey, God cursed them. God cursed them. Cursed them black. See? Cursed to be slaves forever. God cursed them. So whatever we do to them, we're doing God's will. It says people are doing evil to you, thinking they're doing God's will. God's punishing. He put in our hands to punish them. And the more he punishes them, the more God's going to please. You know, they think that way. The more we punish them, the more pleased God's going to be with us. The more we punish him, the more pleased God was going to be with us. Can you imagine that? So slavery, what they call slavery, Holocaust, that's why Abraham saw a vision of horror. Because these people would have no mercy on you whatsoever, none, zero. In fact, it was beyond mercy. It was beyond anything like that, because they'd be intentionally inflicting you, intentionally, because they thought, the more I beat them, the more God's going to love me. The more I curse them, the more I rape them, the more I beat them, the more I tear them apart, the more I burn them, because God hates them. And so we're the will of God. And the more I do it, I'm pleasing God. So if you think you're pleasing God by doing that, aren't you going to do a lot of it? Is there going to be a limit to what you do? See, you don't understand this, brothers and sisters. That's a sealed Bible. That was the guidance that they was giving them. I'll talk about that again in a minute. So the thing is that great fear is coming, because when they realized they weren't doing God's will, or no, they weren't doing God's will, right? Satan is the God's will he was doing. And that's what you need to understand, brothers and sisters. They tell you, who is the God's will? The God's will is Satan. Jesus told you the God's will is Satan. So when they say God, that's who they're worshiping. Because look, he said, nobody works. What do you got to do? You got to come in and scratch your behind and kiss you? To get you to understand what he's saying, he said, Satan is the God of this world. Number one. He said, and you will do the works of Satan. Now, what are the works of Satan? What are the works of genocide, slavery, murder, death? Are they works of Satan? If they're not, then who works are they? Isn't that the works that America's been doing? Isn't that the works that America's been doing? Invading countries, raping, murdering, all along the way, stealing. Isn't that America's works? So I tell you that's the God, because when Satan approached Jesus, and Jesus in the desert, hungry, right? And he approached him. He didn't say, hey, man, I wish I could get that America, man. If I get that America, I have everybody. He didn't say that. Oh, man, they would just come around. He said, I got all the nations, all of them, including Arabia. I got all. I just ain't got you. I just ain't got you. And if you've been down and served me, I'll put you in charge of all those nations. Is that not what he said? So isn't all these nations worship America? All of them? Only Jesus was the only one that wasn't. He was going to claim his own to himself and make them like himself. All the nations is worshiping Satan, including the jinn. They try to look like Satan. We understand who Satan is. Now they got to try to get white like Satan. Because see, we're black. So we're the evil. So the opposite must be the good. But it's just the opposite of that. We're the original. Most beautiful people on the planet. But it's no, you're the wicked, evil. See, it switches everything around. So now you got Arabia, they're trying to be like Satan. They're bleaching themselves white and everything else. Even calling Satan their brother. They're calling Satan their brother. How can you miss this? They say that false Israel is Isaac. They say, yeah. They say, they're our brother. We Ishmael and they're Isaac. Yeah, that's what they say. They say, yeah, they're Jews. They're our brothers. But there's a war between us and them. You understand? They say false Israel is Isaac. That means they're saying it's their brother. That means Satan is their brother. That's what he's telling you. And who's supporting Satan? America. Who's supporting Satan? America. See, once you put things in perspective, everything falls into place. Well, you know who Satan is? See? I mean, if you just know who Satan is, forget all the rest. That's enough right there. Who's supporting him? They could, the Arabs say, oh, man, we got so much problem. Is Isaac give so much trouble? But they feeling Isaac. It's like you feeding your cancer. Right? See, they're feeding them, they're fueling them. False Israel could not do anything without oil and gas, and actually they has to get their weapons for America. They get their planes, they don't build jet planes and stuff over there. And who fuels them? Why are they taking oil from Syria? You understand? So, all you got to do is ask a couple of questions, the whole thing falls apart. Ask a question. Well, if Saul's are so bad, then why are you fueling them? Because if you start fueling them, that'll be the end of them. They couldn't go to war. They couldn't fight you. Say, oh, well, America, hold it. By the time America got enough, they run out of fuel, you cut them off. Right? They can't fight. They have to conserve what they have to maintain their population with it to they can. By the time America get there, bosses are gone. They could have defeated Foster a long time ago. They could never let EU come into existence. But they did because they in collusion with all the other people who's ripping us off. It says all nations be blessed by your seed. What do you mean blessed? Be blessed, they use a translation, but blessed means you're giving somebody something that they don't deserve. That's one interpretation. See? Because if you deserve a blessing, I mean, you got to watch that word carefully. See? Because they use that word blessing. I'm very leery of the English language. Because we're gonna see blessings. We're gonna get a lot of blessings. We use that word, but I think it's a bad word to use. You see? Because blessings, right, mean, if you understand it, really means something you don't deserve. But we deserve. Because it's injustice. It's injustice. Because you're getting something you don't deserve. See? Oh, that's why we got to get away from this language. It's so messed up. You see? And so when you put it, and it causes other things become more confusing. See? So we're going to get growth. See? But the point is, by definition, growth would be a blessing, wouldn't it? Because you're growing. I mean, right? You're growing. It means you're getting something that was more than you had before. You see what I'm saying? The conflict there. So I'm going to use the word, but you understand it. See? So the point is that this is you'll see all nations be blessed. That's what it means. Because everybody's living off of us. America got rich off of us. China's getting rich off the jobs that they want us to have. So is India. Let me tell you a little thing about. I was going to do a TikTok thing on this. Let me speak this a minute. A little history lesson here. Let me finish this fear. Okay. This is about to happen, brothers and sisters. You know, back in the 70s, they got a thing called SIC, SIC code, SIC. And you probably don't know what it is. You probably never heard of it. But if you got a tax accountant, if you ask them, they probably know what it is because it's also related to your taxes. It's called Standard Industrial Codes. That's what it stands for, Standard Industrial Codes. And what it is that every time a new industry comes up, they give it a code, a nomenclature, so to speak, right? A code. Say, okay, this is it's usually a numeric code. I mean, not numeric, but this is a code that says, well, yeah, it could be, but I can't speak to it. I've never seen the whole range. But they give you a code. And this code says, like, if you're in a medical field, they have a certain SIC code for that. If you're in the military, SIC code for that. If you're in manufacturing, you know, it depends on what kind of manufacturing, right? And so they got one for that. So when the computers came online, because first it came out in the military and then transferred to civilian, and then IBM was the biggest corporation that was handling computers, manufacturing and whatever. IBM was the big dog. It was the only dog for a while. Then Univac came on, and then so went from there. But they had that, and they had things, PCs and laptops, and none of that stuff, right? And no personal computers. Only people had them was like the big corporations, and a lot of them didn't have it. It's like UPS. UPS didn't automate until in the 80s. They didn't automate in the 80s, and they was forced to because FedEx came online, and they compared to her, and they was automated, so UPS was still doing things manually. Because I know I worked on a system that automated UPS up in New Jersey. So anyway, when the computers came out, they said, okay, we need to find out what's the best demographic that could work this new industry, because they want to be prepared, you know, and want to develop that so when they start moving that direction, they have people that's qualified to handle that, right? And so so what they did was they said that they did demographics, and they were surprised the outcome because it came out that black people, original people, were the best people to do computer programming. And this language called COBOL at the time. I know I worked it, and that was surprised a lot of people. So when Carter was president at the time, so what he did was he said, okay, he was practical. So he said, hey, we need to move fast because this is a powerful industry. Like when you move from agriculture age to industrial age, now you move to the AI age, right? So we need to move quick. So he said, okay. And I don't think he thought through the consequence. But anyway, it's okay. So then they got a corporation between IBM, that was the big dog at the time, Urban League, that was one that most represented black and economic situations, right? Urban League, right? It was more like NSP was more social, but Urban League was more like economics. And so they got together and they had a joint. So in other words, Urban League would do recruiting black people. That's what it was, recruiting black people, right? And recruit them. And IBM would furnish the teachers and instructors, right? And they also furnish also the and also the equipment, right? Computers. Urban League would like do the recruiting, also the space where they was the schools, classes, stuff would go on, the administrative side of it. And then and I found out about I was walking down the street one day, this brother walks up to me and say, hey, would you like to get into computers? And I'd already been in computers and I was in the Army, right? So, and this was right after Elijah Muhammad departed. And everybody was running around trying to figure what to do next, right? And I didn't have a job. Like I said, when I was in Nation of Islam, I was 100%. I was a foreman for Muhammad's newspaper. I lived in the Nation of Islam complex. My car was financed through the Nation of Islam bank. I bought my food from the Nation of Islam store and so forth, whole 9 yards. So all that was going by Farrakhan, the Redeemer, the Messiah. All that was going by him overnight. They don't want to say that. Oh, Nation of Islam fell. Hey, he's the one that destroyed it. Period. Case closed. Ain't no argument on that one. I was there. So I'm walking, brother. I walk down the street one day, but I walk and say, hey, man. Oh, yeah, of course. And he said, okay, he told me about the program. You don't have to pay for it. It was a free program. In fact, they actually paid you. A 3-month course, right? And if you can't, and they had an agreement with the local industry that the top 10% that they would hire them. So all the companies that had, what was that? Montgomery Ward's was one of them. Sears and Roebuck, I was in Chicago, right? And it was all the companies didn't have it yet. But Montgomery Ward was out front. They got deep into it, computers. So I made sure I came out first in that class because, being a name like Raheem, I said, hey, boy, I knew I was going to be a problem. So I came out first in the class, but IBM refused to honor the agreement because I was going to go to IBM. It was the one, right? I said, okay, I'm out of my choice. And they came out with some BS excuse to keep me because they didn't want me in there. But that was the agreement. They were supposed to do that. So Montgomery Ward was fallback, so I went there. So this program was going on until Reagan came online. And Reagan came online and said, heck with that, man. He killed that program like that. See, because they trying to hide what come out. They want the niggas with that knowledge. They'd be free, independent. We're going to be control them anymore. They have money. This will be living next door to me. He married my daughter. See, no, he cut that. And they came out with this movie called I'm Alive #5. At that time, you couldn't find an Indian America. Maybe it was some Gunga Jin movie or something, right? But you couldn't find one. They had little communities. We had one little community in Jersey, right? Handful of people, they was there, unless you was going from New Jersey to Jersey City into New York. And this little community was right there, hardly any. And that's the only time you ever see them. And you probably didn't see them then unless it was outside. You couldn't find one. They came to this movie called I'm Alive #5, where it was an Indian guy. Hardly anybody knew anything about India. Knew anything. He took a robot, right, and made it alive. It made a living thing. And, oh man, that dude, boy, cool. He got to be really smart. He turned a computer a robot into a living thing, and it was that I'm alive number 5. That's what number 5 was the name of the computer, and he said I'm alive, and that what they said purposely to make you right, to make you think Indians was the smartest people on the planet when it comes to computers. That was the way they were going to set this thing up. Next thing you know, they start flooding them into a country. Now the Urban League, not the Urban League, but so-called Black Caucus and all them up there, they know all about this because they demons. They ain't trying to stop it, they promote it. And they say, well, they try to put a band-aid on it and says, well, only time that you can do that is if you can't find American, they say. Right? American, they can't do it. They never followed that. First of all, they made sure you never got into the schools. They closed those schools down, urban league schools down, and they steered away black people from computers, right? And so forth and so on. Because I know, because that was my business. I started my own business once I got into it, learned how to do it. I started my own consulting business. Right? That's what it did. They shut down. And so now they flood them in. Because they'd rather have them in than you. Because they were their sect, they were their fallback condition. Because they can send them back home. They didn't want you to get it because they couldn't control. They wouldn't be able to control you. Because see, they got the whole world thinking you stupid people, you ignorant people. So it was justified for us to do what we did to you because we was actually helping you. Because like you beat an errant child, a stupid errant child trying to wake him up. That's the way they characterize us to the world. But if we was running the computers, that means we was running the brains of the country. We control the brains of the country. They couldn't get away with that no more. How these people stupid if they run the computers? That's the brains of the country. They're the ones running it. So you got the Indians in doing it. And they downplay it, and they said they can send them back home, so they say. And they keep you out of it. Because I tell you, when I was as a consultant, the only blacks that ever saw it, they didn't know a goddamn things. Like, they gonna find you guys off the street and they didn't even know how to do, most of them didn't know how to program anything. I said, why are you in here? How you even get in here? Affirmative action or whatever. They made sure those ones got in so they can always say, see, they don't know anything. We got to help them and all this stuff. I used to try to tell it, wake people up, say, man, let me show you how this works. And when they found they get rid of me or they break the contract or they do something, right? They keep me from waking them up. You understand, brothers and sisters? I go on and on and on about things like they do. Hey, this stuff is purposely done. Because they don't want you. They know that you're superior in every way. But as long as you don't know you're superior and you're stupid and you keep your blind to it, right? That they can keep controlling you. I tell you about a situation where women control, the first thing they would do is stop you from going to the gym. They outlaw you going to the gym. Because they mandatory, they have to go to the gym. Every female has to go to the gym, has to spend 3 or 2 hours there at the gym, building muscles and carrying on. But men, you cannot go anywhere near that gym. So therefore they can always have greater strength and you keep you under control. And you keep buying this stuff. And that's why fear is going to grip you. Fear is going to take some of you down. Because even in the sight of, I know you sleep. And that was put you to sleep. But goddamn. Some of you ain't even snoring. You're just totally dead. I mean, like, is that person alive at all? I mean, if they start snoring, you think, well, at least they're alive. Some of you ain't even doing that. And you got eyes, you just refuse to open them. That's the problem. Now, I ain't down. I ain't angry at you. You'd be angry at yourself because you're the one's going to be lost for that lack of knowledge. You're the ones putting yourself in jeopardy because right now you don't need to. Because since 2020 rather, you've been outside of control of the devils. They're time into 2019. And so it's on you now So I want to talk about this capitalism thing too again. But great fear. Great fear. It's going to grip all, it's going to catch all of you. It's going to catch all of us. Right? See? My fear is not for him. My fear is for you. It's going to grip me too. Okay? Because it's going to catch me unexpected too. I mean, I know it's near. I don't know it's tomorrow morning or maybe 5 minutes from now. That's a problem for me. I don't like it. I tell you right now, I don't like it. See? They said, no one knows but Master Muhammad. All I know is I go close. Angel brings me. In fact, Angel, I get angry at that because but they did say, so when I look at the date there, it gets a date there, I should be careful with the date because I already told me that's not the correct date. But you got to prophesy that date anyway. What? Oh, man. That Jonah thing, that's a book you need to read. You need to understand it. The book of Jonah, that's a book you need to read. You never say anything like that in any scripture. In the Quran or Bible, anyway, you'll say anything like that. Jonah and God in an argument. Jonah pissed off at him. Jonah just he want to commit suicide on this thing. He said he wish he was dead. He really pissed off. He got punished. Right? Because he didn't want to do something that God told him to do something he knew God wasn't going to do it. That called is God a liar? See, that book is, you got to know something to get in that book. Because you come out and say, well, God must be a liar. Because it says right there, he told Jonah he was going to do something, then he didn't do it. He said, wait a minute, God does that? God does something like that. He tells somebody to do something that he know he ain't going to. I want you to go out and tell people I'm going to destroy this country in 40 days. So I said, no, you ain't. Jonah questioned right there. He said, wait, you ain't going to do that? You see what I'm saying? You don't see nothing like this in Scripture anywhere. Nothing like the book of Jonah. God said, he talking to God. I said, wait a minute, you ain't going to do that. God said, yeah, I am. You better go out and tell me. I ain't going to do it. I ain't do that. And then, okay, now you are a demon out for 3 years because I told you to do it. You won't do it. Okay, I'll go ahead and do it. And I go and do it and tell people that. And then 40 days come, it don't happen. Wait a minute, I see, what the hell are you doing here? You told me to do this. I said I ain't going to do it. I know you wasn't going to do it. And then I'm going to do it. And then you don't do it like I said to begin with. So what the hell is going on here? What are you doing? What's the... Ain't you got a problem with that? Goddamn right, I got a problem with it. I'm looking like a fool here. And now, people call me a false prophet. Because you tell me to do something I know is you ain't going to do it, and now I got to tell people, prophesize this, and then you ain't going, and then you don't do it, you don't support me, and I end up on Demon Island for 3 years, and what the hell's going on here? See, that's you ain't going to find a book like that any place in Scripture. And the deeper meaning is too much for me to try to explain to you, brothers and sisters. I don't like it. Jonah didn't like it at all. He didn't like it. He got no argue with God. You don't see anybody argue with God. Not even Satan don't argue with God. No, only in Jonah. It's a whole another world there, boy. Right? I know it's close, though. So I don't know exactly when. Like I'm to my point, I said, well, hell. I mean, okay, I don't have to know. So I lay back. I don't have to know exactly. I mean, if I'm in the ballpark. But why I got to go out and tell people that's going to happen? You know damn well it ain't going to happen. And that's the problem, like. Because now you make me look like a fool and I don't know what I'm doing. But see, there's some deeper wisdom there. You see? I tried to give you a little taste of it the other day. See? Because the scientists, they saw this event. They saw what was going to happen. They saw it happen to everybody. They said, okay, if this guy says this, right? If we put the script, if we read the script this way, it's going to cause this to happen. It's going to cause that to happen, right? So, right? So, if this guy keep going down this road, it's a nice road, man. It's a beautiful road. He could keep on this road. See? And he's going on the road and signs say, hey, right? See, but he don't realize that down, about 5 miles down, excuse me, be a pothole, and it's going to cause the car to flip over and kill everybody in the car. But you don't know that. So what we're going to do, if we're going to change one of the signs and say, because it's like a fork in the road, and we're going to change the sign and say, right? So it looks like to change the direction. So the one that's going to where he wants to go is the left side, and the one that's going away from there on the right side. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch it. So he can go down the road that he don't want to go down because he's trying to get there. He said, I got to beat on this time. If we go on this road, man, it's going to take way off course. Way off course. And it's going to be late. If you take that road, because he had to come back and go. But we're going to do that. So then he's going down there. And he 2 hours down, he said, hey, man, we should be there by now. Then he's finding out, man, this was the wrong road. And he's pissed off. He's angry. Damn, what the hell? Who did that? Who changed the damn sign? He's angry as hell. He's mad. He want to curse somebody out. See? In the meanwhile, right, you got construction crew. They realize there's there's power out there, this big sinkhole, whatever, and they fixing it. See? So by the time he gets back, 2 hours back, and then back down to there, by the time he gets, he never knows the place repaired. He never knew it was a sinkhole. He going on. He never knew. He never knew there was a problem that could have killed him. Never know. So he could be pissed off all the time. Man, I don't know who that would. Man, look there. Then when he gets going, man, look, I was on my path here, and somebody changed the sign. I went down the wrong direction, man, and now I'm late. I'm all late and everything else, man. You know, I'm pissed off, man. I'm gonna call the governor and tell him, what the hell are you doing over there? You got people change the sign. Some say he never know what happened, but his life was saved. He pissed off the person that saved it. He ain't the person that saved it. Whoever changed that sign, I wish I could get my hands on him, I'd break his damn neck. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't know what it is, but my only conclusion is, and not just my conclusion, is if I hadn't done that away, some disaster would have had happened. I don't like it. Like that guy wouldn't like it. And I tell you about it, I don't like it. Right? But because right now, there's certain people think, I mean, that guy don't know what he's talking about. Maybe it's good. Because they thought if they knew I was, then they say, hey, man, we need to get rid of this guy. Whatever. I'm just saying, I still don't like it. Because I'm just conjecturing that might be where it is. It might be where it is. See? I'm just conjecturing. I don't know. For sure. But I know things like that do happen. You know, because I've had instances like that in my life, that something happened and it looked like it was bad, but because it did happen, it turned out to be a good thing for me. It's a good thing it did happen, right? So, you know, so I give you examples. Anyway, I'm just pointing it out. But Jonas, that book, boy, oof. And that's a sign of Jonah. That's part of it. Anyway, let's move on, brothers and sisters. Fear. Okay, this wasn't my topic. I forgot to change it, but anyway. I'm going to talk about a couple of things, brothers and sisters. I meant to change that, and obviously I forgot. But we can talk about legion. What I want to talk about right now is economics. I hinted on that earlier when I asked about blessings. See, let me see what I've got going, what I have next here. What's on the menu? Okay, we'll talk about that too. But blessings. See, do I have this here? Let me see what. No, it's not there. Okay, I don't know where I put it. So let's back up. Well, we can stay here. I talk about seasons. There's 4 seasons every year, but not a 24,000 year cycle. Roughly 24,000 year cycle. There's 4 seasons, 6,000 years apiece. Most people didn't catch on to that. And so this is really the winter season we just come out of. Now we're going into spring. 6,000 years we've been in the winter. The worst winter ever. Right? We have more winters, but not like this. Nothing like this. We still have those 6,000 year periods continuing. Right? We're going to spring. And Master Muhammad, that's why I call him the Lord of the Dawn. He's the Lord of the Spring. He's going to rule the next 6,000 years, and then we're back to the tribe of Shabazz again. And they had a summer. So he's preparing us he's preparing us for the summer. Because Elijah Muhammad told us, he said Master Muhammad is a made God, but he said the original God is more powerful. Now, Farrakhan ain't going to tell you that, because they lie and they distort stuff, but that's what Elijah Muhammad said. He said Master Muhammad is a made God, but he said the original gods are more powerful. He didn't say he wasn't original. So he didn't say that. He said he was a made God. In other words, anyway. So during this period of time, you have every system going to have, every season has economic concerns. Right. In the spring, right, you start planting food and everything. You can hold different thing because you're preparing, right, for the rest of the year, food and everything. So that's your driving. That's driving economics. In the summer, what's the driving economics in the summer? And then the fall, right? Then the winter. So everyone has an economic, the way your concerns, not just your economic, but your social concerns, your intellectual concerns, they're different. Right? Survival terms is different. In summertime, man, it may be trying to offset the heat. In wintertime, you're trying to offset the cold. See, so you have different ways of dealing with things because seasons require make different demands on you. Okay? We can't control the seasons. That's why I said make demands on us, because what we can do is we control the quality, but we can't control the seasons. Control the quality of the winter, right? By preparing for the winter and the fall. So therefore, we can survive the winter in comfort. That's the quality of it, but you can't change the fact it's going to be winter. It's going to be snow. You can't change the fact it's going to be summer. It's going to be heat and everything else. So okay, let's plant some trees and get some shade and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So the readers came through. You have a certain guidance, and that's what I can't emphasize enough. When they write those scriptures, they write it for the seasons. And it's okay, for this season, they're going to need this scripture. This is the mind they need. Scripture is your mind that you need. Now, see, this other guy was talking all day, Naim Akbar, I think his name is. And I knew there was a Naim Akbar was Elijah Muhammad, but I didn't know this. And they tried to dismiss, he was the one. I don't remember what he looked like, and he got a video on it, he talking about economics, stuff like that, right? But right away, I knew he didn't talking about because he confused the brain and the mind together. He couldn't see. Most people think they're the same thing. It's not. It's not. Your brain's the hardware. Your brain's the software that controls the hardware. Two different things. Christianity is the mind. It's not your brain. You can't change your brain, but you can change your mind. You can strengthen your brain and weaken it. Right, but you can't change it. You can't get a new brain. Right, that's hardware. The religion is a software. Right, religion is software. It's the primary software that's going on nowadays. Because before 5,000 to 50,000 years ago, there wasn't anything to religion. Your mind was mathematics. Mathematics is a mind. That's the mind you've lost. See? And that's the mind that makes things happen. Because all this reality you see right here is all mathematically based. Now you can talk about all this spiritual stuff and Jesus and all that stuff you want to, right? And you can't prove none of it. But the point is, it's still all, Jesus does not pay your bills. He does not run electricity. He doesn't put gas in your car. He doesn't run your engines. Neither did Shiva. Neither did Buddha. None of them. You can't buy a car that runs off of Buddha gas, or Christian gas, or Jesus gas. See? If you want a car, you pray for it all you want to, right? And it's not going to pop up if it pops in the garage. How do you get there? Because someone got to pay for it, and they got a receipt. It didn't pop up from heaven. You can pray all you want. Oh, I prayed Jesus gave me a car. Then why do you have to go to the dealer to get it? Did you get it from Jesus or you get it from the dealer? Oh, he made the dealer get it to me. Oh, he made the dealer. Then why you got to pay the dealer? See, all this is goddamn bullshit. But you don't ask any questions. See? You ain't got no car that runs off of Christian gas. If you run out of gas, you can pray all you want to. Ain't no gas going to appear in that damn car. Oh, Jesus put gas in my car, really? Why don't you stop at Jesus' gas station? This stuff. Let me shut up, boy. Ooh. These days, boy, they trying to give me a double stroke. What I tell you, some of this stuff is so off the page. And you say, how you get into that? Because that's energy deprivation. Because you got a mental deficiency because you don't have enough energy to operate your mind on a top level. Just like, for instance, if you're short on gas, you ain't going to be running around here 890 miles an hour in your car. You ain't going to use the top performance because you ain't got that much money. You're going to try to ease, run, and lose as you can to say to conserve. So if you ain't got that much money, you ain't going to be buying the steaks and stuff. You're going to be buying maybe some dog food, some chillings or something, because you ain't got that much money to buy a lot of stuff. You're going to be running on low. Because you ain't got that much. And so therefore, energy deprivation means we have mental ability is limited because we don't have that much energy to keep it top performance. We got to run our heart, we got to run our lungs, we got to run all these things. So the body says, okay, I only got as much energy. Let me keep the things going that keep me alive. So focus on that. Get the heart, keep the lungs. Right? The brain just enough to make sure everything else keep going. But when you start thinking, and that's the problem. But the problem right now is not necessarily that. The problem right now is energy management. Because now you had the energy, you're like this person right here. He chose to take his energy and build muscle instead of building his brain. So that's where the energy went. He could have used the energy to build his brain, but he chose to build muscle. And that's what it is. The enemy is distracting you, telling you don't build your brain. Don't do that. Go out there and learn all about NFL. And, when you go out there, these brothers, they know all about NFL and magic and all that kind of stuff. That's learning. That's taking energy to learn that stuff. Everything takes energy. So therefore, they spend all this energy, all about that, no about nothing else. Now, is that the dumbest thing you could think of? Is that the dumbest thing you can think of? So now they can take all the statistics. Oh, LeBron James did this, right? And this guy did this, and this guy did that. And all these people, it takes that's the learning they got. And what good is it? You can't put on your resume. It's totally wasted energy. Right? You used it, so it's not wasted, but it's wasted to get you going, to make you any progress in life. It's like a car. If you take a car and run around in circles, you're using energy. But where you going? You're going nowhere. But you're using all the energy up. That's what those got you doing. Got you going around circles, because you ain't going nowhere. So that's why it says in Mark, the man's beating himself up. Because he's using energy to beat himself up. It takes energy to beat yourself up. That's what you're doing. So, this guy here, what if he took all that knowledge he got by NFL, which is worthless bullshit, and study genetics, study mathematics, study physics? No, and they don't know anything about that. Why do you think that's going on? Because the devil wants that to go on, distract you. Just like if the world was based on strength, they would not want you to do that. They wouldn't. You wouldn't be in such a way. You wouldn't go anywhere near weight. Like I said about the women and the man controlling. If the world was totally based on strength, they would no. They wouldn't have you doing. You wouldn't be able to go anywhere near a gym. That is swimming floors or something, because they would make sure they was looking like that. See, they'd be in there, make sure they look like that, and they walk around a Hulk. And he look around, look like Popeye or somebody. And that's what's going on. You have the energy now. That's my job to direct. But the point is that they got you drugged, so you don't want to hear what I have to say. Just direct your energy in a positive way, positive direction. So it needs some help. So that's why Muhammad's going to say, Allah will lift you up, but you cling everything that what you cling to is going to destroy it. So therefore you're going to pop up. And when you pop up, now you're going to need a direction. Because some of you, I said, great fear going to come. You know what some of you going to do? Go run there. If you couldn't run there, just like a strong man, we got to fight. That's not going to help you. Some are going to get guns. We got to, see? Because you're going to use your engine in the wrong direction because you don't know what to do with it. That's why the engine has to be tell you what to do with it. Because that stuff's not going to work. It sounds good at the moment. We got to get guns. I hear people tell me, I want to get some guns. Well, where you going to get the ammunition from? Where the ammunition from? Oh yeah, I'm going to go and get strong, man, because we got to fight, man. Really? One bullet take that fool out. That's the great fear from coming out of people. Distraction. All right, I got this camera issue, bro. You understand? That's what's going. Because you know how to focus your energy. That's going to make you survive. See? When springtime comes, you need to. And springtime comes, you know how to make igloos. What good is that going to do? Now I know make igloos okay, but it's springtime now. You need the knowledge that can help you survive spring, right? And go into something, because now, I need to plant. I need to start planting stuff. That's the knowledge I need now. You start planting stuff. You know? So now, right now, because that's going to get me through the summer. And start planting and harvest, And it's spring, summertime, you got to start harvesting. You understand what I'm saying? That's the knowledge you need then. But they tell you, oh, no, man, you just go party. So then, the springtime comes, you harvest. Then when summer comes, you're starving. Because you were a disbeliever. You didn't apply the knowledge that was for that time. Now you're starving in the summer. So you're a disbeliever. That's the severe chastisement you got for being stupid. Allah's not going to chastise you. Allah ain't never chastised anybody. You chastise yourself. So they talk about Allah, they talk about consequence. That's when they talk about, I said, we. What are you talking about? When they talk about Allah in that sense, consequence is the greatest force in the universe. It's the ultimate. It's the ultimate. It's the most profound. Every action has an opposite reaction, but there's no ifs and buts about it, no exceptions. So whatever happened is a result of what you did. Allah help those help themselves. What does it take to get it through to you? I was telling this person, I was at the doctor's office, she was telling me about her problems, and somebody, and one thing I told her, I said, to make a long story short, she's going to pray for help her son or something, right? That's why people don't like me, right? I said, well, wait a minute. I said, what you praying for him for? It ain't going to help. I said, God says, don't help those who help themselves. So if he helping himself, God ain't going to help him. I mean, is God lying? Is he lying? I'm going to pray. Don't pray for me. I pray for you better pray for yourself if you're going to pray at all. Don't pray for me. Because ain't goddamn thing you can do for me. No false Jesus, nothing's going to help me. Because he just told me if I don't help myself, I'm not going to get helped. He just told me that. So what do we got to do? Say it in Spanish? Italian? French? If I don't help myself, I ain't going to get no damn help. It tells you right there. God helps to help. And the Quran says, he only, how he says it in the Quran, he doesn't change the nature of people's condition till they change their own condition. God damn, what do you need? You look in the mirror, when you look in the mirror, that's your enemy right there. That's your enemy or that's your friend. I'm 76 years old this last week, right? I guess we're here. I'm a result of what I invested over 76 years. I'm a result. So in the mirror, you can see the fruits of your investment. What you been? You're 30 years old. What you been investing in 30 years? You look in the mirror, and that's what you see. That's your investment. How you invest in yourself. So if you all messed up, that means you didn't give a damn about yourself 20 years ago, did you? Or you wanted to party and have a good time, and you didn't give a damn about the future self, did you? When it was 1990, you didn't give a damn about Sandra 2000, did you? You didn't give a damn about her. So now she's suffering because your selfish ass wasted all your energy and everything in 1990. You just invested in 1991, Sandra 1991, or Ralph 1991. You just invested in that one. You spent all the money in 1990. So 1991 is suffering because you didn't give a damn about them. Am I heard? You give a damn about them. So if I'm in good condition and healthy right now, because Suleiman 2000 or Suleiman 1960 or 1970, I'm going to look out for Suleiman 2025. I'm going to look out for that guy. I'm going to look out for him. Because I'm going to be him one day. I'm a result of my investment. Right? And I'm not unhappy because I know I gave it all. I gave it all. Right? If I had all the energy I had, I invested. So sometimes you got a little bit of money. That's all you can invest. You can invest a lot. I had a little bit of money. Had nothing, no Paris, anything. But I invested every little bit I had in myself. And so now I'm reaping the benefits of that. I ain't crippled. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy. I ain't crippled. I ain't starving. I ain't weak. I ain't fat. I don't have Alzheimer's, but if I did, I wouldn't remember, right? I haven't. You understand what I'm saying? Because I invested. That didn't have no lightning bolt hit me in my ass. So Jesus, he gave me good health. You invest in yourself. That's it. You look in the mirror, you see what you've been done. Right? It ain't too late to start investing into your future. You invest and you don't get nothing. Nothing in, nothing out. Let me get back to the economics. Okay, now, the season determines the economic system. Now, in energy deprivation, right, that means you get less than you put in. And so you need, what system is that? That's capitalism, exploitation, profit. Profit means you got more out than you put in. That means the person that you put in gave you more than what they got back. So you got the exploiter and the exploited. And they became the exploiter because of by how they constructed, right? Because they had I don't want to go into that kind of detail here, but they had the food and we didn't. And so we had to go to them because we were suffering energy deprivation. They wasn't. Put it that way. They was not suffering energy deprivation because they didn't require as much energy. And a simple way to put it, if you make $1,000 a week and you got a Lamborghini, the other person got a Volkswagen Beetle, and you got to pay $800, $1,000, you make $1,000 a month, and you got to pay $800 a month for insurance and everything on that Lamborghini, you only got $20 left. But you got a Lamborghini. So you got $20 left for food and rent or whatever else. The other person, they got a Volkswagen Beetle. They only pay $200. They got $800 left. For all those other things, they can do much of other things that you can't do. So you suffer energy deprivation, they're not. Because now they got enough money to pay all their bills and everything else. There's no deficiency there. So they got money to spend. Right? But you don't. So you can't pay your bills, right? You're behind, you're in debt, but you got a Lamborghini. They don't have that because they don't require as much. You understand? So they can rule you. So they got food. See, they can buy food, but you can't buy food. So they say, hey man, can I get some food? Okay, you work for me, and I'll give you some food. See what's happening here? You work for me, I'll give you some food. Right? And the point is, it's going to be a exploiter relationship because, hey, you give me hours worth of work, 40 hours worth a week, and I'm going to give you enough money to buy 30 hours worth of food because I got to make a profit. I can't pay you for that, but you can't pay you what you put in because then I won't make anything. So what the hell am I in the business for? I got to exploit you. I got to exploit you. I got to give you less than you give me. That's what slavery is all about. What's the point of having slaves if you got to, right? If you got to pay the slaves. In other words, you make a $10,000 every year. That's how much you end up making. $10,000 or $100,000 a year. That's how much you get after you sell everything else, right? And they say, okay, all the slaves, okay, we're going to split the money amongst all of you. She said, well, that would be fair, wouldn't it? Oh, everybody works, everybody split. There wouldn't be no profit there, would it? You understand what I'm saying? Because you got back what you put in. But if you say, I didn't give you nothing, but you worked, then now I'm making a profit. I'm getting rich, I'm becoming a billionaire, and you got nothing. See, that's the economic system you have to have energy deprivation. And that was the proper economic system for the last 500 years, through Adam's time. I'm just telling you, you understand that? I ain't saying anything wrong with capitalism during that period of time. That was the system that would work, because that system allowed us to eat. Okay, the person has the food there. You don't have any food. I give you food if I can make a profit. If I can't make a profit, I give you nothing. So then you starve, like Haitians are doing, because they wouldn't submit, right? You would starve. So okay, I give. But now you're suffering, but you're eating. You're alive. You're working hard. You're aging. You're sick, but you're alive. Otherwise, you'd be just dead because you have nothing to eat at all. And that was the Holocaust, because we suffered immensely. And we ate shitless. But it kept us alive. It said the Son of Man would eat shit. It said in the Bible. Don't tell me don't say it. I gotta show it to you. You gonna tell me Master Farmer did that? Well, Farrakhan, he's full of shit. You understand? That's the situation we be in. We'll still be alive. We survive it. Until the energy level starts increasing again. Then when the energy starts reaching again, and that's what you see, I'm trying to understand what you're seeing right now, because everybody was depending on the guy with the Volkswagen Beetle because they had the food. He had money for food. Nobody else did. Right? So everybody depended on so-called West. See, why they call it the West? They really mean the white folks. That's where coming up the West. The West means white folks. Right? In fact, West and white both start with a W. You know, that's not like White House anyway. The way the games they play, but so the West and that's the East. No. The West means the white folks. They just want to say it that way. You know, we got to stand for the West. Right? Western ideas. I mean, white ideas don't want to say it that way. They used to say it that way, but now they're trying to be completely correct. There's something to drink around here. I guess I lost it. That voice is going. Oh, I'm going, sis, what do I do with it? 1 second, bro. For what they had. And there was demand for what they had because they had the food and everything else. It was a double. You got to understand the whole situation. They had the power to take food from everyone else. Remember, they had the more powers, they had more energy.